Verse for opening the sutra. The unsurpassed, profound, and wonderful Dharma is difficult to encounter in hundreds of millions of aeons. I now see and hear it, receive and uphold it, and I vow to fathom the Tathagata's true meaning. Sutra. You should be aware of this in advance and not get caught up in the cycle of transmigration. If you are confused and do not understand, you will fall into the relentless hells. Commentary. Ananda. You should be aware of this in advance, understand the principle involved, and not get caught up in the cycle of transmigration. If you are aware of the demonic state, you won't fall into the demon's trap. You won't end up in the retinue of demons. But if you are confused and do not understand, there will be no politeness involved. It's certain you will fall into the relentless hells. You will not be shown the slightest favor. Sutra. Ananda, you should know that in the Dharma Ending Age, these 10 kinds of demons may live the home life to cultivate the way within my Dharma. They may possess the other pupil, or they may manifest themselves in various forms. All of them will claim that they have already accomplished proper and pervasive knowledge and awareness. Commentary. Ananda, you should know that, especially in the Dharma Ending Age, these 10 kinds of demons, the ones that appear in the 10 demonic states associated with the thinking skandha, may live the home life to cultivate the way within my Buddha Dharma. They may possess other pupil. The demon kings may possess other pupil, or they may manifest themselves in various forms. They may display their spiritual powers as demon kings and manifest all kinds of forms. They may appear as Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Arhats, or gods. Demon kings can manifest in any kind of body. All of them will claim that they have already accomplished proper and pervasive knowledge and awareness. Proper and pervasive knowledge refers to the Buddha, who has both proper knowledge and pervasive knowledge. Proper knowledge means knowing that the mind produces the myriad dharmas. Pervasive knowledge means knowing that the myriad dharmas are the mind itself. When someone has genuine, proper, and pervasive knowledge and views, he becomes a Buddha, one of proper and pervasive knowledge. However, demons pretend to be Buddhas and claim to have attained proper and pervasive knowledge. When Shakyamuni Buddha was about to enter Nirvana, he summoned the demon king and commanded him, "You should abide by the rules. Follow the rules from now on. Don't violate them." The demon king replied, "So you want me to follow your rules? Fine. During the ending age of your Dharma, I will wear your garments, eat your food, and defecate in your alms bowl." His meaning was that he would destroy the Dharma from within. When the Buddha heard that, he was worried. He wept and said, "There's really nothing I can do about you. Your method is the most poisonous, the most destructive. There is the saying, the parasites on the lion's body eat the lion's flesh." This means that in the Dharma Ending Age, the demons are strong and the Dharma is weak. There are a lot of demon kings. Therefore, cultivators must be very careful. What are demon kings like? In general, they are different from ordinary people. They have a demonic energy about them. There is something unusual about them which reveals that they are demon kings. January 1983. The Dharma Ending Age is a time when the Dharma is weak and the demons are strong. The Song of Enlightenment by Great Master Yun Xia says very clearly, alas, in the evil time of the Dharma Ending Age, living beings have few blessings. It is difficult to train them. Far indeed from the sages of the past, their divine views are deep. Demons are strong, the Dharma is weak. Many are the wrongs and injuries. Hearing of the door of the Tathagata's sudden teaching, they regret not destroying it as they would smash a tile. Our last expresses a regretful sigh about the Dharma Ending Age. The evil time means this time is very evil and vile. All the monsters are appearing in the world. The computer is one of the biggest monsters, and television is a small monster. The small monster helps the big one out, and the big monster wants to devour all the people. It wants to take people's jobs away. This is a very evil age. Living beings have no blessings. They are tense and nervous from morning to night, and people suffer from diseases of the heart, liver, lungs, spleen, and kidneys. Such diseases strike people because they are infected with devil energy. They have been poisoned too deeply. You think it's nice to watch television, to talk on the phone, to listen to the radio, and to play with the computer, but you don't realize the harm that these things do to your heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. They cause people to act inhuman and ghosts to act unlike ghosts. That's a sign that the world is starting to go bad. We have been born in a time when living beings have no blessings and are difficult to teach. You may advise them not to watch television or listen to the radio, but they insist on doing those things. Tell them not to listen to music, but they listen on the sly. It's not easy to teach the upside-down living beings in this terrible age. Far indeed from the sages of the past. They are very far from the Buddhas. Their divine views are deep. Everyone has divine knowledge and divine views. No one has proper knowledge and proper views. Their divine views are too deep. Demons are strong, the Dharma is weak. In this age, the demons prosper, and the Dharma is very feeble. Many are the wrongs and injuries. You hurt me and I hurt you. We hurt each other out of resentment. Hearing of the door of the Tathagata's sudden teaching, if they hear of the Buddha's proper Dharma eye treasury, the Dharma door of this sudden teaching, they regret not destroying it as they would smash a tile. They regret not being able to break it immediately as they would smash a tile to bits. That's how much they hate the Buddha Dharma. This is the way we are now. Therefore, we Buddhists who live at the city of 10,000 Buddhas should not keep radios, televisions, or musical records in our homes. We should get rid of these. No matter how busy we are, we should attend the morning and evening ceremonies and the sutra recitations. We should not be absent from these activities. If you are a lay person and you cannot make it to the temple, you may do the morning and evening ceremonies, recite sutras, and investigate the Buddha Dharma at home. Don't spend your spare time watching television or listening to the radio, being no different from people of the outside world. The city of 10,000 Buddhas is different from the outside world, and we should not let ourselves be influenced by the common crowd. All of you at the city of 10,000 Buddhas should devote your attention to the Buddha Dharma and to studying and practicing the principles of the Buddhist sutras. If you memorize the Shurangama Sutra, that will make me extremely happy. Even at home, you should read and recite the Shurangama Sutra, the Dharma Flower Sutra, and the Abhidhamma Sutra. What's the point of coming to the city of 10,000 Buddhas if you don't understand the Buddha Dharma at all? It's meaningless. If you don't understand anything and you have no idea what people are talking about during discussions, then your being here is too pitiful. Sutra, they praise lust and break the Buddha's moral precepts. The evil demonic teachers and their demonic disciples that I just discussed transmit their teaching through licentious activity. Such demon spirits take over cultivators' minds, and after as few as 9 lives or as many as 100 generations, they turn true practitioners entirely into followers of demons. Commentary: they praise lust. How can one tell if someone is a demon? Demons do not praise proper methods of practice. They praise lust and openly advocate sex, and they break the Buddha's moral precepts. They say, the Buddha's precepts are useless. Don't keep them. The Buddha's precepts were for adherents of the small vehicle to practice. We are great vehicle Bodhisattvas, great vehicle Buddhas. Since we have already become Buddhas, we don't need to hold the precepts. The evil demonic teachers of Dharma and their demonic disciples, the disciples of the demon kings that I just discussed, transmit their teaching through licentious activity. They practice lust with each other and praise it, saying, "It is the finest and most wonderful Dharma door. The principle of true emptiness and wonderful existence lies right within this." Such demon spirits, that is, those who extol lust, take over cultivators' minds. Because the cultivators' minds are confused by the demons who are possessed them, they crave sex and openly advocate lust. It's all because the demons have taken over their minds. And after as few as 9 lives, or as many as 100 generations, they turn true practitioners entirely into followers of demons. At the minimum, it takes 9 lives. What does one life mean? Is it the period from a person's birth until his death? No, rather it refers to a period of 100 years. Therefore, 9 lives is 900 years. At the most, it takes over 100 generations. 1 generation represents 30 years, and so 100 generations is 3,000 years. It takes a minimum of 9 lives to turn a true cultivator completely into a member of the demon's retinue. At the other extreme, it might take as long as 100 generations from the time the demon confuses him until he becomes part of the demon's retinue. Although he has been confused, he still has to pass through several more lives. Only after a long time does he officially join the demon's retinue. Before that time, his nature is not totally demonic. Do you know that demons are transformed from? Demons were originally pure. A person who is not upright may become a demon, but it doesn't happen that fast. The demon king who haunts him follows him and keeps confusing him. The process takes from as short a time as 9 lives to as long as 100 generations. Sutra. When their lives are over, they are bound to end up as one of the demonic gods. They will lose their proper and pervasive knowledge and fall into the relentless hells. Commentary. When their lives are over, when the allotted time has passed, anywhere from 9 lives to 100 generations, and the practitioners die, they are bound to end up as one of the demonic gods. They cannot become demon kings, since there is only one king. There are not many demon kings. They can only become run-of-the-mill demons, common citizens of the demon populace. They will lose their proper and pervasive knowledge. They will lose proper knowledge and views and will have only wrong knowledge and views, and they will follow along in the deeds done by the demon king, and eventually they will fall into the relentless hells. After the use of their blessings as demons, their lives will end and they will fall into the hells. Sutra. You need not enter Nirvana yet, although you are completing your attainment to the level beyond learning. Hold nonetheless to your vows to enter the Dharma Ending Age. Bring forth great compassion to rescue and take across living beings who have proper minds and deep faith. Do not let them become possessed by demons. Have them instead to attain proper knowledge and views. I have already rescued you from birth and death. By venerating the Buddha's words, you will be repaying the Buddha's kindness. Commentary. Ananda. You need not enter Nirvana yet. Don't enter Nirvana yet. Stay here in the world and teach and transform living beings on my behalf. Although you are completing your attainment to the level beyond learning, hold nonetheless to your vows to enter the Dharma Ending Age. For all practical purposes, you have already attained the state beyond learning. The Buddha says, you should keep your compassionate vows. When the proper Dharma is gone and the Dharma Image Age has passed, the Dharma Ending Age will come. At that time, bring forth great compassion to rescue and take across living beings who have a proper mind and deep faith. Ananda, you should bring forth the mind of great kindness and compassion and save living beings whose minds are proper in the Dharma Ending Age. Do not let them become possessed by demons. Rescue living beings and cause them to have deep faith in you, so that they will not be confused by the demon kings. Do not allow the demon kings to have their way with people. Have them, the living beings in the Dharma Ending Age, instead to be on guard and to attain proper knowledge and views. That means you and me, living beings right now, not anyone else. You should urge yourself on. Keep a proper attitude and outlook. Shakyamuni Buddha says, Ananda, I have already rescued you from birth and death. You have already ended birth and death. You are already a second stage arhat, and you understand the way to reach the fourth stage of arhatship. So, for all practical purposes, we can say that your birth and death are now ended. By venerating the Buddha's words, you will be repaying the Buddha's kindness. Now listen to the Buddha's instruction. Do what the Buddha tells you and don't forget it. By honoring and obeying the Buddha, you are repaying the Buddha's deep kindness. What does it mean to repay the Buddha's kindness? If we listen to the Buddha's instructions, we are repaying the Buddha's kindness. If we want to repay the Buddha's kindness, you must obey the Buddha. If Ananda wants to repay the Buddha's kindness, Ananda should listen to the Buddha. If we want to repay the Buddha's kindness, we should also listen to the Buddha. We should listen to Shakyamuni Buddha and to the Dharma Master when they explain the sutras and the principles. That's why at the very start, I said you all should listen to the Buddha. I'm not a Buddha. I should also listen to the Buddha. No matter what, we shouldn't ignore the Buddha's advice. Sutra. Ananda. All 10 of these states may occur in dhyana as one's mental effort interacts with the thinking skandha. Commentary. Ananda. All 10 of these states which have been just which have just been explained, may occur in the still contemplation of dhyana when you have applied enough effort to reach that level. Where do those states come from? They can happen as one's mental effort interacts with the thinking skandha. There are changes that occur in the thinking skandha as a result of pressure applied in cultivation. When you are cultivating with maximum effort, such states will manifest. But when they manifest, don't mistake a thief for your own son. Don't be confused by those states. When you meditate, your mental effort interacts with the thinking skandha. They engage in battle. It's like a war. If your samadhi power is victorious, then the thinking skandha will be conquered. But if the thinking skandha wins out and your skill in samadhi fizzles, you will be caught in a demonic state, and then these kinds of things will happen. Sutra. Dull and confused living beings do not evaluate themselves. Encountering such situations in their confusion, they fail to recognize them and say that they have become sages, thereby assuring a great lie. They will fall into the relentless hell. Commentary. Dull and confused living beings do not evaluate themselves. Living beings are always getting attached to things. They are obstinate and inflexible, stupid and without wisdom. They do not take proper stock of themselves. Encountering such situations, such demonic states in their confusion, they fail to recognize them. The most important thing is that if you can recognize this, then you won't be turned by them. If you are clear about them, you will not be confused. If you don't understand, then you will be confused. Confusion is basically a lack of recognition. And what happens when people fail to recognize this? They say that they have become sages. They say things like, "Do you know about me? I've become a Buddha already. And I'll tell you, it was really easy for me. It was cheaper than buying a couple pieces of tofu. That's really too easy, isn't it?" Such people say that they are Buddhas, that they have realized the way, and that they are enlightened, that they have penetrated their medication topic, and that they've got it all figured out. For example, someone who came here today was the same type as the American sixth patriarch who came a few days ago. He didn't bow to the Buddhas or stupas. The sutra describes the possessed person as not bowing in temples or to shrines. He didn't bow to the Buddha or listen to the Dharma. He just ate lunch and left. The reason he left was that his demon dragged him away. He was so filled with demonic energy that he felt too uncomfortable to stay for even 1 minute more after eating his lunch. You should recognize that it was all about his manner indicated that he thought he was already a Buddha, so he didn't need to bow to the Buddhas. Thereby, uttering a great lie, they will fall into the relentless house. It is bound to fall into the relentless house in the future. Don't look only at the short term. It may take as little as 9 lives, or it may take up to 100 generations. He didn't listen to the Buddha Dharma because of the demonic energy that had taken over him. Even if he told you about this before, and you should all pay attention. After this, whenever you go to a temple or Buddha hall, you must respect the temple rules. Do what the other people are doing. Don't stand when everyone else is bowing to the Buddha. that no matter where he goes, when you study the Buddha Dharma, you must be receptive, humble, and sincere. Sutra in the Dharma Ending Age after Nirvana, all of you should pass on the Tathagata's teachings so that all living beings can awaken to their meaning. Do not let the demons of the ways let the demons of the heavens have their way. Offer protection so that all can realize the unsurpassed way. Commentary. In the Dharma Ending Age after Nirvana, all of you should pass on the Tathagata's teachings. All of you refers to Ananda and all the great Bodhisattvas, great arhats, and great bhikshus in the assembly, as well as to the great elders. Here the Buddha is exhorting them. You must continue the transmigration of the Tathagata's teachings down to the Dharma Ending Age so that all living beings. The Formation Skanda, Volume 8, Chapter 5. Sutra. Ananda. When the good person who is cultivating samadhi has put an end to the thinking skanda, he is ordinarily free of dreaming and ego thinking, so he stays the same whether in wakefulness or in sleep. His mind is aware, clear, empty, and still like a cloudless sky, devoid of any coarse sense impressions. He contemplates everything in the world, the mountains, the rivers, and the earth as reflections in a mirror, appearing without attachment and vanishing without any trace. They are simply received and reflected. He does away with all his old habits, and only the essential truth remains. Commentary. Ananda. When the good person, which good person is being referred to here, the good person is the one who is developing the skill of directing the hearing inward to hear the inherent nature. He is cultivating the great Shurangama Samadhi. And who exactly is that person? He is simply whoever cultivates. The good person does not refer to any particular individual. It is not an exclusive title. If you cultivate, then it refers to you. If I cultivate, it refers to me. If he or she cultivates, it refers to him or her. Everyone has a share in it. That is, you have a share if you cultivate, but not if you don't. It's completely fair. That good person is the one who is cultivating samadhi. Cultivation refers to diligently sitting in meditation, not to eating all day long. You should sit in meditation, listen to the sutras, and study the Buddha Dharma. What should you cultivate? Samadhi power. How do you cultivate samadhi power? Sit in meditation. Samadhi arises from precepts, so the first step is to hold the precepts. Once you take the precepts, you must hold the precepts and never indulge in sexual misconduct. Men and women should observe propriety as Lord Cranny did. He was faithful to his wife all his life. He never drew near another woman. Did you see his ruddy face? It testifies to his magnanimous, proper energy. Now that you have taken the precepts, I want to tell you that you must remain faithful to your spouse. You may not get involved in extramarital affairs and go looking for partners everywhere. Don't break the rules. You should accord with propriety and be open and upright in your conduct. Only then will you attain samadhi. After taking the precepts, you will develop samadhi. From samadhi, wisdom will develop. How do people get possessed by demons? If you have a little samadhi, and your wisdom is insufficient, you may encounter demonic obstacles. If your skill in samadhi is deep enough, you will be able to conquer the demons. January 1983. If you want to have a proper samadhi, holding the precepts is certainly a prerequisite. It sets a foundation. Once we have a firm foundation, we can erect pillars on top of it. The pillars represent samadhi, and the foundation represents precepts. We must strictly uphold the precepts. This is very, very important. If you don't set a good foundation, then the pillars will not stand, and your samadhi will be deviant. What is meant by wisdom? Once the pillars are erected and the walls are put in, the house can be built. What's the use of a house? It can be a place where people to bow to the Buddhas and to hear lectures on the sutras. We can teach people to change their forms and renew themselves. That's the function of wisdom. Precepts are the substance, samadhi is the appearance, and wisdom is the function. We should be very clear about this. If you lack precepts, then you won't have any samadhi. Without samadhi, you cannot develop wisdom. Likewise, if you don't set the foundation well, the pillars you erect will not be stable. The walls will cave in, and the house will collapse and be useless. Therefore, the three non-outflow studies of precepts, samadhi, and wisdom are all indispensable. We should pay close attention to this. He has put an end to the thinking skandha. Among the five skandhas of form, feeling, thinking, formations, and consciousness, the thinking skandha is destroyed. In his mind's interaction with the thinking skandha, he has conquered it. Having broken through the thinking skandha, he is ordinarily free of dreaming and idle thinking. The state he has reached is not a state of not eating or not sleeping. In this state, one still sleeps and eats but no longer dreams. Confucius once said, "Alas, I'm getting decrepit. It's been so long since I saw the dark of Troll in a dream." This was the dark who protected the king Wu in the Troll dynasty. Why didn't Confucius have any dreams? Probably it was because by that time in his life, Confucius had partially broken through the thinking skandha. However, since he was not aware of it, he wondered, "Hey, how come I don't dream anymore? Oh, I must be getting old." Confucius had some skill in cultivation, and it's likely that he had destroyed the thinking skandha without knowing it. He didn't understand, so he decided that he no longer had dreams because he was old. Once the thinking skandha is destroyed, dreams are gone. So he stays the same whether in wakefulness or in sleep. If you have read classical Chinese literature, you may know a story called The Warlord Defeated Duan at Yan, which relates how a warlord named Cheng married a girl named Jiang. She gave birth to Lord Chuang and Kung Shu Duan. Lord Chuang was called born upon waking because his mother was asleep when she started to give birth to him, and when she woke up, he was born. So that cultivator, the state of wakefulness is the same as the state of sleep. In other words, when he is asleep, it's as if he were awake. He can be like that because he is not upside down and thus has no dream thinking. When you have broken through the thinking skandha, you can live upside down. In our study of the Buddha Dharma, the five skandhas discussed in the Shurangama Sutra are extremely important. Furthermore, you should know how to untie these knots. If you do not understand these knots, then you will never be able to untie them and become free. If you can untie them, you will obtain freedom. His mind is aware, clear, empty, and still. At this point, he may be sleeping or awake, but for him, the two states are the same. What kind of state is this? The person actually sleeps very little. He's a light sleeper. He can replenish his energy just by closing his eyes for a while, unlike some people who sleep from dawn to dusk and from dusk to dawn. The reason they never seem to get enough sleep is because they have not broken through the thinking skandha. They tend to doze off a lot. When he breaks through the thinking skandha, he becomes alert and clear-minded. Waking and sleeping become the same for him. There is no difference. If you talk while he is asleep, he will hear you. That's a subtle and wonderful state. Don't think you can scold him while he is asleep, for he knows what you're saying. He just doesn't let you know that he knows. What a wonderful state that is! Some beings in the heavens neither eat nor sleep, and are always alert and wide awake. His mind is aware, clear, empty, and still, like a cloudless sky. There's a Chinese saying, no clouds for 10,000 miles, just 10,000 miles of sky. In the clear sky, the bright sun shines for thousands of miles around. In that state, the cultivator's mind is devoid of any coarse sense impressions. All the shadows of coarse sense data that characterized his former state are gone. He contemplates everything in the world, the mountains, the rivers, and the earth, as reflections in a mirror, appearing without attachment and vanishing without any trace. His perception of the world and everything in it is like a bright mirror which reflects things and is empty when the things are gone. They leave no traces. No matter what state comes along, the cultivator does not become attached to it. When the situation passes, nothing remains. When it's gone, it's simply gone. It is said the mind of the past cannot be grasped. The mind of the present cannot be grasped, and the mind of the future cannot be grasped. The three minds cannot be obtained. That's why there is no attachment when they come, and no trace left when they go. They are simply received and reflected. He does away with all his old habits. He empties himself of all old habits, stinking habits, evil habits, and bad habits. Take a look at the bad habits people have. Some people like to say really foul things. That's a stinky habit. Some people say mean things. That's an evil habit. Some people are generally arrogant and haughty. We have so many bad habits, but that cultivator has gotten rid of all those habits, and only the essential truth remains. The only thing left is a thought of essential truth, which is the eighth consciousness. At this point, the first six consciousnesses and the seventh consciousness are all gone. Now only the eighth consciousness remains, and it must be transformed into the great perfect mirror wisdom of the Buddha. He has now reached this stage, but has not yet transformed it. That's what is meant by only the essential truth remains. Sutra. From this point on, as the origin of production and destruction is exposed, he will completely see all the 12 categories of living beings in the 10 directions. Although he has not fathomed the source of their individual lives, he will see that they share a common basis of life, which appears in a mirage, shimmering and fluctuating, and is the ultimate pivotal point of the illusory sense faculties and sense objects. This is the region of the formation skandha. Commentary. From this point on, as the origin of production and destruction is exposed, this refers to the origin of birth and death, which lies in the subtle movements of the seventh and sixth consciousnesses. At this point, the thinking skandha has been destroyed and the cultivator has reached the formation skandha. Therefore, as the origin is revealed, he will completely see all the 12 categories of living beings in the 10 directions. He exhaustively understands each of the 12 categories, which include beings born from eggs up to beings not completely without thought. Although he has not fathomed the source of their individual lives, he will see that they share a common basis of life, which appears as a mirage, shimmering and fluctuating. He does not completely understand how each individual came into being, but he does perceive the origin of all 12 categories of beings. This origin appears to him like a mirage. Sometimes in the spring, you may see what seems to be a body of water in the distance, but when you reach the spot, there is no water. Chuang Tzu called this marriage a white horse, a poetic reference to the cloud of dust stirred up by a galloping horse. In the Shurangama Sutra, is literally called solar flames. It refers to the vapor that rises from the earth in the springtime, forming a marriage. It said that wherever these marriages appear, the geomantic properties are pretty good. Thus, whether the Buddhist sutras read solar flames or white horse, the reference is to marriages. Shimmering means that there's a bit of light but it's not clear. Fluctuating means that the state of disturbance is not very great and is the ultimate pivotal point in the illusory sense faculties and sense objects. The six sense faculties are the eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind. These are all illusory, not real. In Chinese, pivotal point is expressed by characters for the pivot on which a Chinese door hangs and the place where the pivot is anchored so that the door can be opened and closed. Nowadays, we used to make metal hinges, but in ancient China, the doors were hung on pivots that were anchored in holes. Sutra. Once the basic nature of this shimmering fluctuation returns to its original clarity, his habits will cease, like waves subsiding to become clear, calm water. This is the end of the formation skandha. This person will then be able to transcend the turbidity of living beings. Contemplating the cause of the formation skandha, one sees that subtle and hidden false thoughts are its source. Commentary. Once the basic nature of this shimmering fluctuation returns to its original clarity, his habits will cease, like waves subsiding to become clear, calm water. The nature of this small amount of light is such that after a long while it will revert to its original stillness and clarity. Once it settles and becomes clear, the original pure nature appears. When that happens, those kinds of habits will disappear like subsiding waves. The thinking skandha is like a rapidly flowing torrent. The comparison was made earlier in the sutra. Now, the analogy is to waves as in a swift current or a torrent. When the waves subside, the water clears and settles. This is the end of the formation skandha. The thinking skandha is like a gushing torrent. whereas the formation skandha is like a repose on the water. When only the consciousness skandha remains, there are no more waves in the clear, settled water. This is called the end of the formation skandha. This person will then be able to transcend the state of the turbidity of living beings. Contemplating the cause of the formation skandha, one sees that subtle and hidden false thoughts are its source. When you reach this point, you still have false thinking, but it is not so apparent. It is hidden and obscured, not easy to detect at all. These extremely subtle false thoughts are the source of the formation skandha. Sutra Ananda, you should know that when the good person has obtained proper knowledge in his practice of shamatha, his mind is unmoving, clear, and proper, and it cannot be disturbed by the 10 kinds of demons from the heavens. He is now able to intently and thoroughly investigate the origin of all categories of beings. As the origin of each category becomes apparent, he can contemplate the source of the subtle, fleeting, and pervasive fluctuation. But if he begins to speculate on that pervasive source, he could fall into error with two theories of the absence of cause. Commentary Ananda, you should know that when the good person has obtained proper knowledge in his practice of the still reflection of shamatha or concentration, his mind is unmoving, clear, and proper. Within samadhi, his mind becomes bright and concentrated, and it cannot be disturbed by the 10 kinds of demons from the heavens. They can't disturb the cultivator. He is now able to have the chance to intently and thoroughly investigate samadhi and fathom the origin of all 12 categories of beings. As the origin of each category becomes apparent, as he exposes the source of each category, he can contemplate the source of the subtle, fleeting, and pervasive fluctuation. He contemplates his elusive state, which is difficult to detect. The pervasive fluctuation is a subtle movement that occurs within the seventh consciousness. But if he suddenly initiates a chance to begin to speculate about that pervasive source, the perfect inherent nature, he could fall into error with two theories of the absence of cause. Sutra. First, perhaps this person is no cause of the origin of life. Why? Since he has completely destroyed the mechanism of production, he can, by means of the 800 merits of the eye organ, see all beings in the swirling flow of karma during 80,000 eons, dying in one place and being reborn in another as they undergo transmigration. But he cannot see beyond the 80,000 eons. Commentary. The first of the two theories of the non-existence of cause is that this person is no cause for the origin of life. He says that of the source of it all, there is no cause which makes a person a person. Why? He has completely destroyed the mechanism of production, that is, he has cut off the thinking skandha. Formation skandha is like ripples on the water. As he has broken through the thinking soda, he has destroyed the mechanism of production. The mechanism that produces the false thoughts have been destroyed, and he does no more false thinking. Why did the text say earlier that a person who has no more dreams after he breaks through the thinking skandha It's because he has destroyed the mechanism that creates false thinking. He can, by means of the 800 merits of the eye organ, see all beings in the swirling flow of karma during 80,000 years. Although each sentence has organ has a potential of 1200 merits, the eye organ does not function in total capacity and has only 800 merits. Once he breaks through the thinking skandha, he can see the events that occur within 80,000 years. He sees beings dying in one place and being reborn in another as they undergo transmigration. The flow of karma created by living beings in this world can be likened to a torrent to the sea. He can see beings swirling in that flow over a period of 80,000 great years, dying in one place and being reborn in another, lamb after lamb. But he cannot see any of the events that occur beyond 80,000 years. Sutra, therefore, he concludes that for the last 80,000 years, living beings in the 10 directions of this and over worlds over the world have come to being without any cause. Commentary. Therefore, since he cannot see the events that occurred more than 80,000 great years ago, he concludes that for the last 80,000 years, living beings in the 10 directions of this and other worlds have come into being without any cause. They just come into being by themselves without any cause or conditions. They are born spontaneously. Sutra, because of this spectacular, he will lose proper and pervasive knowledge, fall into externalism, and become confused by the body nature. Commentary. Because of this speculation, this conjecture that goes off track, he will lose proper and pervasive knowledge, fall into external, join an external, fall into externalism, join an external sect, and become confused by the body nature, the nature of the body mind. Sutra. Second, perhaps this person sees no cause for the end of life, and why? Since he perceives the origin of life, he believes that people are always born as people and birds are always born as birds, that crowds have always been black and swans have always been white, that humans and gods have always stood upright and animals have always walked on four legs. That whiteness does not come from being washed and blackwashed, does not come from being dyed, and that there have never been nor will there be any changes for 80,000 years. Commentary. What is the second view? Perhaps this person sees no cause for the end of life. The first is that he sees no cause for the beginning of things, and here he sees no cause for the end. Why? Since he perceives the origin of life, the beginning of all living beings, he believes that people are always born as people and birds are always born as birds. Believing that he has attained from wisdom, he thinks he knows. What does he think he knows? He says, people are people in life after life, and birds are birds in life after life. Crows have always their black. They are black to begin with. They don't have to be dyed that color. And swans have always been white. They are white from birth. Humans and gods have always stood upright. Humans and celestial beings all walk erect, and animals have always walked on four legs. Animals walk horizontal with their forelegs on the ground. This is all fixed. Their whiteness does not come from being washed, and their blackness does not come from being dyed. For example, crows are black, but they weren't dyed black. No, also swans did not have to be washed to become white, and there have never been, nor will there be any change for 80,000 ants. January 1983. Disciple, since the person is able to see events that happened within 20,000, 40,000, and even 80,000 great ants, why is he unable to see people being reborn in other paths as they undergo transmigration? Venerable Master, that's an interesting question. You must realize that although the text says he can see for 20,000 great ants, he is actually under the influence of a false state. One thought is equivalent to limited ants, and limitless ants are just one thought. He feels it is 20,000 ants, but it may not really be that long. He is still caught up in a false state, controlled by false thinking. He experiences a total real state in which he gives pigs being pigs and cows being cows for 20,000 years. Although he feels that is that way, his perception is not correct. If it were really 20,000 years, then of course pigs would undergo transmigration and would not remain as pigs during all that time. The fact that he claims that they do shows that he's totally fake. Although he has that he can see for 20,000 great ants, it's not necessarily such a long time. That's only his own feeling. For instance, Mr. Wu from Taiwan said, "Oh, I feel that I was together with so-and-so for the 6th Patriarch's Dharma Assembly during the Tang Dynasty." That's caused being the kind of state we are discussing. The very fact that the house is to be the cause indicates that it is not true. If it were true, there would be some evidence, and he shouldn't go around advertising himself. But if it is said to be true, how could he bear to leave so soon after being reunited with that person? He has really put everything down. Why is he go back to Taiwan to attend to their business? He made that claim just to confuse people. Those people unable to distinguish right from wrong exclaim, "Incredible! He must be psychic. He knows that he was with person black in the Tang Dynasty." So what? If you know that, but you don't cultivate, you'll still fall and become a ghost. Therefore, you have to perceive things clearly. It takes genuine wisdom to know why a person speaks a certain way. Mr. and Mr. Wu saw that so-and-so was quite influential at the city of 10,000 Buddhas and at Gold Mountain Monastery, and he thought it would be very, very dangerous to claim that he was associated with that person. That person silently acknowledged the claim, which was equivalent to saying, "Right, he and I really did study the Dharma together in the assembly of the Great Master, the 6th Patriarch." Notice how that elevates his own status. It is just like when Another person came to the city of 10,000 Buddhas and talked about how we all supported him. These cases are very similar, but they used different methods to deceive people. Pay close attention to this. As I said before, the false paves the way for the true. First, there's a false which makes people all muddled and confused. Later, some people who seek the truth set off in quest of the proper Dharma. When people reach a dead end, they begin to pursue a proper Dharma. Therefore, that which is contrary is the movement of the way. That which is weak is the function of the way. Purity is the source of the turbidity. Movement is the foundation of stillness. The way contains opposites. When we study the Buddha Dharma, we must have genuine Dharma-selecting vision so that we can distinguish true Dharmas, false Dharmas, black Dharmas, white Dharmas, proper Dharmas, and heaven Dharmas. If you can recognize them, you'll be all right. If you are so muddled that you don't recognize what's true and what's false, if you jump to conclusions without analyzing things carefully, then you're in for trouble. For that reason, we should constantly investigate. The Shurangama Sutra, the couplet on the main entrance to our way place, says, the Avadhamsaka Dharma Assembly and the Shurangama platform. Since we are in the Shurangama platform, we are now investigating the fifth skanda demons, and afterwards we will study the perfect penetrations of the 25 sages. Then we can investigate the 4 clear and answerable instructions on purity. In this way, we will investigate the Shurangama Sutra passage by passage, section by section, until we study it clearly. Nowadays, the followers of demons, goblins, ghosts, and freaks claim that the Shurangama Sutra is false. Hearing them, people lose their faith and say, oh, the Shurangama Sutra is false. No matter what you say is false. We should believe in reason. If a person's words make sense, we should believe them. If they don't make sense, if they do not accord with the proper Dharma and the precepts, then even if what they say is true, we should regard it as false. How can we distinguish the true from the false, the black from the white? Don't be so muddled that you take wrong knowledge and views as correct, and proper knowledge and views as incorrect. To do that would be to seriously invert right and wrong. You would lose your vision and become blind, because you wouldn't be able to tell black from white. People who hold to wrong knowledge and views undergo the retribution of having no eyes, because they have blinded eyes and led others astray. Pay close attention to this. The law of cause and effect is very serious. It is not offered by a bit from Sutra. He says, as I now examine to the end of this life, I find the same holds true. In fact, I have never seen Bodhi, so how can there be such a thing as the attainment of Bodhi? You should now realize that there is no cause for the existence of any phenomena. Commentary. This person is able to see the events that occur within 80,000 great aeons. So he says, as I now examine to the end of this life, the life of this physical body, I find the same holds true. Just like the living beings that he perceives within 80,000 great aeons, his body also has no source from which it comes. He says, in fact, I have never seen Bodhi. I have yet to see what Bodhi looks like. So, how can there be such a thing as the attainment of Bodhi? I've looked throughout the 80,000 great ends and haven't even caught a glimpse of Bodhi. So why should I believe that it is possible to attain Bodhi? You should now realize that there is no cause for the existence of any phenomena. For no reason whatsoever they come into being. Actually, he can only see within the range of 80,000 great ends, and he has no idea of what occurs beyond that period of time. When the Buddha was in the world, an old man came to the monastery wishing to live the home life. The Buddha was away on the road and not at the monastery. The arhats there all took a look at the old man, who was probably over 80 years old, with wrinkled skin, white hair, and an unsteady gait. Whenever a person requested to live the home life, their hearts would look into his past causes and future effects. Now, they contemplated the old man's causes and found that in the past 80,000 years, he did not plant a single good root. He had not done any good deeds. The great Arhats said, "Since you didn't plant any good roots, you cannot live the home life. You shouldn't think living home is so easy. To live home, you have to plant good roots for Bodhi in life after life." So the Arhats told the old man, "Although you wish to live the home life now, since you don't have any good roots, we can't allow you to live home. You'd better go." When the old man heard that, he began to cry. He began to weep as he thought about his unlucky fate. At such an advanced age, he had wished to live the home life and had been rejected by the Buddha's disciples. As he walked along crying, he thought, "I might as well commit suicide. I could hang myself or throw myself into the river. I don't want to live anymore." However, his one thought of sincerity evoked a response. The Buddha came back and asked, "What are you crying for?" He said, "I wanted to live the home life, but the Buddha wasn't at the monastery and the Buddha's disciples wouldn't allow me to leave home. They said that I hadn't planted any good roots or done any good deeds in the last 80,000 great ends. That's why I think I'd be better off dead. There's no point in living." The Buddha said, "Don't cry anymore. I will help you. I will let you live the home life. Come with me to the monastery." Thus the old man returned to the monastery and left the home life under the Buddha. All of the Buddha's disciples were perplexed. Strange, the Buddha accepts only those who have good roots. Why did the Buddha accept that old man who didn't have any good roots? The disciples wondered. The Buddha told them, "You arhats can only see the events that occur within 80,000 great ends. You didn't know what goes on beyond this period. More than 80,000 great ends ago, this old man was a woodcutter in the mountains. One day he saw a tiger and climbed up a tree to save himself. The tiger started gnawing the tree, intending to devour the man. When it had just about chewed through the tree, the man got so nervous that he cried out, 'Namo Buddha.' The tiger immediately left. When it had gone far away, the man climbed down from the tree and went home and saved from being eaten by the tiger. His one recitation of Namo Buddha planted the seed for a good root more than 80,000 years ago. It is now time for that seed to sprout and bear fruit. That's why he is now able to live the home life." The Buddha's explanation resolved his disciples' doubts. The cultivator of samadhi says there is no cause for the existence of anything because he is unaware of the events occurring beyond the period of 80,000 great ends. Sutra. Because of this speculation, he will lose proper and pervasive knowledge, fall into externalism, and become confused about the Buddha nature. Commentary. Because of this speculation, he will lose proper and pervasive knowledge and views, fall into externalism, and become confused about the Buddha nature. He will not understand the Buddha nature. Sutra. This is the first external teaching which postulates the absence of cause. Commentary. It maintains that there is no original cause for anything. Sutra. Ananda. In his practice of samadhi, the good person's mind is unmoving, clear, and proper, and can no longer be disturbed by demons. He can thoroughly investigate the origin of all categories of beings and contemplate the source of the subtle, fleeting, and constant fluctuation. But if he begins to speculate on its pervasive constancy, he could fall into error with 4 theories of pervasive permanence. Commentary. Ananda. In his practice of samadhi, the good person's mind is unmoving, clear, and proper. His proper mind has the wisdom that develops from samadhi, and it can no longer be disturbed by demons. By now, the demon kings can no longer use their tricks to disturb his samadhi. But sometimes transformations happen in his own formation skandha, causing him to have wrong ideas. These are known as demons of one's own mind. He can thoroughly investigate the origin of all categories of beings and contemplate the source of the subtle, fleeting, and constant fluctuation. He examines the ephemeral and elusive origin of all beings and finds a subtle movement, a constant vibration. But if he begins to speculate on its pervasive constancy, that subtle fluctuation, he could fall into error with 4 theories of pervasive permanence. This person could give rise to wrong speculations and be ensnared in the views of pervasive permanence. What are the 4 theories? Sutra. First, as this person thoroughly investigates the mind and its states, he may conclude that both are causeless. Through his contemplation, he knows that in 20,000 ends, as beings in the generations undergo these rounds of birth and death, they are never annihilated. Therefore, he speculates that the mind and its states are permanent. Commentary. First, as this person thoroughly investigates the nature of the mind and its states, he may come up with a wrong view and conclude that both are causeless. There is no source from which they spring. Through his contemplation, he knows that in 20,000 ends, as beings in the 10 generations undergo endless rounds of birth and death, they are never annihilated. Through the cultivation of samadhi, he becomes aware of the production and destruction of all living beings within 20,000 ends. He sees them going through the endless cycle, being born and dying over and over, yet they are never annihilated. Therefore, he speculates that the mind and its states are permanent and will never change. Sutra. Second, as this person thoroughly investigates the source of the 4 elements, he may conclude that they are permanent in nature. Through his cultivation, he knows that in 40,000 ends, as living beings in the 10 directions undergo birth and death, Their substances exist permanently and are never annihilated. Therefore, he speculates that this situation is permanent. Commentary. What is the second theory? As this person thoroughly investigates the source of the four elements earth, water, fire, and air, he may conclude that they are permanent in nature. They claim the natures of earth, water, fire, and air are permanent and indestructible. Actually, earth, water, fire, and air are created from the false thoughts of living beings and have no substance at all. Without any substance, how can they be permanent? That is a misconception. Through his cultivation, he knows that in 40,000 ants as living beings in the 10 directions undergo births and deaths. Their substances exist permanently and are never annihilated. Therefore, he speculates that this situation is permanent. He says that the nature of their births and deaths is permanent and unchanging. It has never been interrupted. That is the second theory. Sutra. Third, as this person thoroughly investigates the sixth sense faculty, the manas, and the consciousness that grasps and receives, he concludes that the origin of mind, intellect, and consciousness is permanent. Through his cultivation, he knows that in 80,000 ants, as all living beings in the 10 directions revolve in transmigration, this origin is never destroyed and exists permanently. Investigate this destroyed origin. He speculates that it is permanent. Commentary. Third, as this person thoroughly investigates the sixth sense faculty, the sixth mind consciousness, the manas consciousness, which was previously called the defined consciousness, and the consciousness that grasps and receives, he concludes that the origin of mind, intellect, and consciousness of the sixth, seventh consciousnesses is fundamental, permanent. Through his cultivation of the skill of directing the hearing inward to listen to the inherent nature, he knows that in 80,000 ants, as all living beings in the 10 directions revolve in the transmigration, undergo repeated births and deaths. This origin is never destroyed and exists permanently and without change. Investigating this undestroyed origin, he speculates that it is permanent and not subject to change. Sutra. Fourth, since this person has entered the source of thoughts, there is no more reason for them to arise. In the state of flowing, halting, and turning, the thinking mind, which was the cause of production and distinction, has now ceased forever, and so he naturally thinks that this is a state of non-production and non-destruction. As a result of such reasoning, he speculates that this state is permanent. Commentary. Fourth, since the person has entered the source of thoughts, there is no more reason for them to arise. Once he breaks through the thinking skandha, the cause for false thoughts, so arise is gone. He has samadhi power over the thoughts of his mind. With the unmoving, dear, and proper mind, he has no opportunity to attain false thoughts. In the state of flowing, halting, and turning of the formations skandha, the thinking mind, which was the cause of production and destruction, has now ceased forever. He no longer has false thoughts, and so he naturally thinks that this is a state of non-production and non-destruction. As a result of such reasoning, he speculates that this state is permanent and unchanging. Sutra. Because of these speculations of permanence, he will lose proper and pervasive knowledge, fall into externalism, and become confused about the Buddha nature. This is the second external teaching which postulates pervasive permanence. Commentary. Because of these speculations, these four theories of pervasive permanence, he will lose the wisdom of proper and pervasive knowledge, fall into externalism, and become confused about the body nature. Once he starts following external teachings, he will not be able to understand the body nature. This is the second external teaching which postulates pervasive permanence. Sutra. Further, in his practice of samadhi, the good person's mind is firm, unmoving, and proper, and can no longer be disturbed by demons. He can thoroughly investigate the origin of all categories of beings and contemplate the source of the subtle, fleeting, and constant fluctuation. But if he begins to speculate about self and others, he could fall into error with theories of partial impermanence and partial permanence based on four distorted views. Commentary. Further, in his practice of samadhi, the good person's mind is firm, unmoving, and proper, and can no longer be disturbed by demons. When this good person cultivates and attains solid samadhi, his mind becomes proper, so external demons have no chance to obstruct him. However, demons may arise within his own mind. He can thoroughly investigate the origin of all 12 categories of beings and contemplate the source of the subtle, fleeting, and constant fluctuation that appears in the formation skandha at this stage in his cultivation. But if he begins to speculate about self and others, he could fall into error with theories of partial impermanence and partial permanence based on four distorted views. Indulging in false thoughts about self and others, he creates demons in his own mind and comes up with four distorted views. He says that things are both permanent and impermanent, both produced and destroyed, both moving and still, both defiant and pure, and both alive and dead. He defends both sides of the issue and refuses to make a decision. He says, this way is right and that way is also right. He says things are impermanent, but he also says things are permanent. That's upside down. His lack of resolution confuses people. Sutra. First, as this person contemplates the wonderfully bright mind pervading the 10 directions, he concludes that this state of profound stillness is the ultimate spiritual self. Then he speculates, my spiritual self, which is settled, bright, and unmoving, pervades the 10 directions. All living beings are within my mind, and there they are born and die by themselves. Therefore, my mind is permanent, while those who undergo birth and death, they are truly impermanent. Commentary. What does he say in his first theory? First, as this person who cultivates the way contemplates the wonderfully bright mind, fully pervading the 10 directions, he concludes that this state of profound stillness and purity is the ultimate spiritual self. Then he speculates, my spiritual self, which is settled, bright, and unmoving, pervades the 10 directions. My mind is in a state of unmoving suchness, replete with samadhi power and wisdom that are perfectly bright and unmoving. He says, since my mind pervades the 10 directions, all living beings are contained within my mind, and there they are born and die by themselves over and over. Therefore, my mind is permanent and not subject to birth and death, while those who undergo birth and death, they are truly impermanent. The living beings in my mind are continually undergoing birth and death, therefore they must be impermanent in nature. My mind pervades the 10 directions, permanent and unchanging, but the beings within it undergoing birth and death are impermanent. Sutra. Second, instead of contemplating his own mind, this person contemplates in the 10 directions wands as many as the Ganges sands. He regards as ultimately impermanent those wands that are in ends of decay, and as ultimately permanent those that are not in ends of decay. Commentary. Second, instead of contemplating his own mind, this person contemplates in the 10 directions wands as many as the Ganges sands. He does not look within his mind as above when he saw his own mind pervading the 10 directions. Rather, he looks outside at the wands in the 10 directions as numerous as the Ganges sands. He regards as ultimately impermanent those wands that are in ends of decay, and as ultimately permanent those that are not in ends of decay. He sees a certain wand that has reached the end of decay in the cycle of becoming, dwelling, decay, and emptiness, and he claims that it is ultimately impermanent in nature. Seeing another wand that is not in the end of decay, he says that it is ultimately permanent. So they are both impermanence and permanence. Sutra. Third, this person closely examines his own mind and finds it to be subtle and mysterious, like a fine mote of dust swirling in the 10 directions, unchanging in nature, and yet it can cause his body to be born and then to die. He regards that indestructible nature as his permanent intrinsic nature, and that which undergoes birth and death and flows forth from him as impermanent. Commentary. In the third distorted theory, this person closely examines his own mind and finds it to be subtle and mysterious. He scrutinizes his own mind in its most subtle and mysterious aspects. These aspects, which are so exclusive that they can hardly be perceived, characterize the formation skandha. These states are like tiny ripples on water, or like fine motes of dust swirling in the 10 directions. The continuous flowing movement is unchanging in nature, and yet it can cause his body to be born and then to die. It causes his body to undergo repeated births and deaths. He regards that indestructible nature of the flowing movement as his permanent, intrinsic nature. He says, "This is the permanence of my own nature, and that which undergoes birth and death that flows forth from him as impermanent." He says, "All the beings that are born and die over and over, flowing forth from his permanent nature of mind, flowing forth from this permanent nature of mind, are themselves impermanent in nature." Sutra. Fourth, knowing that the skandha of thinking has ended and seeing the flowing of the skandha of formations, this person speculates that the continuous flow of the skandha of formations is permanent, and that the skandhas of form, feeling, and thinking, which have already ended, are impermanent. Commentary. Fourth, knowing that the skandha of thinking has ended and seeing the subtle flowing like a ripples of the skandha of formations as he cultivates, this person speculates that the continuous flow of the skandha of formation is permanent. Seeing no change in it, he concludes, all it must be permanent in nature, and that these skandhas of form, feeling, and thinking which have already ended, they are impermanent. Since they are gone, he thinks that they must be impermanent. Sutra. Because of these speculations of impermanence and permanence, he will fall into externalism and become confused about the Buddha nature. This is the third external teaching which postulates the partial permanence. Commentary. Because of these four wrong theories based on his speculations of impermanence and permanence, he will lose proper and pervasive knowledge, fall into externalism. He becomes confused about the Buddha nature. He says, this part is permanent and that part is impermanent. Because he has these inverted theories and doesn't even understand their implications himself, he adopts the ideas of external teachings and becomes confused about the actual nature of Buddha. This is the third external teaching which postulates partial permanence. This third inverted theory, advocated by external sects, maintains that things are partially permanent and partially impermanent. Sutra. Further, in his practice of samadhi, the good person's mind is firm, unmoving, and proper and can no longer be disturbed by demons. He can thoroughly investigate the origin of all categories of beings and contemplate the source of the subtle, fleeting, and constant fluctuation. But if he begins to speculate about the making of certain distance, he could fall into error with four theories of finiteness. Commentary. Further, in his practice of samadhi, the good person's mind is firm, unmoving, and proper and can no longer be disturbed by demons. This refers to any good person who cultivates the samadhi of directing the hearing inward to listen to his own nature, thus attaining perfect penetration of the ear organ. When he has broken through the three skandhas of form, feeling, and thinking, he has solid samadhi and his mind is proper. Thus, the demons of the heavens and those of external sects cannot affect him anyway. Then the two skandhas of form and feeling still existed. The demons from the heavens will be able to disturb his mind directly. When he reached the thinking skandha, the demon could no longer do so. They had to possess another person in order to disrupt his samadhi. Now, at the stage of the formation skandha, the demons cannot disturb his samadhi even if they possess another person. That's why what I meant by a firm, unmoving, and proper mind, the demons can get at him. He can thoroughly investigate the origin of all 12 categories of beings and contemplate the source of the subtle, fleeting, and constant fluctuation. He contemplates this most concealed ephemeral nature of living beings within the subtle movement of the formation skandha. But if he begins to speculate about the making of certain distinctions, he ponders and reflects and makes four kinds of distinctions, which will be discussed below. He could then fall into error with four theories of finiteness. Once he gets to thinking, he comes up with four theories of fitness, which belongs to external teachings. Sutra. First, this person speculates that the origin of life flows and functions ceaselessly. He judges that the past and the future are finite, and that the continuity of the mind is infinite. Commentary. The first of the four distinctions regards the three periods of time, the past, the present, and the future. It said you may search for the mind in the three periods of time, but the mind is not there. The mind of the past cannot be obtained, the mind of the present cannot be obtained, and the mind of the future cannot be obtained. Why not? Let's consider the past. What is the past? The past has already gone by, so the mind of the past cannot be obtained. As the present, it never stops. Right now, you say this is the present, but it has already become the past. If you then say this is the present, it too has passed. The present never stays fixed. So, where is your present mind? What about the future mind? The future has not come yet. Since it hasn't arrived, it doesn't exist. Therefore, it doesn't exist either. Therefore, you may search for the mind in the three periods of time, but it is not there. Where there is no mind, phase conditions do not exist. Since even the mind is gone, where could there be any false thoughts? If you can understand this principle, you will find that there actually aren't any. If the treasury of the Tathagata, in the treasury of the Tathagata, there's nothing at all. This cultivator, however, has developed an attachment. What is he attached to? The ideas of finite and infinite. He says things are either finite or infinite, setting up so-called theories of what is finite and infinite. First, this person speculates that the origin of life flows and functions ceaselessly in the state of the formation skandha. He conjectures that the origin of the 12 categories of living beings flows and functions without interruption. This ceaseless flowing and functioning is a manifestation of the formation skandha. At that time, he judges that the past and the future are finite. He says that the past and the future are both bounded, but that's nonsense. How could the past and the future be finite? Based on his false speculations and attachments, he says that they are finite, but in fact they are infinite. In the course of cultivation, his mind has become muddled and he has no wisdom. Having broken through the thinking skandha, he gets confused and strays off the proper path in the formation skandha. That's why he makes conjectures of the infinite and the finite. And he reckons that the continuity of the mind is infinite. He says, this present mind becomes without interruption in the present. It has no limit or boundary and is infinite. Sutra. Second, as this person contemplates an interval of 80,000 ends, he can see living beings, but earlier than 80,000 ends is a time of stillness in which he cannot hear or see anything. He regards as infinite that time in which nothing is heard or seen, and as finite that interval in which living beings are seen to exist. Commentary. What is the second distinction? It is the distinction of what we can see and hear, and what we cannot see and hear. He takes what he can see and hear as one side, and he cannot see and hear as the other side. So he falls into duality again. Neither side is the middle way. Second, as this person contemplates an interval of 80,000 ends, he can see living beings. When he sits in meditation, his samadhi allows him to contemplate an interval as long as 80,000 great hands, and he can perceive all the 12 categories of beings within that time. But earlier than 80,000 years is a time of stillness in which he cannot hear or see anything. He can see with extreme clarity the events within the interval of 80,000 years. He can see beings undergoing endless rounds of birth and death, but he cannot see or wear what is happening outside of that interval. He regards as infinite and unbounded that time in which nothing is heard or seen, and as finite and bounded that interval in which living beings are seen to exist. He falls into duality again, becoming attached to existence and non-existence. Attaching to non-existence means clinging to emptiness. Attaching to existence means clinging to forms. Neither accords with the middle way. Theory, the Buddha criticizes such a person for following an external sect. Sutra. Third, this person speculates that his own pervasive knowledge is infinite and that all other people appear within his awareness. And yet, since he himself has never perceived the nature of their awareness, they say they have not obtained any infinite mind, but have only a finite one. Commentary. Third, this person speculates that his own pervasive knowledge is infinite. The third distinction is the distinction between self and others. Others refers to living beings, and self refers to the cultivate himself. He makes yet another false speculation and becomes attached to it. He says, I feel that I possess the wisdom of pervasive knowledge. What is meant by pervasive knowledge? Pervasive knowledge means there is nothing that is not known. Therefore, it has the quality of being infinite. And he says that all other people, all living beings appear within his awareness. They are all contained within wisdom. And yet, since he himself has never perceived the nature of their awareness, he says that they have not obtained an infinite mind, but have only a finite one. Living beings have not obtained a boundless mind, but he himself has, because he does not know the nature of their knowledge. He says that they have not obtained a boundless mind and do. Sutra. Fourth, this person thoroughly investigates the formation skandha to the point that it becomes empty. Based on what he sees in his mind, he speculates that each and every living being in its given body is half living and half dead. From this, he concludes that everything in the world is half finite and half infinite. Commentary. Fourth, this person thoroughly investigates the formation skandha to the point that it becomes empty. What is the fourth distinction? It is that of the living and the dead. He examines the formation skandha to the utmost extent until it becomes empty, based on what he sees and understands from his investigations. In his mind, he speculates that each and every living being in its given body is half living and half dead. This is another false speculation and false attachment. He sees any given living being's body as half living and half dead. Since living beings are like that, he draws conclusions about the whole world. From this, he concludes that everything in the world is half finite and half infinite. Life is on the side of the finite, and death is on the side of the infinite. That is a conjecture. The more he runs, the further away he gets, the further away he gets. Sutra. Because of these speculations about the finite and the infinite, he will fall into externalism and become confused about the body nature. This is a fourth external teaching which postulates finiteness. Commentary. Because of these false speculations about the finite and the infinite, what does he conjecture? If it's not finite, then it's infinite. If it's not infinite, then it's finite. He keeps going back and forth like this and generally does not stay on the middle way. He either goes too far or does not go far enough. Either he runs far away or he doesn't even take a single step. Therefore, he will lose proper and pervasive knowledge and fall into externalism. External teachings either go too far or else they don't go far enough. Neither going too far nor coming up short is the middle way. We should cultivate the middle way. The Buddha spoke of the ultimate truth of the middle way as neither falling into emptiness nor falling into existence. If you lean to the side of emptiness or the side of existence, then you fall into duality. It's called an external teaching because there are two sides, and he will become confused about the true Buddhi nature. He does not recognize Buddhi. This is the fourth external teaching, which postulates finiteness. Sutra. Further, in his practice of samadhi, the good person's mind is firm, unmoving, and proper, and can no longer be disturbed by demons. He can thoroughly investigate the origin of all categories of beings and contemplate the source of the subtle, fleeting, and constant fluctuation. But if he begins to speculate on what he knows and sees, he could fall into error with four distorted, false theories, which are total speculation based on the sophistry of immortality. Commentary. Further, in his practice of samadhi, the good person's mind is firm, unmoving, and proper, and can no longer be disturbed by demons. This refers to all good pupils who are cultivating and abiding in samadhi. This samadhi is cultivated by many pupils, not just one. Since the cultivator has a steady mind in which samadhi and wisdom are equally balanced, there is no opening for the demons to get at him. But although external demons cannot bother him, internal demons arise. Internal demons are the demons created from transformations in his own mind. He can thoroughly investigate the origin of all categories of beings and contemplate the source of the subtle, fleeting, and constant fluctuation. He looks into the origin of the 12 categories of living beings, examining the primal purity of their nature. The constant fluctuation is a very subtle, attenuated motion that occurs in the formations skandha. But if he begins to speculate on what he knows and sees, before he has such thoughts, there is no problem. But as soon as those thoughts arise, there is trouble. As is said, opening the mouth is a mistake. Entertaining thought is wrong. As soon as you have a false thought, problems arrive. He could fall into error with four distorted, false theories, which are total speculation based on the sophistry of immortality. Total speculation refers to the nature that is total speculation and attachment, which I have discussed before. It is a kind of false attachment. He becomes attached to something that is not true. January 1983. Looking into the question of who is reciting the Buddha's name is called investigation. As I have said many times before, investigation means concentrating on one thing. With concentration, it is efficacious. With distraction, nothing is obtained. Concentration can be compared to drilling a hole with an awl or to using a diamond drill to drill steel. The drill penetrating to the other side represents enlightenment. Who is reciting the Buddha's name refers to reciting in one's mind. Investigating means searching, which is different from speculating. Searching means concentrating and looking in one place, searching for who. It means looking into a principle. Speculating, on the other hand, is not a single thought. Rather, it involves thinking about this and about that and making comparisons. Speculation means having a lot of false thoughts, while investigation consists of one false thought. One who is speculating thinks about several things and cannot make up his mind. He thinks about the heavens and wonders what kind of clothes God wears, what kind of hat he wears, how big his eyes are, how long his ears are, and how wide his nose is. He speculates on God's measurements, trying to measure God's size in inches and feet. But ultimately, is God really the way he speculates him to be? He's never seen God, so his measurements may not be right. He also thinks about the earth, speculating on the earth's gravitational pull, how big is the earth's center, how large is the earth's surface area, how many specks of dust are there on the earth. He estimates that the earth is composed of 100 million times 84,000 specks of dust amassed together. He's guessing and calculating on his own, but probably even a computer wouldn't be able to compute this figure. He tries to use himself as a computer to compute it, but he can't come up with the head or tail of an answer, so he thinks it's rather freaky. Therefore, investigating does not fall under the formation skandha. It is not under form, feeling, thinking, formations, or consciousness. Reciting means you recite in your mind, concentrating single-mindedly. For example, when you recite Namo Amitabha Buddha, there is only the phrase Namo Amitabha Buddha, and you have no other false thoughts. This is called fighting poison with poison. If you have lots of false thoughts, then the poison is too great and you will surely die. Sutra. First, this person contemplates the source of transformations, seeing the movement and flow, and he says that there is change. Seeing the continuity, he says that there is constancy. Where he can perceive something, he says there is production. Where he cannot perceive anything, he says there is destruction. He says that the unbroken continuity of causes is increasing, and that the opposites within the continuity are decreasing. He says that the arising of all things is existence, and that the perishing of all things is non-existence. The light of reason shows that his application of mind has led to inconsistent views. If someone comes to seek the Dharma asking about its meaning, he replies, I am both alive and dead, both existent and non-existent, both increasing and decreasing. He always speaks in a confusing way, causing that person to forget what he was going to say. Commentary. First, this person who is about to go down the path of confusion contemplates the source of transformations in his formation skandha. Seeing the movement and flow, he says there is change. He observes the flowing of the formation skandha and says it is undergoing changes. Seeing the continuity, he says there is constancy. Perceiving the formation skandha continuing on without cease, he calls it constancy. Constant means unchanging. Change implies impermanence, while lack of change implies permanence. Where he can perceive something, he says there is production. When he contemplates the formation skandha, some areas are visible to him. He sees the subtle movements and describes them as a production. Where he cannot perceive anything, he says there is destruction. He cannot detect the tiny movements of the formation skandha, so he says this is destruction. In other words, He can perceive the events within 80,000 great ants. So he says they have come into being. He cannot see the events beyond the 80,000 ants. So he says they have ceased to be. This is similar to the previous cases. He says that the unbroken continuity of causes is increasing. When the causes continue without interruption, he says there's an increase. That's another aspect of the formation skandha that he perceives, and that the pauses within the continuity are decreasing. Within the continuity, there are pauses, and he says there are a decrease. For example, when the 25 sages described their perfect penetrations, one of them talked about the pause between inhaling and exhaling. That is also a pause. He calls the pauses within the continuity decreasing, but you shouldn't follow his theories because he is making up his own terminology based on his perceptions, and they are fundamentally untrue. Don't look for rational principles in his theories. He just made them up, and they are totally irrational. That's why these are considered the views of external sects. There's no truth in them. He says that the arising of all things is existence. He watches things arise within the formation skandha, and he calls that existence, and that the perishing of all things is non-existence. He calls the place where everything passes away and nothing exists non-existent. These are the four distorted theories. The light of reason shows that his application of mind has led to inconsistent views. If you examine his theories in light of reason, you see that they are all wrong. He used his mind in the wrong way. This time, if someone comes to seek the Dharma, asking about its meaning, requesting instruction on the principles of Buddhism, he replies to the person, I am both alive and dead, both existent and non-existent, both increasing and decreasing. He always speaks in a confusing way. He very ably defends both sides of the issue. If he isn't talking about existence, then he's talking about non-existence. If he's not discussing emptiness, then he's discussing form. Because he speaks from both sides, he cannot find the middle way, causing that person who is seeking the Dharma to forget what he was going to say. Faced with the first person's nonsensical explanations, the questioner forgets all his questions and cannot recall what he came to seek instruction in. What kind of instruction would you call that? People come wanting to understand, but the cultivator confuses them until they lose all sense of what is right. They lose not only their train of thought, but also their original wisdom and clarity of mind. This person is confused, and he makes others confused too. Sutra. Second, this person attentively contemplates his mind and finds that everything is non-existent. He has a realization based on non-existence. When anyone comes to ask him questions, he replies with only one word. He only says no. Aside from saying no, he does not speak. Commentary. The person only knows about nothingness, so he talks in a crazy way. He denies the existence of everything. No matter what you ask him, he says no. That's the only word he says. Second, this person attentively contemplates and examines his mind and finds that everything is non-existent. Among the 12 categories of living beings, he feels that in the mind of the formation skandha, everything is gone. At the point where he sees nothing, he has a realization based on non-existence. He thinks that he has attained wisdom based on non-existence. Actually, he doesn't understand. He has gone too far overboard, and his views are completely irrational. He's enlightened. What did he enlighten to? The wood? No. So when anyone comes to ask him questions, he replies with only one word. People think he must be a seasoned cultivator because he keeps his eyes shut and nurtures his spirit, not saying a word all day long. He is nothing except a few bananas, thinking that he is a sage. They request the Dharma from him. When they do, he really knows how to put on an act by giving one-word replies. This tactic is called one-word churn. People call it that because they don't understand what he's talking about. No matter what you ask him, he only says no. How should I cultivate, you ask? No. Should I recite the Buddha's name? No. Do you think it would be a good idea to observe the moral rules and receive the precepts? No. His continual response of no bewilders you and you forget what you were going to say. You wonder, what does he mean by no? No what? You can't figure it out, but then it finally hits you. Oh, there really is nothing, is truly nothing. Aside from saying no, he does not speak. You may ask him one question, then 10 questions, 100, 1,000, 10,000 questions, or 10,000 questions, but he will always answer no. Then you think the Chen principles he's talking about must be too lofty, that's why we can't understand them. Sutra. Third, this person attentively contemplates his mind and finds that everything is existent. He has a realization based on existence. Anyone comes to ask him questions, he replies with only one word. He only says yes. Aside from saying yes, he does not speak. Commentary. In the third kind of false sophistry, this person attentively contemplates his mind and finds that everything is existent. He looks into his mind and sees that the 12 categories of living beings all undergo birth and death in this place of existence. He has a realization based on existence. Actually, he has not realized any fusion. The sutra only says that in order to describe his mistake, he contemplates living beings and says, they all exist. Perceiving this principle, he thinks he has become enlightened and has realized the fusion. When anyone comes to ask him questions, he replies with only one word. No matter what drama he is asked about, he only says yes. Would it be a good idea for me to live a home life and become a monk? You ask him. Yes. Would it be good for me to take the 5 precepts? Yes. What would be the best thing for me to do? Yes. Aside from saying yes, he does not speak. He doesn't say anything but yes, so you think, oh, this is really one word Chen. He must be a lofty Shanghan. The Dharma he speaks is so wonderful that I don't even understand it. It's wonderful precisely because you don't understand it. For example, if you understand what I'm now lecturing in this sutra, then it's not wonderful. The Dharma master keeps talking and talking, but I don't understand what he's saying, you may say. In that case, it's wonderful for you. Simply because you don't understand it is wonderful. Once you understand it, it's not wonderful anymore. Why not? Because you understand it. Whatever you don't understand is wonderful. Therefore, if you want the wonderful, don't study the Buddha Dharma. If you don't study, then you won't know it and it will be wonderful. Regardless of what you say, he says yes. Why is that? He believes he has become enlightened on account of the word yes, and so he is transmitting that Dharma to you. Sutra. Fourth, this person perceives both existence and non-existence. Experiencing this branching, his mind becomes confused. When anyone comes to ask questions, he tells them, existence is also non-existence, but within non-existence there is no existence. It is all sophistry and does not stand up under scrutiny. Commentary. His fourth fallacious theory concerns existence and non-existence. What is this theory? He says things both exist and do not exist, but he says things that don't exist cannot also exist, and things that exist cannot also not exist. He does not know whether it's existent or non-existent. He talks widely like a drunkard. Fourth, this person perceives both existence and non-existence. Within the formation skandha, he perceives the formation skandha to be like waves flowing ceaselessly, so he says that it exists. He says the pauses within the ceaseless flow are non-existent. Experiencing this branching, his mind becomes confused. His state has produced a branching off just like on a tree, so he declares that things both exist and do not exist. His mind is confused because he doesn't have any true wisdom or samadhi. His wisdom and his samadhi are not balanced. At this point, he becomes attached and cannot find his way out of the mess. He is confronted with the wrong road and doesn't know which road is right. When anyone comes to ask questions and request instruction in the Dharma, he tells them, existence is also non-existence. Things that exist also do not exist, but within non-existence there is no existence. But things that do not exist cannot come into existence. What already exists is also non-existent. However, what is non-existent does not exist. Ultimately, what kind of theory is that? It is all sophistry. That kind of reasoning is fallacious. He doesn't know what he's saying. That's why I said he talks like a drunkard. And what he says does not stand up under scrutiny. There's no way to hold a reasonable discussion with him. What can you do then? You can only use my method, which is to slap him across the mouth and see if he still talks about existence and non-existence. If you slap him, he might react by asking, "Why did you hit me? But you don't exist, remember? So my slapping you also doesn't exist." There's another tactic. You can take a knife and say, "Hey, I'm gonna kill you," and see whether or not he exists. You cannot reason with him. What he says cannot stand up under scrutiny, and you shouldn't ask him about it. Sutra. Because of these speculations, which are empty sophistries, he will fall into externalism and become confused about the Buddha nature. This is a fifth external teaching, which postulates four distorted false theories that are total speculation based on the sophistry of immortality. Commentary. Because of these four theories or speculations, which are empty sophistries, his theories are impossible imaginings. The things he says simply cannot be. There is no truth in his doctrines. For that reason, he will fail into externalism. Why is it called an external teaching? Because the principles in it are improper. His knowledge and views are wrong, so the principles he espouses are not ultimate. They don't get to the bottom of things, and he will become confused about the Buddha nature. He doesn't know the true path to enlightenment. The genuine path of Buddha is not clear to him. This is the fifth external teaching, which postulates four distorted false theories that are total speculation based on the sophistry of immortality. In the first theory, he says that he is both alive and dead, both existent and non-existent, both increasing and decreasing, and in the second case, he answers all questions with the word no. He says no, no, no all day long, never saying any other word. No matter what anyone says to him, he just says no. If you ask 1,000 or 10,000 questions, you get that many replies of no. In the third case, he says yes to everything. Can I be a thief? You ask. Yes. Can I take the precepts? Yes. Is it all right to eat excrement? Yes. Is it all right to drink urine? Yes. Can you die? Yes. Can you go on living in this world? Yes. No matter what you say, he says yes 1,000 or 10,000 times. There is nothing that is not a yes. His yes signifies existence. Everything exists. In the fourth case, which is the one under discussion right now, he says that existence implies non-existence, but that non-existence does not imply existence. Ultimately, what kind of principle is that? Is the kind of principle that he espoused these four distorted theories based on the sophistry of immortality. His theories are incoherent and unclear. They are total speculation with no reality to them. In the past, I explained the nature that is totally speculation and attachment, the nature that arises dependent on something else, and the perfectly accomplished real nature. I don't know if everyone is clear about the principle. What is the nature that is totally speculation and attachment? Suppose you see a rope lying on the ground on a night when there isn't much moonlight. You may think, oh, is it a snake? That's the nature that is totally speculation and attachment. Actually, it's a rope, but you make the false judgment that it is a snake. Suppose you see the silhouette of a tree or a plant of a moonless night. A tree or plant on a moonless night. And you think, oh, could that be a ghost? And you get scared. Maybe at night you see a dog and you think, oh, is that a wolf or a tiger? That's the nature that is totally speculation and attachment at work. When you get a better look, you realize that it's just a dog, not a wolf or a tiger. That's the nature that arises dependent on something else. Based on the dog, your nature that is totally speculation and attachment comes into being. It is really a dog. What is a dog? It is an animal. Because you have the nature that is totally speculation and attachment, you mistake it for a wolf, a tiger, or some sort of strange creature. The same thing happens when you see a plant. You thought that rope was a snake, but when you get a better look, you see that it's only a rope. The rope is called the nature that arises dependent on something else. What is the nature that arises dependent on something else? Well, what is the rope made from? It's made from hemp. The hemp is called the perfectly accomplished real nature. Hemp can be made into a rope, and that is the nature that arises dependent on something else. Based on the perfectly accomplished real nature, the nature that arises dependent on something else comes into being. Then, when you do not see and recognize it dearly, the nature that is totally speculation and attachment comes into being. Here, the follower of this external teaching is the same. What he says isn't the way things really are. He comes up with these false theories that are sutra. Further, in his practice of samadhi, the good person's mind is firm, unmoving, and proper, and can no longer be disturbed by demons. He can thoroughly investigate the origin of all categories of beings and contemplate the source of the subtle, fleeting, and constant fluctuation. But if he begins to speculate on the endless flow, he could fall into error with a confused idea that forms exist after death. Commentary. Further, in his practice of samadhi, the good person's mind is firm, unmoving, and proper, and can no longer be disturbed by demons. This refers to any good person who cultivates and attains solid samadhi, because he has firm samadhi and a proper mind. The demon kings cannot have their way with him. Their tricks are all played out. But although the demon's tricks cannot touch him, demons can arise right within his own mind. These demons of the mind are the most difficult to subdue. He can thoroughly investigate the origin of all 12 categories of beings, that is, the fundamental source of all living beings, and contemplate the source of the subtle, fleeting, and constant fluctuation. He observes the elusive light and fleeting original nature of the 12 categories of living beings. This original nature is just the formation skandha, which is characterized by subtle fluctuation. But if he begins to speculate on the endless flow, the subtle fluctuation, which is like the continual motion of waves on the water, he could fall into error with the confused idea that forms exist after death. Speculating that there is existence after death, his mind becomes confused. Sutra. He may strongly identify with his body and say that form is himself, or he may see himself as perfectly encompassing all worlds and say that he contains form, or he may perceive all external conditions as contingent upon himself and say that form belongs to him, or he may decide that he relies on the continuity of the formation skandha and say that he is within form. Commentary. He may strongly identify with his body and say that form is himself. The person who entertains this kind of wrong attachment may want to make his body tougher and durable. He claims that form, which is comprised of the 4 elements, is simply himself, or he may see himself as perfectly encompassing all worlds and say that he contains form. He may see that his own nature is perfectly fused and unobstructed, and that all worlds in the 10 directions are contained in it. Therefore, he says that he contains form. What kind of form? He says, I have an immense form. Or he may perceive all external conditions as contingent upon himself and say that form belongs to him. He may say that external conditions follow him everywhere, and that the 4 elements of form all belong to him. Or he may decide that he relies on the continuity of the formation skandha and say that he is within form. Sutra. In all of these speculations, he says that forms exist after death. Expanding the idea, he comes up with 16 cases of the existence of forms. Commentary. In all of these speculations, he says that forms exist after death. In the above discussion about form and external conditions, there were 4 theories. He said, the 4 elements of form belong to him. The 4 elements of form are himself. Form is within himself so that he is big and form is small, and apart from him there is no form. In general, his talk is nonsense. There is no logic in it. In these 4 theories, he speculates that there is existence after death. Expanding the idea, he comes up with 16 cases of the existence of forms. He takes the above 4 theories and applies them to the 4 skandhas of form, feeling, thinking, and formations, thus obtaining 16 cases of the existence of forms. Another way to formulate the 16 cases is to combine the 4 skandhas of form, feeling, thinking, and formations, and the 4 elements of earth, water, fire, and air. It's useless to ask him how he came up with these views, because there is basically no logic in them. They don't make any sense. I cannot figure them out myself because they are unclear to begin with. Sutra. Then he may speculate that afflictions are always afflictions and body is always body, and the two exist side by side without contradicting each other. Commentary: 4 times 4 makes 16 ways in which forms can exist. He says that the 4 theories can be applied to each of the 4 skandhas of form, feeling, thinking, and formations. Also the 4 elements of earth, water, fire, and air. Then he may speculate that afflictions are always afflictions and body is always body. He says that afflictions are afflictions forever and body is body forever, and that the statement afflictions are simply body is wrong, and the two exist side by side without contradicting each other. He claims that these two functions side by side without disrupting each other, and they are mutually cooperative. But this idea is fundamentally wrong. It's basically impossible. Why does he talk like this then? Because he is confused about body. Sutra: because of these speculations about what exists after death, he will fall into externalism and become confused about the body nature. This is the 6th external teaching, which postulates confused theories of the existence of forms after death in the realm of the 5 skandhas. Commentary: the 4 skandhas of form, feeling, thinking, and formations are multiplied by 4 to generate 16 cases for the existence of forms. He says that forms exist after death, and so because of these speculations about what exists after death, he will fall into externalism and become confused about the body nature, his inherent enlightened nature. This is the 6th external teaching, which postulates confused theories of the existence of forms after death in the realm of the 5 skandhas. The 5 skandhas here actually refers only to the 4 skandhas of form, feeling, thinking, and formations, and not to consciousness. He says that after people die, they continue to have form and appearance. In his disoriented state of mind, he invents this kind of theory. Sutra: further, in his practice of samadhi, the good person's mind is firm, unmoving, and proper, and can no longer be disturbed by demons. He can thoroughly investigate the origin of all categories of beings and contemplate the source of the subtle, fleeting, and constant fluctuation. But if he begins to speculate on the skandhas of form, feeling, and thinking, which have already ended, he could fall into error with the confused idea that forms do not exist after death. Commentary: further, in his practice of samadhi, the good person's mind is firm, unmoving, and proper. This refers to any person who cultivates samadhi power. He has solid samadhi and wisdom and can no longer be disturbed by demons. Although his wisdom is not ultimate and true wisdom, the demon kings cannot do anything to him. However, he is not yet able to subdue the demons of his own mind. He can thoroughly investigate the origin of all 12 categories of living beings and contemplate the source of the subtle, fleeting, and constant fluctuation. He looks into the fundamental nature of all living beings, which is elusive, light, and ephemeral, and characterized by subtle movements. But if he begins to speculate on the 3 skandhas of form, feeling, and thinking, which have already ended, he could fall into error with the confused idea that forms do not exist after death. He says that there is no existence after death. That's the kind of upside-down theory that he comes up with. Sutra. Seeing that his form is gone, his physical shape seems to like a cause. As he contemplates the absence of thought, there is nothing to which his mind can become attached. Knowing that his feelings are gone, he has no further involvements. Those skandhas have vanished. Although there is still some coming into being, there is no feeling or thought, and he concludes that he is like grass or wood. Commentary. Seeing that his form skandha is gone, his physical shape seems to lack a cause. His body has no support, is being given away. As he contemplates the absence of thought, there is nothing to which his mind can become attached. He has broken through the thinking skandha and it is gone. There is no place left for his mind to get hung up. He has no more false thinking, knowing that his feelings are gone. That his feeling skandha is gone, he has no further involvements with the external conditions. Those three skandhas of form, feeling, and thinking have vanished. Although there is still some very small trace of coming into being, that is, although the formation skandha still exists, there is no feeling of thought, and he concludes that he is like grass or wood, since he is devoid of feeling and thinking. He considers himself to be the same as grass or an wood. Sutra. Since those qualities do not exist at present, how can there be any existence of forms after death? Because of his examinations and comparisons, he decides that after death there is no existence. Expanding the idea, he comes up with 8 cases of the non-existence of forms. Commentary. Since those qualities do not exist at present, qualities refers not only to form but to mind as well. He says that the material aspects of form and mind are gone now. This is referring to the 4 skandhas of form, feeling, thinking, and formations. Remember that he says his body is like grass or wood. That means he doesn't have any awareness. Although he is alive, there's nothing at all. How can there be any existence of forms after death if he cannot find any sign of existence, anything with actual form and appearance right now in his living state? How could there be anything with form after he dies? Because of his examinations and comparisons, he decides that after death there is no existence. He mulls over the idea, looking at it from all angles. If there are no forms in life, how can there be any after death? There are no forms after death either. If there is no evidence of the skandhas of form, feeling, thinking, and formations while he is alive, then there shouldn't be any evidence of them after death either. Expanding the idea, he comes up with 8 cases of the non-existence of form. There are 4 cases of the non-existence of the skandhas of form, feeling, thinking, and formations during life, and 4 cases of their non-existence after death. They are all gone. Sutra. From that, he may speculate that nirvana and cause and effect are all empty, that they are mere names and ultimately do not exist. Commentary. From that, because he reasons that the 4 skandhas do not exist, based on the 8 cases of non-existence, he may speculate that nirvana and cause and effect are all empty. He says that there is no nirvana, and he denies cause and effect. If it were really that way, there would be no reason for people to cultivate or become Buddhas. Why? According to his theories, there isn't anything at all. He thinks that they are mere names and ultimately do not exist. They are nothing but names, but they do not really exist. That's what he says. Sutra. Because of those speculations that forms do not exist after death, he will fall into externalism and become confused about the body nature. This is the seventh external teaching, which postulates confused theories of the non-existence of forms after death in the realm of the five skandhas. Commentary. He says that after death there isn't anything at all. Everything is empty because of those speculations that forms do not exist after death. He will fall into a kind of externalism and become confused about the body nature. This is the seventh external teaching, which postulates confused theories of the non-existence of forms after death in the realm of the five skandhas. He says that there is no existence after death within the five skandhas. That's a sort of distorted theory that his mind comes up with. Sutra. Further in his practice of samadhi, the good person's mind is firm, unmoving, and proper, and can no longer be disturbed by demons. He can thoroughly investigate the origin of all categories of beings and contemplate the source of the subtle, fleeting, and constant fluctuation. In this state, where the skandha of formations remains, but the skandhas of feeling and thinking are gone, if he begins to speculate that there is both existence and non-existence, thus contradicting himself, he could fall into error with confused theories that deny both existence and non-existence after death. Commentary. Further in his practice of samadhi, the good person's mind is firm, unmoving, and proper, and can no longer be disturbed by demons. Again, this refers to any good person who cultivates his samadhi power, making it strong and solid. Although external demons cannot get at him, the demons of his own mind are difficult to subdue. He can thoroughly investigate the origin of all 12 categories of beings and contemplate the source of the subtle, fleeting, and constant fluctuation. He observes the mind, which is elusive and fleeting. At this point, there are still subtle movements in the formation skandha. In this state, where the skandha of formations remains, but the skandhas of feeling and thinking are gone, if he begins to speculate that there is both existence and non-existence, if he says that things both exist and do not exist, thus contradicting himself, his own self is obliterated. It no longer exists. If you were to say that things exist, then he would also exist. If you say things don't exist, then it doesn't exist either. When he contradicts himself, he is also destroying himself. He denies his own theories. He could fall into error with confused theories that deny both existence and non-existence after death. He says that after he dies, there is neither existence nor non-existence. Then what is there? Is neither existence nor non-existence the middle way? No, he has no regard for the middle way, nor has he attained the middle way. This is where he has gone wrong and become confused. Sutra. Regarding form, feeling, and thinking, he says that existence is not really existence. Within the flow of the formation skandha, he says that non-existence is not really non-existence. Commentary. Regarding form, feeling, and thinking, the three skandhas that he has already broken through, he says that existence is not really existence. He perceived a state of existence, and yet it is not really existence. Within the flow of the formation skandha, he says that non-existence is not really non-existence. Within the subtle fluctuation of the skandha of formations, he says that what does not exist also seems to exist. Therefore, there is neither existence nor non-existence. He formulates this kind of theory. Sutra. Considering back and forth in this way, he thoroughly investigates the realms of these skandhas and derives an eightfold negation of forms. No matter which skandha is mentioned, he says that after death it neither exists does not exist. Commentary. Earlier he saw a situation in which the previously existing form, feeling, and thinking became non-existent, and the flow of the formation skandha, which could later cease to exist, was still existing then. Considering back and forth in this way, he investigates this way and trying to discover the underlying principle. He thoroughly investigates the realms of these four skandhas of form, feeling, thinking, and formations, viewing them from all angles, and derives an eightfold negation of forms. There are 8 cases, all of which deny the existence of forms. No matter which skandha is mentioned, he only has one answer. He says that after death, it neither exists nor does not exist. He says that after death, the skandhas of form, feeling, thinking, and formations are neither existing nor non-existent. Sutra. Further, because he speculates that all formations are changing in nature, an insight flashes through his mind, leading him to deny both existence and non-existence. He cannot determine what is unreal and what is real. Commentary. Further, because he speculates that all formations are changing in nature, he further investigates the nature of the formation skandha. Because the formation skandha has subtle movements, it is ever flowing and changing. Then an insight flashes through his mind, leading him to deny both existence and non-existence. A mistaken insight occurs to him, and he decides that existence and non-existence are both invalid. Is this the middle way? No, he doesn't understand the ultimate meaning of the middle way. That's why he has no regard for the middle way. He only considers existence and non-existence, so he cannot determine what is unreal and what is real. Things are neither unreal nor real. You say something is real, but he denies it. Sutra. Because of these speculations that deny both existence and non-existence after death, the future is murky to him and he cannot say anything about it. Therefore, he will fall into externalism and become confused about the body nature. This is the 8th external teaching, which postulates confused theories that deny both existence and non-existence after death in the realm of the 5 skandhas. Commentary. Because of these various speculations which he made above that deny both existence and non-existence after death, the future is murky to him and he cannot say anything about it. He says that after death there is both existence and non-existence. He cannot perceive the future end of the formation skandha. Since he cannot know it, there's nothing he can discuss, nothing he can say. Therefore, he will fall into externalism by following an external teaching, and he will become confused about the fundamental Buddhist nature. This is the 8th external teaching, which postulates confused theories that deny both existence and non-existence after death in the realm of the 5 skandhas. He says that after one dies, there is existence and yet no existence in the realm of the 5 skandhas. Because his mind is utterly confused, he arrives at this kind of theory. Sutra. Further, in his practice of samadhi, the good person's mind is firm, unmoving, and proper, and can no longer be disturbed by demons. He can thoroughly investigate the origin of all categories of beings and contemplate the source of the subtle, fleeting, and constant fluctuation. But if he begins to speculate that there is no existence after death, he could fall into error with the 7 categories of the cessation of existence. Commentary. Further, in his practice of samadhi, the good person's mind is firm, unmoving, and proper, and can no longer be disturbed by demons. The good person who cultivates samadhi has developed solid samadhi power and a proper mind, so the demons have no way to bother him. He can thoroughly investigate the origin of all 12 categories of living beings and contemplate the source of the subtle. He contemplates their hidden light and ephemeral nature. At this point, there are subtle fluctuations in the formation skandha, but since he cannot perceive any state beyond the formation skandha, he begins to speculate that there is no existence. After death, he could fall into error with 7 theories of the cessation of existence. This person could come to believe in 7 kinds of cessation. Sutra. He may speculate that the body will cease to exist, or that when desire has ended, there is cessation of existence, or that after suffering has ended, there is cessation of existence, or that when bliss reaches an ultimate point, there is a cessation of existence, or that when renunciation reaches an ultimate point, there is a cessation of existence. Commentary. He may speculate that the body will cease to exist. He contemplates that in all places where living beings have bodies, their bodies will eventually perish. These places are the 4 great continents: Jambudvipa in the south, Purvavidya in the east, Aparagodinya, Daniya in the west, and Usakaguru in the north, and also the 6 desire heavens. Or he may surmise that when desire has ended, beyond the desire realm, in the heavens of the first dhyana of the 4 dhyanas, known as the ground of the happiness of living birth, there is cessation of existence. In the first dhyana, you separate from the defilements of living beings and experience joy, or that after suffering has ended. In the heavens of the second dhyana, known as the ground of the joy of developing samadhi, there is cessation of existence. At this point, you feel joy because you have attained samadhi, or that when bliss reaches an ultimate point, there is cessation of existence. He may speculate that the state of ultimate bliss in the heavens of the third dhyana will also come to an end. The third dhyana is called the ground of wonderful bliss of living joy, because one transcends happiness and experiences a subtle bliss. He surmises that the third dhyana heavens will also cease to be, or he judges that when renunciation reaches an ultimate point, in the heavens of the fourth dhyana, known as the ground of the purity renouncing thought, there is cessation of existence. He surmises that the heavens of the 4 stations of emptiness, in which there is no hindrance of form, will also cease to be. The time passes by very quickly without our realizing it. The summer is already over. In China, Confucius compared life to a ceaselessly flowing stream. Time that has gone by can never return. Someone also said, "An inch of time is worth an ounce of gold, but an ounce of gold can hardly buy back an inch of time." An inch of time is as valuable as an ounce of gold. If you lose gold, it's possible to recover it. Once time has gone by, however, there's no way to get it back. Therefore, time is even more valuable than gold. Thus, in Buddhism, we say, an inch of time is an inch of life. When time grows short, one's life is also shorter. We must certainly cherish our time and not casually let it go by in vain. During this summer, we have begun our days at 6 o'clock in the morning, either meditating or studying the sutras. From early in the morning until 9 o'clock at night, every person has applied himself or herself diligently to cultivation. I believe that this period has been more precious than gold, more valuable than diamonds. Everyone has been together, being permeated and influenced by what we have heard and cultivated. This is the most precious and valuable time in our lives. It's a pity that the time has passed by in the twinkling of an eye. Although it is nearly over, the Buddha Dharma that each of us has learned has planted a precious Vira seed in our mind, in the field of our eighth consciousness. In the future, it will certainly bear the indestructible fruit of Vira, which is also the Buddha fruit. We will become Buddhas. When we will become Buddhas, it depends on our how diligently we till and irrigate the fields. The seed has been planted in the ground, but just as in farming we have to water it, pull the weeds and till the soil, making it soft so that the seed can sprout. How do we pull the weeds out? Weeding means that at all times we must guard against the arising of very subtle thoughts and get rid of all false thoughts. Every day we must apply effort in our cultivation in this way, just as farmers tend and irrigate their fields. Give it some water and pull out the weeds day by day, and the Vira seed you have planted in the ground will produce a Bodhi sprout. After your Bodhi sprout comes up and grows into a Bodhi tree, it will bear the Bodhi fruit. But you have to protect that Bodhi sprout. If you neglect to water it and tend to it, then it will wither away. What is meant by watering? If you study the Buddha Dharma every day, you are irrigating your Bodhi sprout with the water of the Dharma, and in time, your Vira fruit will ripen. If you don't continue to care for this Vira seed after the session is over, then it will not be easy for it to sprout. You must protect your Vira seed well. Don't go back to doing the things you used to like doing. Follow the rules and behave yourselves. Don't be as wild and reckless as you used to be. If you follow the rules, then you are in accord with the Buddha Dharma. If you don't, then you are not. We should certainly abide by the rules and regulations. Don't be so lax and unrestrained. This is my hope for each one of you. During this summer session of lectures on the Shurangama Sutra, it has surely been the case that once it enters your ears, it is forever a seed of the way. As soon as the principles of this sutra pass through your ears, they remain forever in the field of your eight consciousness as seeds of Bodhi. Sutra. Considering back and forth in this way, he exhaustively investigates the limits of the seven states and sees that they have already ceased to be and will not exist again. Commentary. Considering back and forth in this way, he exhaustively investigates the limits of the seven states mentioned above and sees that they have already ceased to be and will not exist again. They don't seem to exist at present, and since they are already gone, they will not come into being again. These are the seven kinds of cessation of existence. Sutra. Because of these speculations that existence ceases after death, he will fall into externalism and become confused about the Buddha nature. This is the ninth external teaching which postulates confused theories of the cessation of existence after death in the realm of the five skandhas. Commentary. Because of these speculations that existence ceases after death, in White, he maintains that there is nothing whatsoever after death, that everything is Annihilated, he will fall into externalism and become confused about the body nature, about the nature of proper enlightenment. This is a ninth external teaching which postulates confused theories of the cessation of existence after death in the realm of the five skandhas. In his confused mind, he thinks that existence ceases after death in the realm of form, feeling, thinking, and formations. Sutra. Further, in his practice of samadhi, the good person's mind is firm, unmoving, and proper and can no longer be disturbed by demons. He can thoroughly investigate the origin of all categories of beings and contemplate the source of the subtle, fleeting, and constant fluctuation. But if he begins to speculate on existence after death, he could fall into error with five theories of nirvana. Commentary. Further, in his practice of samadhi, the good person's mind is firm, unmoving, and proper, and can no longer be disturbed by demons. Since he has solid samadhi power and a pure and proper mind, the demon kings cannot affect him in any way. He can thoroughly investigate the origin of all 12 categories of beings and contemplate the source of the subtle, fleeting, and constant fluctuation. He examines their mind, which is hidden, light, and clear, and in which there is a subtle fluctuation. But if he begins to speculate on existence after death, he could fall into error with the five theories of nirvana. Beyond the formation skandha, he perceives existence again, based on the constant series of fluctuations in the formation skandha. He makes false conjectures of existence and comes to believe in five theories regarding nirvana. Sutra. He may consider the heavens of the desire realm a true refuge because he contemplates their extensive brightness and longs for it. Or he may take refuge in the first dhyana because there his nature is free from worry, or he may take refuge in the second dhyana because there his mind is free from suffering, or he may take refuge in the third dhyana because he delights in its extreme joy, or he may take refuge in the fourth dhyana, reasoning that suffering and bliss are both ended there and that he will no longer undergo transmigration. Commentary. He may consider the heavens of the desire realm a true refuge. That's where he will go. He considers the heavens of the desire realm to be his refuge. Why? Because he contemplates their extensive brightness and longs for it. The heavens of the desire realm appear to be perfect and brilliant. So he gets attached to them and yearns to go there. He takes them as his heaven, as the state of nirvana. He thinks the desire realm is a place of true happiness. Or he may take refuge in the first dhyana because there his nature is free from worry. He may think that the beings in the heavens of the first dhyana, the ground of the joy of living birth, have left behind the worries and afflictions of living beings and experience a sense of joy. Thus, he wishes to be born there. Or he may take refuge in the second dhyana because there his mind is free from suffering. In his cultivation, he may reach the heavens of the second dhyana, where his mind no longer suffers because he has developed samadhi. These heavens are known as the ground of the joy of developing samadhi. Or he may take refuge in the third dhyana because he delights in its extreme bliss. He may believe that the bliss of the third dhyana is extremely fine. He thinks he will get whatever he wishes for there, so he considers those heavens to be a state of nirvana. Or he may take refuge in the fourth dhyana, reasoning that suffering and bliss are both ended there and that he will no longer undergo transmigration. He may say that in the fourth dhyana, the ground of the purity of renouncing thought, suffering and bliss are both gone, and so there is no further rebirth in the three realms. Since it is extremely pure, he considers it a state of nirvana and wants to take refuge there. Sutra. These heavens are subject to outflows, but in his confusion he thinks that they are unconditioned, and he takes these 5 states of tranquility to be refuges of supreme purity. Considering back and forth in this way, he decides that these 5 states are ultimate. Commentary. These heavens are subject to outflows, but in his confusion, he mistakes a thief for his own son and thinks that they are unconditioned, and he takes these 5 states of tranquility to be refuges of supreme purity. He feels that these 5 states are peaceful and secure, and that they are especially supreme and pure places of refuge. Considering back and forth in this way, going round and round, he decides that these 5 states are ultimate. He reckons they are all ultimate states where he can attain nirvana. He does not realize that these heavens are still subject to outflows. Sutra. Because of these speculations about 5 kinds of immediate nirvana, he will fall into externalism and become confused about the Buddha nature. This is a 10th external teaching which postulates confused theories of 5 skandhas, of 5 kinds of immediate nirvana in the realm of the 5 skandhas. Commentary. Because of these 5 speculations described above about 5 kinds of immediate nirvana, he will fall into externalism and become confused about the Buddha nature. He loses sight of the enlightened nature of Buddha. This is a 10th external teaching which postulates confused theories of 5 kinds of immediate nirvana in the realm of the 5 skandhas. His theories are incorrect and upside down. Sutra. Ananda. All 10 of these crazy explanations may occur in dhyana as one's mental effort interacts with the formation skandha. That is why these insights appear. Commentary. Ananda. All 10 of these crazy, erroneous explanations discussed above may occur in dhyana, the stilling of thought, as one's mental effort interacts with the formation skandha. What is the problem here? Before you have broken through the formation skandha, draw cultivation of samadhi interacts and battles with the formation skandha. If drawn proper knowledge and proper views are victorious, you can leap over this hurdle. In the formation skandha, if the formation skandha wins, then you become possessed by a demon. That is why these crazy insights and crazy explanations appear. Sutra. Down and confused living beings do not evaluate themselves. Encountering such situations, they mistake their confusion for understanding and say that they have become sages, thereby uttering a great lie. They will fall into the relentless house. Commentary. Dull and confused living beings do not evaluate themselves. Living beings are stubborn, muddled, and unaware. They fail to reflect on who they are and what kind of disposition they have. Encountering such situations, when such states arise, they are confused, but because they don't have the guidance of a wise teacher who has clear vision, they mistake their confusion for understanding and say that they have become sages. They claim they have become enlightened and become Buddhas, thereby uttering a great lie. Because they tell such an outrageous lie, they will definitely fall into the relentless house. Sutra. After my nirvana, all of you should pass on the Tathagata's teachings, transmitting and revealing them to those in the Dharma Ending Age so that living beings everywhere can awaken to these truths. Do not let demons arise in their minds and cause them to commit grave offenses. Offer protection so that wrong views will be eradicated. Commentary. After my nirvana in the future, Ananda and all of you in the Great Assembly should pass on the Tathagata's teachings, the words I have spoken, transmitting and revealing them to those living beings in the Dharma Ending Age, so that living beings everywhere can awaken to these truths. You should cause all living beings to understand these principles. Do not let demons arise in their minds and cause them to commit grave offenses. Don't let people create their own bad karma in this way. Offer protection so that wrong views will be eradicated. Maintain and support the Buddha Dharma and put an end to wrong views. Sutra. Teach them to awaken to true principles in body and mind so that they do not stray off the unsurpassed path. Do not let them aspire to and be content with small attainments. You should become kings of great enlightenment and serve as guides of purity. Commentary. Teach them to awaken to true principles in body and mind. Help living beings in the Dharma Ending Age to understand the real and ultimate doctrine in body and mind, so that they do not stray off the unsurpassed path. Don't let them chase after superficial dharmas and fail to seek the fundamental dharma. When living beings meet a fork in the road, they will not show which branch to take. Do not let them aspire to and be content with small attainments. Don't allow those who aspire to the unsurpassed path of enlightenment to become complacent and satisfied with attaining a little. You should become kings of great enlightenment and serve as guides of purity. The Consciousness Skanda, Volume 8, Chapter 6, Sutra. Ananda, when that good person in cultivating samadhi has put an end to the formation skandha, the subtle, fleeting fluctuation, the deep, imperceptible, pivotal source, and the common foundation from which all life in the world springs, are suddenly obliterated. In the submerged network of the retributive karma of the Pudgala, the karmic resonances are interrupted. Commentary. Ananda, when that good person who is cultivating in the formation skandha, in cultivating samadhi, has put an end to the formation skandha, the subtle, fleeting fluctuations, the deep, imperceptible, pivotal source, and the common foundation from which all life in the world springs, are suddenly obliterated. Those imperceptible, subtle movements which characterize all the 12 categories of beings in the world and are the common source of their births are suddenly wiped out. In Chinese, the characters for pivotal source literally mean the large rope that forms the border of a net, or they can mean buttons and fastenings in clothing. They can also refer to the central point or axis. Pudgala is a Sanskrit word translated as that which goes on to repeated reincarnations, that which is born over and over again. It is also called body while in a state of existence, and also sentient being. Every sentient being is endowed with a body while in a state of existence. When we die, we will have what is called the body that exists while in between skandhas. In the submerged network of the retributive karma of the Pudgala, the bodies while in a state of existence, the karmic resonances are interrupted. In this interactive process of the mutual repayment of karma, which runs very deep, cause and effect are suspended. Karmic resonances refers to cause and effect, since the formation's skandha has ceased. and birth and death have come to an end. Cause and effect have been arrested. This is describing the end of the formation skandha and the beginning of the consciousness skandha. Sutra. There is about to be a great illumination in the sky of nirvana. It is like gazing east at the corpse final crown to see the light of dawn. The six sense faculties are empty and still. There is no further racing about. Inside and outside there is a profound brightness. He enters without entering. Fathoming the source of life of the 12 categories of beings throughout the 10 directions, he can contemplate that source without being drawn into any of the categories. He has become identical with the realms of the 10 directions. The light does not fade, and what was hidden before is now revealed. This is the region of the consciousness skandha. Commentary. There is about to be a great illumination in the sky of nirvana, of the inherent nature. He is on the verge of a great awakening. He is about to get enlightened. By analogy, it is like gazing east at the cock's final crown to see the light of dawn. When the cock crows for the first and second time to announce the dawn, there is still no light in the east. The sky is still dark, but if you gaze eastward when the cock crows for the third and final time, you will see the first light of the day. The six sense faculties are empty and still. The feeling skandha has ended, so the sense faculties no longer perceive. They are empty. The thinking skandha has ended, and so there is no more false thinking. Thus it is still. At this point, there is no more feeling and no more false thoughts, causing the mind to run about. There is no further racing about. That means the shifting and flowing of the formation skandha have also ceased. The fluctuations of the formation skandha had been like ceaseless ripples, but now they have subsided, and there is no more running about. Inside and outside there is a profound brightness. At this point, when only the consciousness skandha remains to be broken through, there is a brilliant light both inside and out. He enters without entering, because the functions of the sense faculties and sense objects have been severed. The six sense faculties and six objects have united, and there are no longer any faculties or any objects. There is no further pairing between faculty and object. They are non-dual. The six faculties and six objects are no longer differentiated, and there is no flow for him to enter. Fathoming the source of life of the 12 categories of beings throughout the 10 directions, he can contemplate that source without being drawn into any of the categories. He penetrates deeply to the Brahma life source of the 12 categories of beings. He can reflect upon this source without being attracted to any of the 12 categories of beings. They have no sway over him. He has no further involvement with the 12 categories of beings. He has become identical with the realms of the 10 directions. He is experiencing identity in substance with all realms everywhere. The light does not fade. This bright wisdom does not disappear, and what was hidden before is now revealed. The most secret and imperceptible states now become manifest. This state is the region of the consciousness skandha. It falls within the scope of the consciousness skandha. Sutra. If he has become identical with the beckoning masses, he may obliterate the individuality of the six gates and succeed in uniting and opening them. Seeing and hearing become linked so that they function interchangeably and purely. The walls of the 10 directions and his own body and mind are as bright as and transparent as Vaidurya. This is the end of the consciousness skandha. This person can then transcend the turbidity of lifespans. Contemplating the cause of the consciousness skandha, one sees that the negation of existence and the negation of non-existence are both unreal, and that upside-down false thoughts are its source. Commentary. If he has become identical with the beckoning masses, having severed connections of cause and effect with the 12 categories of living beings, he has become identical with them. However, he is not influenced by them. Since he has cut off all interaction with them, he is no longer reborn among them. He may obliterate the individuality of the 6 gates. At this point, the entrances of the 6 sense faculties no longer function. They have been smelted. In what way do they no longer function? This does not mean that the eyes cannot see, the ears cannot hear, the nose cannot smell, or the tongue cannot taste. Rather, what happens is that the 6 faculties function interchangeably. If you break through the formation skandha, then you will experience this state. The eyes can still see, but they can also speak and eat. The ear, which could only hear before, can now see as well. You can also see with your nose and your mouth. Each sense faculty is capable of all 6 functions. That's what obliterating the individuality of the 6 gates means. The former signs of defilement are now gone, and he may succeed in uniting and opening them. Uniting means the 6 sense faculties unite to become one. Opening means each faculty has the functions of all 6. Seeing and hearing become linked. There is communication between them. They can help each other out just like neighbors who show mutual concern for each other. The 6 faculties are linked so that they function interchangeably and purely. Isn't that wonderful? The state is really sublime. The walls of the 10 directions and his own body and mind are as bright and transparent as Vaidurya. They are like that exquisite blue gem which is so clear as to be transparent. This is the end of the consciousness skandha. When you reach this level, you have put an end to the consciousness skandha, and so all 5 skandhas are gone. But before you reach this level, the consciousness skandha has not ended. This person can then transcend the turbidity of lifespans. Contemplating the cause of the consciousness skandha, one sees that the negation of existence and the negation of non-existence are both unreal, and that upside-down false thoughts are its source. Questions of existence and non-existence are elusive and intangible. Such upside-down false thoughts are the basis of the states that he attains. Sutra. Ananda. You should know that the good person has thoroughly seen the formation skandha as empty, and he must return consciousness to the source. He has ended production and destruction, but he has not yet perfected the subtle wonder of ultimate serenity. Commentary. Ananda. You should know that the good person who cultivates samadhi has thoroughly seen the formation skandha as empty. Although he encountered so many demonic states, whether they were caused by demons from the heavens, demons of his own mind, or other kinds of demons, they did not sway his samadhi. Or it could have been that when he was cultivating samadhi, he didn't experience any demonic states at all. Or maybe when he encountered demonic states, he recognized them and did not become confused by them. Once he pierced through the confusion, the formation skandha was destroyed. Now he is at the beginning of the consciousness skandha. He has already fathomed the formation skandha and seen it as empty, and he must return consciousness to the source. Now he has to break through the consciousness skandha, and when he does, he will return to the source too, the treasury of the Tathagata. He has already ended the states of production and destruction, but he has not yet perfected the subtle wonder and ultimate serenity. He has yet to perfectly realize the nature of ultimate serenity. Sutra. He can cause the individual sense faculties of his body to unite and open. He also has a pervasive awareness of all the categories of beings in the 10 directions. Since his awareness is pervasive, he can enter the perfect source. But if he regards what he is returning to as the cause and cause of true permanence and interprets this as a supreme state, he will fall into the error of holding to that cause. Kapila, the Sankhiyan, with his theory of returning to the truth of the unmanifest, will become his companion. Confused about the body of the Buddhas, he will lose his knowledge and understanding. Commentary. He can cause the individual sense faculties of his body to unite and open. Now, in the consciousness skandha, he has a false mental attachment. He is at the point where he has not yet perfected the subtle wonders of ultimate serenity, but he can make his six sense faculties function interchangeably. Each sense faculty has the abilities of all six. His eyes can talk and hear. His ears can eat and smell. The eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind can function interchangeably to perceive sights, sounds, smells, tastes, objects of touch. You may think that ears cannot eat, but when one attains the interchangeable functioning of the six faculties, they can. Where are their teeth, you wonder? Ask your ears. They don't eat things the way we do anyway. When we start to eat, they may just naturally grow teeth, and their teeth will not form out. Perhaps they don't even use teeth, or perhaps the teeth appear when they need them. This is the true ability of science. Each faculty has six functions. Unite refers to how the six faculties join to become one faculty. Open refers to how one faculty opens up to have the functions of all six. Would you say these are spiritual powers? It is science. No matter how much research scientists do, even if they can transplant human hearts, livers, and other parts of the body, they cannot enable each sense faculty to have the functions of all six. That's something science cannot achieve. No matter how advanced science becomes, I don't think it will ever have that capability. If you develop science in your own nature, then you can have this kind of function. He also has a pervasive awareness of all the categories of beings in the 10 directions. It only does he have the ability to unite and open his six sense faculties to function interchangeably. He also knows what is going on with all 12 categories of beings throughout the 10 directions. He and other beings share a mutual awareness. Since his awareness is pervasive, he can know the dispositions of all beings of the 10 directions, and he can enter the perfect source, the perfection of the original nature. But if he regards what he is returning to as a cause of true permanence, suppose he becomes wrongly attached to the place of his return. What is his attachment? He says that it is true permanence, and it interprets this as a supreme state. Since he believes it to be true permanence, he interprets this as a kind of supreme liberation and supreme view. If he didn't hold such a view, there would be no problem. But as soon as he holds this view, he will fall into the error of holding to that cause. He takes true permanence as the cause, but this is completely wrong. He thinks that place is characterized by true permanence. Actually, he is still within consciousness, which is not true permanence. He becomes attached to a cause, and that what cause pertains to. In fact, this is not the cause, but he regards it as the cause. By attaching to it, he joins an external sect. He does business with them. He puts his investments there and forms a company. With what external sect does he get involved? Kapila the Sankhyan, with his theory of returning to the truth of the unmanifest, will become his companion. Kapila founded the religion of the yellow head. Earlier we mentioned that the teacher of Mount Taji used a mantra of the Kapila religion, a mantra which came from the Brahma heaven. The truth of the unmanifested postulates that there is nothing at all, that everything is transformed from the current state of the eighth consciousness. This religion teaches that all things are born from the truth of the unmanifest. Once this cultivator becomes attached to this cause, he becomes friends with those of the yellow-haired external sect. He incorporates with them, and it is not known when that cooperation will ever end. Is it limited or unlimited? Confused about the body of the Buddhas, the way of enlightenment, he will lose his knowledge and understanding. He takes what is not a cause to be a cause. He shouldn't have set up this cause, but he did, because he wrongly established that cause, and what it pertains to, he no longer has true wisdom. He has lost it. Where did it go? If you want to have him look for it, you will lose yours too. Sutra. This is the first state in which he concludes that there is a place to which to return, based on the idea that there is something to attain. He strays far from perfect penetration and turns his back on the city of Nirvana, thus sowing the seeds of externalism. Commentary. This is the first state in which he concludes that there is a place to which to return, based on the idea that there is something to attain. His principle is wrong in what way? He strays far from perfect penetration. What he does is completely opposed to cultivating the perfect penetration of the ear organ by directing the hearing inward to listen to the inherent nature, thereby entering the flow and forgetting the source. Why? Because he has developed an attachment and he turns his back on the city of Nirvana. What is this great city of Nirvana? Is where the four virtues of Nirvana, permanence, bliss, true self, and purity are found. Thus he is sowing the seeds of externalism by postulating a non-existent cause. Sutra. Further, Ananda, the good person, has thoroughly seen the formation skandha as empty. He has ended production and destruction, but he has not yet perfected the subtle wonder of ultimate serenity. Commentary. Further, Ananda, the good person who is cultivating samadhi, has thoroughly seen the formation skandha as empty. He has thoroughly investigated and put an end to the formation skandha. It is empty for him. He has already ended the states of production and destruction, but he has not yet perfected the subtle wonder of ultimate serenity. He has not completely attained the bliss of ultimate serenity, because consciousness has not been ended yet. Consciousness and true suchness differ by only a little bit. Consciousness is subject to production and destruction, whereas true suchness is not. Right now, the eighth consciousness, which still has tiny traces of production and destruction, joins with true suchness, which is without production and destruction, and becomes what is called the joined consciousness. Since the consciousness is in extremely close proximity to true suchness, they merge to form the joined consciousness. Since it is still a joined consciousness, the subtle wonder of ultimate serenity has not been perfected. Sutra. He may regard that to which he is returning as his own body, and may see all beings in the 12 categories throughout space as flowing forth from his body. If he interprets this as a supreme state, he will fall into the error of maintaining that he has an ability which he does not really have. Maheshvara, who manifests his boundless body, will become his companion. Confused about the body of the Buddhas, he will lose his knowledge and understanding. Commentary. He, the cultivator, may regard to that to which he is returning as his own body. The place he is headed for is still within the production and destruction of the eighth consciousness. It is not actually his own body, but he thinks it is. And he has another false attachment, which is that he may see all beings in the 12 categories, from egg-born beings to beings not entirely lacking thought, throughout space as flowing forth from his body. Do you know where living beings come from? He asks. They all come from my own body. I gave birth to them all. It is like an earlier state in which the cultivator said, all beings are my children, even the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats. I created them all. I can create Buddhas, I can create Bodhisattvas, and I can create Arhats. See what egomaniac he is. If he interprets this as a supreme state, he thinks it is supreme, but it really isn't. It's based on wrong knowledge and views and can hardly be called supreme. If it were truly supreme, it would accord with the Buddha Dharma. So, as you cultivate the way and read the sutras, make sure you understand them clearly. He will fall into the error of maintaining that he has an ability which he does not really have. He says he is able to create all living beings, but in fact he has no such ability. That's just a speculation he makes with his false consciousness. He doesn't really have the ability, but he becomes attached to the idea that he does. Who has this kind of attachment? Is a god Maheshvara, the Lord of the heaven of great sovereignty, which is the highest heaven of the form realm. Maheshvara is also called the great sovereign god. He has 3 flesh eyes, which he was born with, and he also has the Buddha eye in the middle of his forehead. How many hands does he have? He has 8 hands, 4 in front and 4 in back. The ones in front are good for picking things up, and the ones in back are handy for stealing things, since one hand isn't enough, and 2 hands still aren't that powerful for picking up or stealing things. He has 8 hands. He can pick up a lot of things too. If he went into a department store, I'm sure the security officers who watch for shoplifters would have a hard time keeping an eye on him, because he has so many hands. He rides upon a magnificent white ox and carries a white whisk in one hand. He travels around with the greatest freedom. He says, "Take a look at me. I'm utterly at ease. You're nothing by comparison. I have total self-mastery." That is why he's called the Great Sovereign God. The Great Sovereign God, who manifests his boundless body, will become his companion. This God is attached to the idea that he can manifest a boundless body, and he claims that all living beings are manifested by him. Now, this person is cultivating the same Dharma draw. He has the same attachment. He says that all living beings are manifested by him. Tell me, how can someone who has not accomplished Buddhahood create living beings? This is a false attachment. He thinks he has an ability that he doesn't really have. He makes friends with the Great Sovereign God and goes off to the heaven of great sovereignty. Confused about the body of the Buddhas, he will lose his knowledge and understanding. He fails to recognize the genuine enlightenment. He doesn't have any genuine wisdom, and so he joins the demons of the heavens and the external sects. Sutra This is the second state in which he draws conclusions about the workings of an ability based on idea that he has such an ability. He strays far from perfect penetration and turns his back on the city of Nirvana, thus sowing the seeds for being born in the heaven of great pride, where the self is considered all-pervading and perfect. Commentary. This is the second state in which he draws conclusions about the workings of an ability based on the idea that he has such an ability. Based on the idea that he is able to create living beings, he attains a fruition that seems all-pervasive and perfect. He strays far from perfect penetration. What he has done goes against the Dharma law of cultivating perfect penetration through the ear, of directing the hearing inward to listen to the inherent nature. And he turns his back on the city of Nirvana. He also goes against the truth of the unproduced and undestroyed, thus sowing the seeds for being born in the heaven of great pride, where the self is considered all-pervading and perfect. He will eventually be reborn in the heaven of great pride, which is the heaven of great sovereignty. Great pride means he looks down on everyone else. He's always up on his white Alps with his 3 eyes and 8 arms, thinking he's quite marvelous, riding freely about on his white Alps. He feels smug and satisfied because he feels his lifestyle is so superb. He becomes arrogant. He claims, I completely pervade everything and I can accomplish everything. Sutra. Further, the good person has thoroughly seen the formation skandha as empty. He has ended production and destruction, but he has not yet perfected the subtle wonder of ultimate serenity. Commentary. Further, the good person who is in his cultivation of samadhi has destroyed the formation skandha, has thoroughly seen the formation skandha as empty. He has already ended the mind of production and destruction, but he has not yet perfected the subtle wonder of ultimate serenity. He has not yet truly attained the bliss of ultimate serenity. Sutra. If he regards what he is returning to as a refuge, he will suspect that his body and mind come forth from there, and that all things throughout space in the 10 directions arise from there as well. He will explain that place from which all things issue forth is the truly permanent body, which is not subject to production and destruction. While still within production and destruction, he prematurely reckons that he abides in permanence. Since he is deluded about non-production, he is also confused about production and destruction. He is sunk in confusion. If he interprets this as the supreme state, he will fall into the error of taking what is not permanent to be permanent. He will speculate that the sovereign God, Ishvara, is his companion. Confused about the body of the Buddhas, he will lose his knowledge and understanding. Commentary. If he regards what he is returning to as a refuge, there will be doubts in his mind, and he will suspect that his body and mind come forth from there. The previous false conjecture was that he himself produced all living beings. Now he thinks that he came forth from the place to which he is returning, and that all things throughout space in the 10 directions arise from there as well. He will explain that that place from which all things issue forth is the truly permanent body, which is not subject to production and destruction. That place refers to the refuge to which he is returning. He claims that it is not caught up in production and destruction. Why does he say that? Because he is mistaken in his basic assumption. While still within the consciousness that is subject to production and destruction, he prematurely reckons that He abides in permanence. He speculates that it is eternal and unchanging. Since he is deluded about non-production, he is also confused about production and destruction. Since he doesn't understand the principle of non-production, he isn't clear about the principle of production and destruction. He is sunk in confusion. He becomes attached to the state and refuses to let go of it. He works on his cultivation right at that spot. If he interprets this as a supreme state, he will fall into the error of taking what is not permanent to be permanent. He considers it supreme. He is just adding attachments on top of attachments. He becomes attached to that permanence, but it is not true permanence. He will speculate that the sovereign God Ishvara Deva is his companion. Confused about the nature of body of the Buddhas, he will lose his knowledge and understanding and no longer have true wisdom. Sutra. This is a third state in which he makes a false speculation based on the idea that there is a refuge. He strays far from perfect penetration and turns his back on the city of Nirvana, thus sowing the seeds of undistorted view of perfection. Commentary. This is the third state in which he makes a false speculation based on the idea that there is a refuge. He establishes the idea that there is a refuge and then makes false speculations about a false fruition. He strays far from perfect penetration and turns his back on the city of Nirvana, thus sowing the seeds of undistorted view of perfection. He turns away from the principle of perfect penetration and leaves it far behind, and he comes to hold a wrong view of perfection. Sutra. Further, the good person has thoroughly seen the formation skandha as empty. He has ended production and destruction, but he has not yet perfected the subtle wonder of ultimate serenity. Commentary. Further, the good person has thoroughly investigated and seen the formation skandha as empty. He has ended production and destruction. He has destroyed the nature that is subject to production and destruction, but he has not yet perfected the subtle wonder of the bliss of ultimate serenity. Sutra. Based on his idea that there is universal awareness, he formulates a theory that all the plants in the 10 directions are sentient, not different from human beings. He claims that plants can become people and that when people die, they again become plants in the 10 directions. If he considers this idea of unrestricted, universal awareness to be supreme, he will fall into the error of maintaining that what is not aware has awareness. Vasistha and Senika, who maintain the idea of comprehensive awareness, will become his companions. Confused about the body of the Buddhas, he will lose his knowledge and understanding. Commentary. Based on his idea that there is universal awareness, he formulates a theory. He deduces from what he knows that there is a universal awareness and then formulates a view about it. What is his view? You'd never guess, and neither would I. He says that all the plants in the 10 directions are sentient. In China, there is a saying, people are not plants, who can be without emotion? That statement implies that plants are insentient. But here the cultivator has decided that all plants are sentient, not different from human beings. They are the same as people in that they also have life. He claims that plants can become people and that when people die, they again become plants in the 10 directions. After death, humans turn back into plants. If he considers this idea of unrestricted, universal awareness to be supreme, he doesn't have the wisdom to selectively apply this theory of universal awareness. He tries to be special and mistakenly thinks his idea is a supreme one. He will fall into the error of maintaining that what is not aware has awareness. He claims to understand this principle, but actually he is ignorant. He does not understand but insists that he does. He is similar to two followers of external sects, Vashista and Sainika. Vashista is a Sanskrit name which means avoid going near. How did he get such a name? He was a shepherd boy. One day the prince of Vaishali was outside playing. Happening upon the shepherd boy, the prince made him act as his bed and lay down and took a nap on top of the boy. This upset the shepherd boy, who went home and told his mother, "The prince of Vaishali used me as a bed and took a nap on top of me." Knowing that the prince would one day become the king and have a lot of power, the mother instructed her son, "From now on, don't hang around him, avoid going near him, keep your distance." That's how he got the name "avoid going near." Sainika is also a Sanskrit name which means endowed with an army. Judging from his name, he was probably someone who enjoyed serving in the military and had the air of a military man. These two people who maintain the idea of comprehensive awareness will become his companions. They believed they knew everything, and now they become these cultivators' companions, confused about the Buddhas. He will lose his proper knowledge and understanding. Sutra. This is a fourth state in which he draws an erroneous conclusion based on the idea that there is a universal awareness. He strays far from perfect penetration and turns his back on the city of nirvana, thus sowing the seeds of a distorted view of awareness. Commentary. This is a fourth state in which he draws an erroneous conclusion based on the idea that there is a universal awareness. In this fourth kind of attachment, he claims to know everything and thinks there's nothing he does not know. However, that's just his attachment. He really doesn't know anything at all. He realizes a false result. Erroneous means that there's no such thing. He strays far from perfect penetration. He is way off track, going against the Dharma law of cultivating perfect penetration through the ear. And he turns his back on the city of nirvana, on the principle of non-production and non-destruction. Thus, he is sowing the seeds of a distorted view of awareness, an upside-down understanding. Take plants, nobody would regard them as sentient beings, yet he does just that. He says that people are just plants, and that plants can also become people. Someone suggests, but they are trees endowed with souls. Doesn't that mean they have awareness? No. In such cases, there is a spirit inhabiting the tree. It's not that the tree itself has awareness and is a sentient being. Sutra. Further, the good person has thoroughly seen the formation skandha as empty. He has ended production and destruction, but he has not yet perfected the subtle wonder of ultimate serenity. Commentary. Further, the good person who is cultivating samadhi has investigated to the point that he has thoroughly seen the formation skandha as empty. He has ended production and destruction, but he has not yet perfected the subtle wonder of the state of ultimate serenity. He still carries the sutra if he has attained versatility in the perfect fusion and interchangeable functioning of the sense faculties. He may speculate that all things arise from these perfect transformations. He then seeks the light of fire, delights in the purity of water, loves the wind's circuitous flow and contemplates the accomplishments of the earth. He reveres and serves them all. He takes these mundane elements to be a fundamental cause and considers them to be everlasting. He will then fall into the error of taking what is not production to be production. Kashyapa and the Brahmins who seek to transcend birth and death by diligently serving fire and worshipping water will become his companions. Confused about the body of the Buddhas, he will lose his knowledge and understanding. Commentary. If he has attained versatility in the state of perfect fusion and interchangeable functioning of the six sense faculties, if he can follow his inclinations and do as he wishes, he may speculate that all things arise from these perfect transformations. Becoming attached to the perfect transformations from which everything comes forth, he then seeks the light of fire and worships the fire with extreme devotion. He also delights in the purity of water, sincerely revering the pure nature of water and loves the wind's circuitous flow, being inspired by the nature of wind with its continuous movement. And he contemplates the accomplishments of the earth. He reveres and serves them all, and various aspects, the various aspects of earth, water, fire, and wind. He bows to fire, prostrates himself before water, worships the wind, and makes obeisance to the earth. He says, "It is truly inconceivable. How is fire able to emit light? Water is so pure, I really ought to worship it." From morning to night, he bows to water, fire, wind, and earth, worshipping the four elements. He serves them by making offerings to them. Each spirit has spirits connected with it, and soon he is treating the earth spirits, water spirits, fire spirits, and wind spirits as his own ancestors. Mahakashyapa was originally a member of the fire-worshipping religion. He is to bow in homage to fire. He takes these mundane elements, earth, water, fire, and wind, to be a fundamental cause of himself, and he considers them to be everlasting. He says they abide forever. Well, it's true that earth, water, fire, and wind are just the treasury of the Tathagata. However, you should pay reverence to the treasury of the Tathagata, not to earth, water, fire, and wind. Otherwise, you are putting a head on top of a head, instead of working on the fundamentals of venerating the treasury of the Tathagata and respecting the Buddha. He is busy worshipping the superficial aspect. He will then fall into the error of taking what is not production to be production. He wants to end birth and death, but being unable to do so, he forms such an attachment. Kashyapa and the Brahmins who seek to transcend birth and death by diligently serving fire and worshipping water will become his companions. Kashyapa belongs to the great total clan. The Brahmins are those who cultivate pure practices. They exert themselves physically and mentally by engaging in various unbeneficial ascetic practices. They make offerings to fire and bow to water, hoping that by serving the four elements they can end birth and death. The cultivator becomes the friend and comrade of such people. Confused about the true nature of body of the Buddhas, he will lose his knowledge and understanding. He loses his genuine wisdom. Sutra. This is a fifth state in which he confusedly pursues the elements, setting up a false cause that leads to false aspirations based on speculations about his attachment to worship. He strays far from perfect penetration and turns his back on the city of Nirvana, thus sowing the seeds of a distorted view of transformation. Commentary. This is the fifth state in which he confusedly pursues the elements, setting up a false cause that leads to false aspirations based on speculations about his attachment to worship. This is the fifth upside-down theory. His speculations about his attachment lead him to worship and make offerings to the four elements. He becomes confused about his own everlasting true might, the treasury of the Tathagata, and goes running out after the material elements instead. He bases himself on fallacious knowledge and views in his quest to escape birth and death. This is a false cause. With this wrong cause, he vainly hopes to transcend birth and death. He strays far from the Dharma door of perfect penetration and turns his back on the city of Nirvana, thus sowing the seeds of a distorted and wrong view of transformation. Sutra. Further, the good person has thoroughly seen the formation skandha as empty. He has ended production and destruction, but he has not yet perfected the subtle wonder of ultimate serenity. Commentary. Further, the good person who is cultivating perfect penetration through the ear by directing the hearing inward to listen to the inherent nature has thoroughly seen the formation skandha as empty. He has investigated the formation skandha, seen it as empty and broken through it. He has already ended the path of production and destruction, but he has not yet perfected the bliss of the subtle wonder of ultimate serenity. Sutra. He may speculate that there is an emptiness within the perfect brightness, and based on that he denies the myriad transformations, taking their eternal cessation as his refuge. If he interprets this as the supreme state, he will fall into the error of taking what is not a refuge to be a refuge. Those abiding in the shunyata of the heaven of neither thought nor non-thought will become his companions. Confused about the body of the Buddhas, he will lose his knowledge and understanding. Commentary. He may speculate that there is an emptiness within the perfect brightness, and based on that he denies the myriad transformations. Taking their eternal cessation as his refuge, he speculates that there is an emptiness within the brightness, but that is not the case. Isn't that to deny the existence of all the myriad things? Therefore it is not a refuge of eternal cessation. However, he makes it his refuge. If he interprets this as a supreme state, if he has such a crazy understanding, he will fall into the error of taking what is not a refuge to be a refuge. He wants to rely on a refuge, but there is no such refuge. It is not eternal production or eternal cessation, but it cannot be a refuge, which is what he takes it to be. There is no refuge. Those abiding in the shunyata of the heaven of neither thought nor non-thought become his companions. His attachment is not to the heaven of non-thought among the heavens of the fourth dhyana, but rather the heaven of neither thought nor non-thought. The spirits of emptiness shunyata there become his companions. Confused about the body of the Buddhas, he loses his proper knowledge and understanding. Sutra. This is a sixth state in which he realizes a state of voidness based on the idea of emptiness within the perfect brightness. He strays far from perfect penetration and turns his back on the city of Nirvana, thus sowing the seeds of annihilationism. Commentary. This is a sixth state of crazy understanding in which he realizes a state of voidness based on the idea of emptiness within the perfect brightness. The state he attains doesn't really exist. He strays far from perfect penetration He goes against the practice of that dharma. He turns his back on the city of nirvana. What he does is contrary to the wonderful fruition of nirvana, and he sows the seeds of annihilationism. Sutra. Further, the good person has thoroughly seen the formation skandha as empty. He has ended production and destruction, but he has not yet perfected the subtle wonder of ultimate serenity. Commentary. Further, the good person who is cultivating samadhi has thoroughly seen the formation skandha as empty. For him, the formation skandha is already empty. He has ended production and destruction, but he has not yet perfected the subtle wonder of ultimate serenity. He has yet to perfect the wonderful bliss of nirvana. Sutra. In the state of what seems to be perfect permanence, he may bolster his body, hoping to live for a long time in that subtle and perfect condition without dying. If he interprets this as a supreme state, he will fall into the error of being greedy for something unattainable. Asita and those who seek long life will become his companions. Confused about the body of the Buddhas, he will lose his knowledge and understanding. Commentary. In the state of what seems to be perfect permanence, he may bolster his body, hoping to live for a long time in that subtle and perfect condition without dying. He may try to make his body durable because he wishes to dwell in the world forever. He seeks immortality and a life of essential clarity and perfection. If he interprets this as a supreme state, if he has such a crazy understanding, he will fall into the error of being greedy for something unattainable. He craves immortality but cannot attain it. Asita and those who seek long life will become his companions. Asita is a Sanskrit name that translates as incomparable, meaning no one can compare with him. He and his followers are an external sect. They dwell in the heavens and crave immortality. The cultivator joins ranks with them, confused about the Dharma of the body of the Buddhas. He will lose his proper knowledge and understanding. Sutra. This is the seventh state in which he sets up the false cause of bolstering and aspires to permanent worldly existence. Based on his attachment to the life source, he strays far from perfect penetration and turns his back on the city of nirvana, thus sowing the seeds for false thoughts of lengthening life. Commentary. This is the seventh state in which he sets up the false cause of bolstering and aspires to permanent worldly existence. Based on his attachment to the life source, he clings to the source of his own life and bolsters his body in the hope of attaining long life. He strays far from perfect penetration. He goes against the Dharma of cultivating the perfect penetration of the ear and by directing the hearing inward to listen to his own nature. And not only that, he turns his back on the city of nirvana, thus sowing the seeds for false thoughts of lengthening life. Sutra. Further, the good person has thoroughly seen the formation skandha as empty. He has ended production and destruction, but he has not yet perfected the subtle wonder of ultimate serenity. Commentary. Further, the good person who is cultivating samadhi has thoroughly seen the formation skandha as empty. He has broken through the formation skandha. He has ended production and destruction, but he has not yet perfected the subtle wonder and wonderful bliss of ultimate serenity. Sutra. As he contemplates the interconnection of all lives, he wants to hang on to worldly enjoyments and is afraid they will come to an end. Caught up in this thought, he will, by the power of transformation, seat himself in a lotus flower palace, conjure up An abundance of the seven precious things increases the retinue of beautiful women and indulges his mind. If he interprets this as a supreme state, he will fall into the error of taking what is not the truth to be the truth. Nakara will become his companion. Confused about the body of the Buddhas, he will lose his knowledge and understanding. Commentary. As he contemplates the interconnection of all lives, this person sees that his own life is interrelated with the lives of all beings, and he wants to hang on to worldly enjoyments and is afraid they will come to an end. He fears that his worldly existence will come to an end, and he doesn't want it to end. Caught up in this thought, he will, by the power of transformation, seat himself in a lotus flower palace, conjure up an abundance of the seven precious things, increases a retinue of beautiful women, and indulges his mind. Within his lotus flower palace, he conjures up all kinds of gems and enlarges his following of concubines and beautiful women. Then he gives free rein to lust and greed. If he interprets this as a supreme state, he will fall into the error of taking what is not the truth to be the truth. At this point, he again considers this to be supreme. He thinks he has attained what is true, but it is not true. It is merely what he maintains. Vignakara will become his companion. Vigna is Sanskrit and translates as to tie and to bind. This refers to tying and binding living beings with rope. Kara is also Sanskrit and translates as my doing. This means the bondage of all living beings, that is their lack of freedom, is all my doing. It is because of me that they are not free. That's how the members of his external sect think. This cultivated Joyce ranks with them, confused about the body of the Buddhas. He will lose his proper knowledge and understanding and will only have wrong knowledge and understanding. Sutra. This is the eighth state in which he decides to indulge in worldly enjoyments based on his wrong thinking. He strays far from perfect penetration and turns his back on the city of Nirvana, thus sowing the seeds for becoming a demon of the heavens. Commentary. This is the eighth state in which he decides to indulge in worldly enjoyments based on his wrong thinking. Due to his wrong thoughts, he gets caught up in his burning passion for worldly things. He strays far from perfect penetration. He goes against the Dharma law of cultivating perfect penetration through the ear. And he turns his back on the city of Nirvana and the principle it embodies, thus sowing the seeds for becoming a demon of the heavens. He will be reborn among the demons in the heavens. Sutra. Further, the good person has thoroughly seen the formation skandha as empty. He has ended production and destruction, but he has not yet perfected the subtle wonder of ultimate serenity. Commentary. Further, the good person has investigated and has thoroughly seen the formation skandha as empty. He has already ended the nature that is subject to production and destruction, but he has not yet fully perfected the subtle and wonderful bliss of ultimate serenity. Sutra. In his understanding of life, he distinguishes the subtle and the coarse and determines the true and the false, but he only seeks a response in the mutual repayment of cause and effect, and he turns his back on the way of purity. In the practice of seeing suffering, eliminating accumulation, realizing cessation, and cultivating the way, he dwells in cessation and stops there, making no further progress. If he interprets this as a supreme state, he will fall and become a fixed nature hero. Unlearned sanghas and those of overweening pride will become his companions. Confused about the body of the Buddhas, he will lose his knowledge and understanding. Commentary. In his illusory understanding of life, he distinguishes the subtle and the coarse. He differentiates between what is fine and what is coarse and determines the true and the false. He judges what is true and what is false, but he only seeks a response in the mutual repayment of cause and effect. He seeks response through cause and effect. The response also comes from cause and effect, and he turns his back on the way of purity. In the practice of seeing suffering, eliminating accumulation, realizing cessation, and cultivating the way. To see suffering means to know suffering. The truth of suffering includes the three sufferings, the eight sufferings, and limitless sufferings. The truth of accumulation refers to all our afflictions. Cessation refers to cultivating the way, and realizing cessation, that is attaining the wonderful bliss of nirvana. The way refers to the way of conservation. That's what is meant by knowing suffering, eliminating accumulation, longing for cessation, and cultivating the way. He dwells in cessation and stops there, making no further progress. When he reaches cessation, he stops advancing. If he interprets this as a supreme state, if he comes up with a crazy rationalization which he considers superior, he will fall and become a fixed nature hero. What is a fixed nature hero? We've talked about this before. It is a person who refuses to turn from the small and go toward the great. He becomes satisfied prematurely and refuses to advance further. Unlearned servants and those of overweening pride will become his companions. He is as ignorant as the unlearned bhikshu who thought the fourth dhyana was the fourth fruition of arhatship. Such a pupil become his companions, confused about the sutra. This is the ninth state in which he aspires toward the fruition of cessation, based on perfecting the mind that seeks responses. He strays far from perfect penetration and turns his back on the city of nirvana, thus sowing the seeds for becoming enmeshed in emptiness. Commentary. This is the ninth state in which he aspires toward the fruition of cessation, based on perfecting the mind that seeks responses. He strays far from the Dharma door of perfect penetration through the ear, and he turns his back on the city of nirvana, thus sowing the seeds for becoming enmeshed in emptiness. He gets stuck in emptiness and stillness. He has no desire to progress and no wish to retreat. Emptiness becomes the most important thing in his life. He gets wrapped up in emptiness. Actually, emptiness means there is nothing at all, but he invents an emptiness within emptiness and becomes attached to it. Sutra. Further, the good person has thoroughly seen the formation skandha as empty. He has ended production and destruction, but he has not yet perfected the subtle wonder of ultimate serenity. Commentary. Further, the good person has thoroughly seen the formation skandha as empty. He has thoroughly investigated the states of the formation skandha, and they are empty for him. He has already ended the states of production and destruction, but he has not yet perfected the subtle wonder and bliss of ultimate serenity. Sutra. In that perfectly fused, pure, bright enlightenment, as he investigates the profound wonder, he may take it to be nirvana and fail to make further progress. If he interests this as a supreme state, he will fall and become a fixed nature pratyeka. Those enlightened by conditions and solitarily enlightened ones who do not turn their minds to the great vehicle will become his companions. Confused about the body of the Buddhas, he will lose his knowledge and understanding. Commentary. In that state of perfect fused, pure bright enlightenment, as he investigates the principle of profound wonder, he may take it to be nirvana and fail to make further progress in his cultivation. Even though he has not yet broken through the consciousness skandha, if he interprets his wide false understanding as a supreme state, he will fall and become a fixed nature pratika who fails to turn from the small and go toward the great. Those enlightened by conditions and solitarily enlightened ones who do not turn their minds to the great vehicle, the fixed nature arhats, will become his companions. He will join ranks with them, confused about the body of the Buddhas, the path to enlightenment. He will lose his proper knowledge and understanding. Sutra. This is the 10th state in which he realizes a profound brightness based on fusing the mind with perfect enlightenment. He strays far from perfect penetration and turns his back on the city of Nirvana, thus sowing the seeds for being unable to surpass his attachment to the brightness of perfect enlightenment. Commentary. This is the 10th state, the last of the gates of the consciousness skandha. If you can pass through this gate, then you don't have to worry anymore. There is no further danger. Unfortunately, this final step is not an easy one to take. At this point, he is offered by just a tiny bit. It is said if you are offered by a hair's breadth at the beginning, you will miss by 1,000 miles at the end. If you're just a tiny bit off at the start, you'll be way off at the stage of fruition. This state is one in which he realizes a profound brightness based on fusing the mind with perfect enlightenment. At this time, the doctrine of perfect enlightenment is about to merge with his permanent true mind, and he attains a purity and brightness. He strays far from perfect penetration. Nevertheless, he has not matched with the Dharma door of perfect penetration of the ear, because he still has attachments, and he turns his back on the city of Nirvana, going against the wonderful fruition of Nirvana, thus sowing the seeds for being unable to surpass his attachment to the brightness of perfect enlightenment. He cannot get past his attachment to that state of perfection. There is still that tiny bit which he does not understand before he breaks through the consciousness skandha. If at this point he can break through without succumbing to crazy interpretations, then he will have broken through all 5 skandhas. When the 5 skandhas have been broken through, he will attain the positions of the 10 faiths, the 10 dwellings, the 10 practices, the 10 transferences, and the 10 grounds. Then he can rest assured that he will attain Buddhahood. Sutra. Ananda, these 10 states of dhyana are due to crazy explanations on the path of cultivation. Relying on them, the cultivator becomes confused and claims to have attained complete realization before actually having done so. All these states are the result of interactions between the consciousness skandha and his mental efforts. Commentary. Ananda, you should pay special attention to this point and understand it well. You should recognize the demon states that appear in these 10 states of dhyana, these 10 Dharma doors of contemplation in stillness, these 10 states which appear in the cultivation of dhyana are due to crazy explanations on the path of cultivation. Relying on them, the cultivator becomes confused and claims to have attained complete realization before actually having done so. At this point, although he has not attained the way and realized the fruition, he says, I've realized the fruition. Not having realized the first fruition, he says he has. Not having attained the second, third, and fourth fruitions either, he claims he has. He has not become a Buddha, yet he claims he has. If you ask him how he became a Buddha, he doesn't know. A Buddha who doesn't know how he attained Buddhahood is certainly a muddled Buddha. But Buddhas all have perfect understanding, and there are no muddled Buddhas. If he's muddled, then he's just a ghost, goblin, demon, or weird creature who doesn't understand the truth. All these states are the results of interactions between the consciousness skandha and his mental efforts. These are tricks of the consciousness skandha. When you work hard, the consciousness skandha battles against your skill. If you have the slightest bit of greed, lust, or false thinking, you will enter a demonic state. If you become attached to this state, then you will be possessed by a demon. You will come up with some crazy theory, and once you do, it will be very hard to smash through it. Even if others point out to the cultivator that he is incorrect, he won't believe them. He will think, "What do you know anyway? I am already a Buddha. What you're saying is not right." Even if they tell him, he won't believe them. That is why such states occur. January 1983. Just now, Guo Di said, most of us have placed the state of breaking through the five skandhas too high, and he's absolutely right. The Heart Sutra says when Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara was practicing the profound prana paramita, he illuminated the five skandhas and saw that they are all empty, and he crossed beyond all suffering and difficulty. Avalokiteshvara, the one who contemplates at ease, was sitting there meditating, advancing step by step in his cultivation of dhyana, heading towards the stage of wisdom. He was able to understand that the five skandhas are empty. Once a person sees the skandhas of form, feeling, thinking, formations, and consciousness as empty, he will no longer be obstructed by them. Since they no longer cover him over, his wisdom comes forth. At this point, he has not by any means realized any fusion or left the triple realm. He has some wisdom which allows him to leave suffering and attain bliss, yet he has not really left suffering and attained bliss. He still has a ways to go. He still has to deeply enter the sutra treasury and have wisdom like the sea, and to not be turned by states. Right now, he is still being turned by the states of the five skandhas. Not only has he not realized the fourth fusion, he hasn't even reached the first fusion. An arhata of the first fusion can walk without his feet having to touch the ground. His feet are about half a centimeter off the ground, so they never get muddy no matter where he goes. That's because he has eradicated the 88 grades of delusion of views. The delusion of views involves being confused by the state one is faced with and becoming attached to it. When one realizes the fusion, the eyes see forms, but inside there is nothing. The ears hear sounds, but the mind doesn't know. One sees everything as empty, and one has no attachments. So how could one catch on fire and become possessed by a demon? There are no demons to encounter and no fires to catch. Being confused by principles and engaging in discrimination is called the delusion of thoughts. Sages of the second and third fusion must cut off the delusion of thoughts. If someone had already cut off the delusions of thought while cultivating in the realm of the five skandhas, would he be entertaining all kinds of wild thoughts and speculations? Would he make all kinds of discriminations as he investigates the principle? No way. He would be able to decisively resolve any matter which comes up without having to discriminate and speculate about it. Those false thoughts all come from his consciousness. His consciousness is constantly discriminating the subtlest details. Not only has he not realized any fusion, he can't even ascend to the heaven of neither thought nor non-thought. Why not? Because he hasn't even seen through and put down his body. He is still going around in circles, expending effort on that stinking skin bag. Do you think that someone who has broken through the five skandhas has realized some fusion? Breaking through the five skandhas is a path that has to be walked, and he is walking on that path. All of you should clearly recognize this state. Don't be like the unlearned bhikshu who mistakenly thought that the fourth dhyana heaven was the fourth fruition. A person who has broken through the five skandhas is only at the level of the first or second dhyana. He is still in the very early stages of cultivation. He has only just begun. You shouldn't mistake an elementary school student who has just begun his studies for a college graduate. Tried prodigies who advance very quickly in their studies are not that common. In fact, they're extremely rare. You should be very clear about the Dharma. I didn't say this earlier because I wanted to see how much wisdom you all had. If a person hasn't cut off the delusion of views and the delusion of thought, how can he have realized any fruition? It would be impossible. January 1983. He hasn't realized any fruition yet. Those are all false states. Even if he has broken through form, feeling, thinking, formations, and consciousness, he still hasn't realized any fruition. He's just traveling on the path of cultivation, that's all. If he had realized any fruition, he would become irreversible. How could a demon possess him? Even a person who has realized the first fruition cannot be possessed by a demon. March 1983. The Heart Sutra says, he illuminated the five skandhas and saw that they are all empty, and he crossed beyond all suffering and difficulty. One who has broken through the five skandhas has merely understood the principle of emptiness. He certainly hasn't ended birth and death or attained any fruition. He is still walking on the path of cultivation and has not reached his destination yet. So he can't be said to have ended birth and death. He has understood the principle of emptiness, which is a partial view, and at this point he feels that there isn't any suffering and there isn't any happiness. If he were to stop at this point, he would fall into an external path. If he continues to progress, then it will be possible for him to become enlightened and to realize the fruition, but he must be vigorous. Therefore, in cultivation, no matter the level you reach, if you become satisfied with what little you have attained and feel you've gone far enough, then you are simply limiting yourself and quitting when you're only halfway there. That will be as far as your understanding goes, and you will make no further progress. Sutra. Down and confused living beings do not evaluate themselves. Encountering such situations, their minds are confused by their individual likings and past habits, so they stop to rest in what they take to be the ultimate refuge. They claim to have perfected unsurpassed Bodhi, thus uttering a great lie. After their karmic retribution as eternalists and deviant demons comes to an end, they will fall into the relentless hells. The sound hearers and those enlightened by cognitions cannot make further progress. Commentary. Dull and confused living beings do not evaluate themselves. Living beings are obstinate and intractable in their delusion. They do not stop to consider just what they are. They haven't shed their dog hides and pig skins, yet they claim to be Buddhas. They really overestimate themselves. Encountering such situations, their minds are confused by their individual likings and past habits. Individual likings refers to their personal desires and greedy attachments, which have confused and stupefied their minds in life after life. So they stop to rest in what they take to be the ultimate refuge. They figure to have reached a treasure trove, but in fact they are abiding in a transformed city. That transformed city is not the treasure trove. These people were on the quest for treasures, but after going halfway, they grew weary and decided to give up. At that point, a person with spiritual powers conjured up a city and told them, "The treasure trove is just up ahead." We can go there and collect all the treasures. We can bring back all sorts of precious and rare jewels. The idea was that after they got there and took a rest, they could continue onwards. But all the people went to the transformed city and thinking it was the treasure trove, they rested and did not go further. They say this is their final place of refuge, the place that they want to go. They claim to have perfected unsurpassed Bodhi. They claim to have realized unsurpassed Bodhi and become Buddhas already, thus uttering a great lie. They haven't attained Buddhahood, but they say they have. Wouldn't any intelligent person say such a stupid thing? To say you've reached a position that you haven't reached is just being stupid. In a democratic country, we say everyone can become president. True, everyone has the potential to become president, but that doesn't mean everyone is the president. You have to be elected to office before you actually are the president. You can't just say that everyone is the president. Then who is the real president? Who is the vice president? It's the same principle here. If you've never gone to school or studied anything, and you don't even know how to sign your name, could you really become the president? It's the same with becoming a Buddha. If you haven't cultivated and you don't have what it takes to spend 6 years in the Himalayas or 49 days under the Bodhi tree, if you haven't put in even 1 day of such effort, how could you become a Buddha? That would be too easy. That's crazy. After their karmic retribution as externalists and demons comes to an end, after the demonic karma they incurred has come to an end, they will fall into the relentless hells. Their lives as demons will also come to an end at some point. When that happens, they will fall into the relentless hells. The south hearers and those enlightened by conditions cannot make further progress. If fixed nature south hearers or fixed nature practical Buddhas utter a great lie, they will not fall into the hells. However, they won't be able to advance either. They cannot make further progress. Sutra of all of you should cherish the resolve to sustain the way of the Tathagata. After my nirvana, transmit this Dharma door to those in the Dharma Ending Age, universally causing living beings to awaken to its meaning. Do not let the demons of views cause them to create their own grave offenses and fall. Protect, comfort, and compassionately rescue them and dispel evil conditions. Enable them to enter the Buddha's knowledge and understanding with your body and mind, so that from the beginning to the final accomplishment, they never go astray. Commentary. All of you Ananda and all the great Bodhisattvas, great Arhats, great Bhikshus, great elders, and others in this assembly should cherish the resolve to sustain the way of the Tathagata. You should honor the principles spoken by the Tathagata. After my nirvana, transmit this Dharma door of the Shurangama Sutra, that of directing the hearing inward to listen to the inherent nature until the nature attains the unsurpassed way. Transmit this Dharma door of perfect penetration to those in the Dharma Ending Age. You should transmit this every day to those in the Dharma Ending Age, universally causing living beings to awaken to its meaning. Let all living beings understand these principles clearly. Do not let the demons of views cause them to create their own grave offenses and falls. There are demons of views and love. When people see states, demons of views cause them to be moved by the states. Sometimes people see things, give rise to love, and get turned by those states. That's the demons of views and love. Don't let them cause people to create offenses and fall. Protect, comfort, and compassionately rescue them, all living beings, and dispel evil and improper conditions. Subdue the crazy mind and wild nature. Put an end to wrong knowledge and views. enable them to enter the Buddha's knowledge and understanding with the body and mind, so that from the beginning to the final accomplishment, they never go astray. Do not allow them to be sidetracked, and as they walk on. Concluding Instructions, Volume 8, Chapter 7, Sutra. It is by relying on this dharma-door that the Tathagatas of the past, as many as fine motes of dust, in aeons as many as the Ganges sands, have enlightened their minds and attained the unsurpassed way. Commentary. It is by relying on this dharma-door of the Shurangama Sutra that the Tathagatas of the past, as many as fine motes of dust, in aeons as many as the Ganges sands, have enlightened their minds and attained the unsurpassed way. By following this dharma-door of the great Shurangama Samadhi, their minds became enlightened, and they realized the fruition of the unsurpassed way. This is a path they traveled. Now we also want to investigate this path. Only by cultivating this way to perfection can we become Buddhas. It's not the case that we can reach Buddhahood without even taking the first step. Not to mention Buddhahood, even in the world, how many years of effort does it take to get a bachelor's, a master's, or a doctoral degree? How much more must you work to attain a transcendental Buddhahood? If you were to claim to be a Buddha without even having taken the first step, that would be even more incredible than a dream. Even in a dream, you wouldn't say such an outrageous thing. Becoming a Buddha is not that simple. Sutra. When the consciousness skandha ends, your present sense faculties will function interchangeably. Within that interchangeable functioning, you will be able to enter the Bodhisattva's via dry wisdom. In your perfect, bright, pure mind, there will be a transformation. Commentary. When the consciousness skandha ends, when the formation skandha came to an end, you were in the consciousness skandha. If you had reached the position of the eighth consciousness, at that point you would be able to see the wands of the 10 directions as clearly as crystal. Nothing would obstruct your vision. However, before the consciousness skandha completely become the eighth consciousness, and the very subtle process of production and destruction is still going on in the seventh consciousness. Once those subtle movements of the seventh consciousness are gone, and only the eighth consciousness remains, you will see everything in the universe as clearly as crystal. At that time, the eighth consciousness is transformed into the Buddha's great perfect mirror wisdom. That state cannot be obtained. However, before you completely smash through the seventh consciousness, that is what it means to put an end to the consciousness skandha. If the subtle movements of the seventh consciousness are gone, your present six sense faculties will function interchangeably. The interchangeable functioning of the six sense faculties was discussed above. Each faculty has the functions of all six. For example, the eyes, which could only see things before, can now hear, smell, taste, eat, touch, and think as well. One opens and unites the faculties so they can function interchangeably. Within that interchangeable functioning, you will be able to enter the Bodhisattva's vara dry wisdom. Vara means indestructible, which means non-retreating. You attain the three kinds of non-retreat: non-retreating position, non-retreating thought, and non-retreating practice. Dry wisdom refers to the stage of dry wisdom. In your perfect, bright, pure mind, there will be a transformation. Sutra, it will be like a pure Vaidurya that contains a precious moon, and in that way you will transcend the 10 faiths, the 10 dwellings, the 10 practices, the 10 transferences, the 4 additional practices, the Vara-like 10 grounds of a Bodhisattva's practice, and the perfect brightness of equal enlightenment. Commentary. What will the transformation be like? It will be like a pure, undefiled piece of Vajra that contains a precious moon, and in that way you will transcend the positions of the 10 faiths, the 10 dwellings, the 10 practices, the 10 transferences, and the 4 additional practices, which were discussed earlier. The 4 additional practices are heat, submit, patience, and foremost in the world. You will also transcend the states and levels of skill represented by the Vajra-like 10 grounds of a Bodhisattva's practice and the perfect brightness of equal enlightenment. Sutra, you will enter the Tathagata's sea of wondrous adornments, perfect the cultivation of Bodhi, and return to the state of non-attainment. Commentary. In this state, you will enter the Tathagata sea of wondrous adornments, perfect the cultivation of Bodhi, and return to the state of non-attainment. Ultimately, there is nothing to be attained. Why? Because Bodhi is inherent in you and is not obtained from outside. The treasury of the Tathagata is not something obtained externally, rather it is inherently yours. Thus, you return to the state of non-attainment. Sutra. These are subtle demonic states that all Buddhas, world-honored ones of the past, discerned with their enlightened clarity while in the state of shamatha and vipassana. Commentary. These 10 states discussed above, which occur in the consciousness skandha, are subtle demonic states that all Buddhas, world-honored ones of the past, discerned with their enlightened clarity while in the state of shamatha and vipassana. Shamatha is a kind of samadhi, in this case the wonderful Shurangama Samadhi. Vipassana refers to the skill of subtle and refined contemplation. Because of their enlightened understanding, they could discern those demonic states which are extremely subtle and very difficult to detect. December the 2nd, 1992. Disciple. Here the wonderful Shurangama Samadhi is explained as shamatha, but earlier shamatha referred to the 3 stoppings and 3 contemplations. Venerable Master, the 3 stoppings and 3 contemplations are just an analogy. The principle is about the same. Disciple, but it still isn't the wonderful Shurangama Samadhi. Venerable Master, he may realize and enter the wonderful Shurangama Samadhi later on. This is explained differently in different places. It depends on the context. It's explained at a deeper level here. It is as when a child grows up. He does things differently, even though he has the same name and is the same person. There are changes, but it's pretty much the same thing. It is explained one way here and another way there. If you insist on clinging to one way, then you don't understand. Disciple, if only someone with a Venerable Master wisdom can do this. Venerable Master, for example, let me ask you about a quote from the Chen school. With the empty hands grasping a hoe, I walk and ride an ox. I walk across the bridge flows, but not the water. What does this mean? Have you heard me say this before? There's nothing special about it. Of course, your hands have to be empty to grasp a hoe. If your hands are holding something, how can they grasp the hoe? Most people ask, how can empty hands grasp a hoe? They don't understand because they can't turn it around. That's how the Chen school is. Disciple, Chen masters usually talk in such a bizarre way, so even when they say something logical, people still can't figure out what they're saying. Venerable Master, they were speaking to the conditions of the time, so if you talk about their words now, it's like trying to sketch something that changes over time. It will be off the mark. The Chen masters deliberately spoke that way so you wouldn't understand and you wouldn't know what their real meaning was. Disciple, Their words were aimed at a specific person or event and not directed at other people. Venerable Master, when those of later generations quote their words, they are simply talking about food instead of eating it, and counting others' wealth instead of their own, not getting any real benefit. Disciple, for example, if a person is on the brink of enlightenment, then the Trend Master may hit him and cause him to be enlightened. Yet, if those of later generations casually hit people, they won't get any results. Venerable Master, as soon as you hit them, they get mad. When your cultivation has reached maturity, you can bump into something, so touch something and get enlightened. When the time hasn't come, then even if you want to get enlightened, it won't happen. The more you want to, the less you'll be able to get enlightened, because your wishes are only false thoughts. You don't recognize your false thoughts, and so you follow along with your human mind, thinking. You can think to the end of the world and you still won't get anywhere. Sutra, if you can recognize a demonic state when it appears and wash away the filth in your mind, you will not develop wrong views. Commentary, if you can recognize a demonic state when it appears before you and be able to tell whether it is a demon or a Buddha, and you can wash away the filth in your mind, you will not develop wrong views. Some states come from demons external to you and some come from your own mind. The external demons are easy to subdue. The internal demons of the mind are very difficult to subdue, because once you have wrong knowledge and views, it's very difficult to free yourself from them. After you have recognized the external demons, you have to cleanse away the filth of your own mind. What filth? The most important kind of filth in the mind is greed. We keep talking around it and it always comes back to that. Greed, to be more specific, is lust. If you don't have any thoughts of lust, you have washed away the filth of the mind and you will not develop wrong views. If you do not cleanse the mind of lust, then a lot of problems will come your way. All these problems arise because of greed. All kinds of trouble, afflictions, and ignorance then arise. And when they do, you get caught up in wrong views. If you can wash away these faults, you will also be rid of wrong views. Sutra, the demons of the skandhas will melt away, and the demons from the heavens will be destroyed. The mighty ghosts and spirits will lose their wits and flee, and the Li, Mei, Wang, Liang will not dare to show themselves again. Commentary, the demons of the five skandhas which have been discussed will melt away, and the demons from the heavens will be destroyed. If you have genuine wisdom and don't get caught up in wrong views, the demons of the heavens will be obliterated. You will strike fear into their hearts. The mighty ghosts and spirits will lose their wits and flee. These beings are so strong that they can knock over Mount Sumeru single-handedly. But if you have proper knowledge and views and you have the great Shurangama Samadhi, these powerful ghosts and spirits will lose their wits and flee in terror when they see you. And the Li, Mei, and Wang Liang will not dare to show themselves again. Li, Mei, and Wang Liang are types of gods that were discussed earlier. They will also be gone for good. Sutra, you will directly arrive at Bodhi without the slightest wariness, progressing from lower positions to great nirvana without becoming confused or discouraged. Commentary, you will directly arrive at Bodhi, the state of the Buddha, without the slightest wariness. You won't have any difficulty or trouble progressing from lower positions to great nirvana without becoming confused or discouraged. Even those with inferior roots will be able to progress. You will head straight for the wonderful fruition of nirvana, and your mind will not experience those earlier kinds of confusion and ignorance. Sutra. If there are beings in the Dharma Ending Age who delight in cultivating samadhi, but who are stupid and dumb, who fail to recognize the importance of dhyana, and who have not heard the Dharma spoken, you should be concerned lest they get caught up in deviant ways. You should single-mindedly exhort them to uphold the Dharani mantra of the Buddha Summit. If they cannot recite it from memory, they should have it written out and place it in the meditation hall or wear it on their person. Then none of the demons will be able to disturb them. Commentary. If there are beings in the Dharma Ending Age who delight in cultivating samadhi, but who are stupid and dumb, no matter how much you teach living beings about being good, they still insist on going down bad roads. You don't teach them how to be bad, but they go down bad roads all by themselves. Learning to be good is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Learning to be bad is as easy as sliding downhill. Why? The habits of living beings are very strong and they have too much greed and desire. Those old habits, old problems, old karmic hindrances, and death from offenses created in past lives are so numerous that they drag one down when one wants to go up. Learning to be good is as hard as climbing to the heavens, but learning to be bad is as easy as going downhill. Why? Because living beings have no wisdom and are stupid and dumb. They are ones who fail to recognize the importance of dhyana. They do not realize the vital importance of cultivating the way. They do not know how necessary the practice of still contemplation is. Or they are those who have not heard the Dharma spoken. They don't know about the Dharma. Although they have not heard Dharma lectures and they don't know how to meditate and practice still contemplation, they nonetheless delight in cultivating samadhi. Those who wish to cultivate samadhi have to understand the way and be clear about the Dharma. So you should be concerned lest they get caught up in deviant ways. If you fear that such people will come to have wrong knowledge and views, then you must warn them. You should single-mindedly exhort them to uphold the Dharani mantra of the Buddha Summit. Urge them to recite the most supreme Dharani, the Shurangama mantra. If they cannot recite it from memory, they should have it written out and place it in the meditation hall. If they keep reciting the mantra but cannot memorize it and have to look at the book, you can tell them to write it out and place it in the room where they sit in meditation. That's because wherever the sutra is kept, the Buddha is present. How much the more is this the case for the mantra? Wherever this mantra is found, there will be Vajracharya Bodhisattvas and their retinues and all the Dharma protecting good spirits. Or you can tell these cultivators to wear it on their person, then none of the demons will be able to disturb them. If you wear the mantra on your body, the demons cannot get to you. January 1983. If a person who has been possessed by a demon recites the Shurangama mantra, will the demon leave? If you recite the Shurangama mantra, whatever demon you have will leave, provided you recite with single-minded concentration. If you recite with a concentrated mind, without any extraneous false thoughts or any greed, then the demon will go far away. It's only to be feared that you recite the mantra on the one hand, but entertain false thoughts on the other, and that you won't be able to get rid of thoughts of killing, stealing, sexual misconduct, lying, and taking intoxicants. If that's the case, then no mantra that you recite will be efficacious. Sutra. You should revere this final paradigm of ultimate cultivation and progress of the Tathagatas of the 10 directions. Commentary. With the utmost sincerity and concern, Shakyamuni Buddha makes a final entreaty. He says to Ananda, "You should revere this final paradigm of ultimate cultivation and progress of the Tathagatas of the 10 directions. You should respect and honor the wonderful Shurangama Samadhi and the Dharma door of the perfect penetration of the ear through directing the hearing inward to listen to the inherent nature, and also the Dharma door of the spiritual Shurangama mantra, the supreme honored Dharani mantra of the Buddha Summit, which unites all Dharmas and holds limitless meanings. This is the mind and nature of all the Tathagatas of the 10 directions. It is the mother of all Tathagatas. It is the most ultimate, most thorough, and most subtly wonderful Dharma door of cultivation and progress. It is the final paradigm of all the Tathagatas of the 10 directions. It is the most important Dharma door which has been explained at the very end. It is the most important paradigm. The arising and the cessation of the five skandhas, Volume 8, Chapter 8. Sutra. Ananda then arose from his seat. Having heard the Buddha's instruction, he bowed and respectfully upheld it, remembering every word and forgetting none. Then once more in the great assembly he spoke to the Buddha. The Buddha has told us that in the manifestation of the five skandhas, there are five kinds of falseness that come from our own thinking minds. We have never before been blessed with such subtle and wonderful instructions as the Tathagata has now given. Commentary. Ananda then arose from his seat. Having heard the Buddha's instruction, he bowed and respectfully upheld it, remembering every word and forgetting none. Hearing Shakyamuni Buddha's teaching, Ananda bows to the Buddha, but this time he does not cry. He cried so many times in the past, but now he does not cry, because he has eaten his fill. He's been like a child, drinking milk. Now that he's full, he doesn't cry anymore. Or again, he is like a child that wants candy. Once he gets his fill of sweets, he stops crying. Ananda has also obtained some candy to eat, so he does not cry anymore. He prostrated himself and upheld the Dharma door of the great Shurangama Samadhi with extreme reverence. He had memorized the spiritual mantra, Shurangama mantra, without getting a single syllable wrong or leaving any out, and every word and phrase was very clear. As he recited the mantra with his mouth, he contemplated it in his mind and did not create any evil karma with his body. Thus, the three karmas of body, mouth, and mind were all pure as he recited the spiritual Shurangama mantra. Then once more in the great assembly, he spoke to the Buddha. People should not get the wrong idea here. When Ananda speaks out again in the assembly, it's certainly not the case that he's showing off. It's not that he wants everyone to notice him. What is he doing then? He is seeking the Dharma on behalf of living beings. He is doing it not for his own sake, but for you and me, his fellow cultivators in the present time. He thinks, oh, in the future there will be a Dharma assembly in America. Someone will lecture on the Shurangama Sutra there, and those people may not have totally understood it to this point, so I will ask for some more Dharma on their behalf. We should really be grateful to Ananda. He said, the Buddha has told us that in the manifestation of the five skandhas of form, feeling, thinking, formations, and consciousness, there are five kinds of falseness that come from our own thinking minds. Each of these five kinds of falseness further divides into 10 kinds of demonic states. We have never before been blessed with such subtle and wonderful instructions as the Tathagata has now given. Those of us in this great assembly have never before, in our ordinary daily lives, heard the Buddha speak such wonderful doctrines. We have truly gained what we never had before, and we are peaceful and content with in body and mind. Sutra further. Are these five skandhas destroyed all at the same time, or are they extinguished in sequence? What are the boundaries of these five layers? Commentary. Further, are these five skandhas of form, feeling, thinking, formations, and consciousness destroyed all at the same time, and we get rid of them all at once, or are they extinguished in sequence? Do they go away little by little in a certain order, one layer after another? What are the boundaries of these five layers? What are their limits? Sutra. We only hope the Tathagata, out of great compassion, will explain this in order to purify the eyes and illuminate the minds of those in the great assembly, and in order to serve as eyes for living beings of the future. Commentary. We only hope the Tathagata, out of great compassion, will explain this. Our only wish is that the Tathagata will let the great compassion issue forth from his heart and explain this for us, in order to purify the eyes and illuminate the minds of those in the great assembly. Clear up our eyes and minds. If your mind does not understand, you will not cultivate. If your eyes are clouded by defilements, they will not be able to see clearly. So Ananda asks that the eyes and minds of those in the great assembly be purified. Not only does he want their eyes and minds to be purified, he also requests that the Buddha serve as eyes for living beings of the future, that is, for you, me, and all other living beings of the present. We are all included in the definition of living beings. You cannot exclude yourself even if you want to. If you say, I don't count, I am not part of the definition of living beings, then let me ask you, what are you? Speak up. Even if you wanted to, you can't run away. Even if you put on wings, you can't fly off. Even if you went to the moon, you would still be a living being. You can't be anything else. So be good and admit that you're part of our group. Don't run away. Being good means you shouldn't lose your temper or act up. Your mind shouldn't feel like a pancake that sizzles and sticks to the pan. That's very hard to bear. Ananda says, be eyes for us and for those of the future. The mission does not end here. Eyes for the future continues on into the future, and by definition, that is a time that hasn't arrived yet. When you hear this, don't you think it's wonderful? Does it make sense? When you laugh, all the people who don't understand Chinese are confused and want to know what you're laughing about. So let's translate this quickly. Sutra. The Buddha told Ananda, the essential, true, wonderful brightness and perfect purity of basic enlightenment does not admit birth and death, nor any mundane defilements, nor even empty space itself. All these are brought forth because of false thinking. Commentary. The Buddha told Ananda, the essential, true, wonderful brightness and perfect purity of basic enlightenment does not admit birth and death. What is this state like? It is just the essential, true, wonderfully bright and perfect pure state of basic enlightenment. Birth and death cannot exist in that state, nor any mundane defilements, nor even empty space itself. What is being described is the treasury of the Tathagata. It is the basic substance of true suchness, the Buddha nature inherent in us all. It's not that you have it and I don't, or that I have it and you don't. We are all endowed with the essential, true, wonderful brightness and perfect purity of basic enlightenment. Within it there is not a single defilement. Within it there is not a single dharma established. There isn't anything at all. If you can return to the origin, then you will be free of ignorance, lust, greed, stupidity, and false thinking. You will have none of them. It is an absolute and total purity. That is the aim of our cultivation, to return to that place inherent in us all. If this place did not exist, there would be no reason for anyone to cultivate. We can all see empty space, but do you know where it comes from? All these are brought forth because of false thinking. Empty space comes from our false thoughts. False thinking brings into being the five skandhas, the five turbidities, and the six knots. It creates all kinds of troublesome things. This is just a case of looking for something to do when there isn't anything to do. Why do you do it? Because you have no work to do and you want to look for some. That's okay if you can reap a reward. Unfortunately, though, the more you work, the more you lose. If you work for others, the more you work, the more money you lose. It's also like running a business. The longer you run it, the more money you lose. You keep taking losses until eventually the treasury of the Tathagata is pressed flat beneath the mountain of the five skandhas. Once that happens, the bandits of the six sense faculties and the six sense objects occupy the mountain of the five skandhas as they heat out. They go all over it, robbing and plundering. See how all the time until today you have been attracting thieves and sheltering bandits. At the beginning you were doing business, but then you began to lose capital and now it's cost you your life. The thieves go about looting and stealing, and they go right ahead and kill people as well. Therefore, your inherent nature is squashed underneath the mountain of the five skandhas, and the six sense faculties and six sense objects are bandits that go around looting everywhere. Do you understand now? If you understand this principle, then I have not lectured on the sutra in vain. If you don't understand, then you will have to study it gradually. Sutra, the source of basic enlightenment, which is wonderfully bright, true, and pure, falsely gives rise to the material world, just as Anadatta became confused about his head when he saw his own reflection. Commentary: the source of basic enlightenment, in which not a single Dharma abides, is essential, true, wonderful brightness, and perfect purity of basic enlightenment, which is wonderfully bright, true, and pure, falsely gives rise to the material world. When that happens, falseness arises based on truth. In the treasury of the Tathagata, falseness arises. The sentient world refers to all living beings, while the material world refers to the mountains, rivers, buildings, and the earth itself. It is just as the Janadatta became confused about his head when he saw his own reflection. One morning he got up, looked in the mirror, and saw that the person in the mirror had eyes, ears, lips, and a nose, and he exclaimed, "Why don't I have a head like that? That person in the mirror has one, why don't I?" He went running all over the place trying to find his head. Do you think his head was actually lost though? Do you remember that I mentioned Janadatta earlier? If not, try to think back. What kind of person was Janadatta? Was he an intelligent person or a foolish one? Did he have a head or was he headless? If you realize that he had no head, would you think he was a freak if you saw him? Think about it. Today is the beginning of a new life for all of us here, so we must wash our bodies and minds clean. Put aside all the unclean things you were involved with in the past, and be sure that from now on the things you pick up are clean. By clean, we mean being free of the five down servants: greed, hatred, stupidity, pride, and doubt. Today's precept transmission was the first of its kind in America, and so you are the first initiates into Buddhism in this country. But you should know that there aren't any advantages for the people who come first. You will have to endure bitterness. Why is that? Because there is no model to follow. There are no precedents, and so you don't know how to go about what you have to do. Sometimes you get disoriented. You make mistakes without even realizing they are mistakes. Why? Because you basically don't understand what you're going about doing, and there's nothing you can go to learn. Although Japanese Buddhism has been in America for a long time, it is a very synthetic Buddha Dharma. By that I mean it tends to be abstract and lacking in substance. You may call what they practice the Buddha Dharma, but it really isn't like the Buddha Dharma. But if you say it's only Dharma, they will tell you it's the Buddha Dharma. It's impossible to tell what it really is. It doesn't fit the mold. Why not? Because it doesn't have a genuine foundation. For instance, there's a Korean monk now who claims to be one of the Sao Creek sect. It's hard to figure out how Sao Creek got to Korea. It is a case of hanging out a sheep's head but selling dog's meat. He hangs out a sign that says, "The waters of South Creek," but what he sells is the mud and silt of Korea. There's no water in it, so how can it be South Creek? I really don't like to talk this way, but I see that these kinds of people are simply too pitiful. It's a case of the blind leading the blind. He claims to be of the South Creek sect, and a lot of intelligent Americans follow him and become part of the South Creek sect too. But just exactly what is the origin of South Creek, they don't know. Where is South Creek located? What does that place look like? They don't know. This is truly a ridiculous shame. Now you have received the precepts of Orthodox Buddhism. This is a proper Buddha Dharma and is different from those heretical sects that cheat people of their money in the name of the way. For example, they say, "Give me $65 and I will transmit the Dharma to you." It isn't that. Now you have been given a precept such. The money you paid does not come to me. It is used to purchase your sash. Whenever you attend the Dharma assembly, you should wear the sash. It shows the reverence to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. This Dharma assembly will conclude tomorrow. From now on, whenever there is a Dharma assembly, the people wearing sashes will stand in the front, and those wearing only the robe, but not the sash, should stand in the back. Also, those who have held the precepts for a longer time should stand in front, and those who have newly received the precepts should stand in the back. This is the order we follow in Buddhism. Today, I congratulate you all for completing your 3-month course of study. Although your study has concluded, your work is just starting. What is your work? You must help all human beings in the world to end their suffering. Their suffering can be ended only if someone lends a helping hand. The suffering of humanity is not limited to a single country. Throughout the whole world, humanity is suffering. Therefore, people of great wisdom are needed to remind humanity of its suffering. Only then will human beings know to seek for true happiness. What is the greatest suffering? The greatest source of suffering is our greed. Greed is one of the greatest afflictions. Anger is also one of the biggest afflictions. And stupidity is also one of the greatest afflictions. Greed, anger, and stupidity are the 3 poisons. Yet people feel that these 3 are their best friends, and so they are reluctant to part with them. Due to their lack of understanding, people don't renounce these poisons. If they understood, the suffering of humanity would come to an end. In the Shurangama Dharma Assembly, which began on July the 16th, we cultivated and studied non-stop from 6 o'clock in the morning until 9 o'clock in the evening every day. This period of a little over 3 months has been tremendously valuable. Now this valuable time has already passed. and you have learned this precious knowledge and made it a part of yourselves. You must tell the whole world about the Buddha Dharma that you have learned, so the whole world will know how to leave suffering, attain bliss, and realize great wisdom. Don't do any more foolish things or things that don't benefit people. This Dharma assembly could be considered the first of its kind in Buddhism throughout the entire world. It's absolutely unprecedented. Although there are many sutra lectures in other places, they don't study from morning till night without rest like we've done. Now you should take the principles of Buddhism you've learned and use them to help all the world's people who are adrift in the sea of suffering. Help them to depart from suffering, find happiness, and quickly attain the Buddha way. This is my hope. Sutra. The falseness basically has no cause, but in your false thinking, you set up causes and conditions. But those who are confused about the principle of causes and conditions call it spontaneity. Even empty space is an illusory creation. How much the more so are causes and conditions and spontaneity, which are mere speculations made by the false minds of living beings. Commentary. This passage discusses the causes and conditions of our false thoughts. What is meant by causes and conditions? When a person does not understand the principle of causes and conditions, in his confusion he will regard it as spontaneity and thus fall among the externalists. Therefore, the text says the falseness basically has no cause. There is no basis for a source of false thinking. Without any basis, there is no substance to it. Someone asked me, what is false thinking? My reply was, what you're asking right now about false thinking is just false thinking. Your question itself is false thinking. Where do you go to find false thoughts? They don't have any root. Once they pass, they are gone. Being false, they are without substance. To speak of false thinking as a thing is already inappropriate because fundamentally there isn't anything. But in your false thinking, you set up causes and conditions. In your false thinking without any basis, you say that there are causes and conditions. But those who are confused about the principle of causes and conditions call it spontaneity. If you understand causes and conditions, there's no problem. But those who are confused about the principle of causes and conditions do not have any understanding of it. Dharma Master, ultimately, what are these causes and conditions you've been talking about? You may ask. Causes and conditions were discussed at length earlier in the sutra. It is a Dharma used for refuting the dharmas of external teachings. It is the Dharma of the small vehicle and thus is basically not a particular deep doctrine. It basically says that whatever the cause, so will be the conditions. People who do not understand the doctrine of causes and conditions will call it spontaneity instead. That's the case of swallowing the dead whole. What is meant by swallowing the dead whole? Maybe you aren't familiar with dates. You could say it's swallowing an apple whole without biting or chewing it first. What does it taste like? You don't know. Those who are confused about the principle of causes and conditions, those who misunderstand it, call it spontaneity, which is a doctrine of external sects. Even empty space is an illusory creation. Now this does not refer to causes and conditions or spontaneity. This refers to empty space. What is empty space? It comes from your false thinking. As the verse spoken earlier by Manjushri Bodhisattva says, the space created within great enlightenment is like a single bubble in all the sea. The empty space in the nature of great enlightenment is just like a bubble in the ocean. It comes from false thinking. How much the more so are causes and conditions and spontaneity, which are mere speculation. Sutra. Ananda. If you perceive the arising of falseness, you can speak of the causes and conditions of that falseness. But if the falseness has no source, you will have to say that the causes and conditions of that falseness basically have no source. How much the more is this the case for those who fail to understand this and advocate spontaneity? Commentary. Ananda, if you perceive the arising of falseness, you can speak of the causes and conditions of that falseness. Do you know how false thinking comes into being? If you know where false thinking comes from, then you can talk about its causes and conditions. But if the falseness has no source, you will have to say that the causes and conditions of that falseness basically have no source. Since there is no falseness to begin with, what basis do you have for a discussion of the causes and conditions of false thinking? Since the falseness has no substance, it has no source, there is nothing at all. All dhammas are empty of characteristics. There is no source or foundation for the falseness. How much the more is this the case for those who fail to understand this and advocate spontaneity? If you don't even understand causes and conditions, and you further advocate the principle of spontaneity, you will fail among the externalists that won't do at all. Sutra. Therefore, the Tathagata has explained to you that the fundamental cause of all five skandhas is false thinking. Commentary. Therefore, because of the principles explained above, the Tathagata has explained to you very clearly that the fundamental cause of all five skandhas, form, feeling, thinking, formations, and consciousness, is false thinking. What is the basic cause of the five skandhas? False thinking. If you investigate false thinking, you will find that it has no substance of its own. In fact, its mother is the five skandhas, and that is where it comes from. The five skandhas come from false thinking, and false thinking comes from the five skandhas. Based on the truth, falseness arises. Didn't I tell you this earlier? The mountain of the five skandhas is squashing you, and there are also 6 thieves on the mountain gathering their troops, horses, and supplies and going on looting raids. They will stop at nothing. The mountain of the five skandhas covers over the treasury of the Tathagata so that it cannot reveal itself. If there were only the mountain of the five skandhas, that wouldn't be so bad. But then 6 thieves come along and indulge in wanton robbery and theft. Buried under it all is the treasury of the Tathagata. If you can subdue the 6 thieves and the 5 skandhas, then the treasury of the Tathagata will reveal itself. January 1983. We are now here investigating the Buddha Dharma every day, and we should apply ourselves to it in the morning and in the evening. That's how it should be, day after day. If we fail to do this one day, then we'll have missed an opportunity. In the very second that you think of not continuing to do this, you lose the benefit you have gained. It's like a cat waiting to catch a mouse. It stays there waiting for a few days and then goes off because it's not patient enough. As soon as it leaves, the mouse comes out and doesn't get caught. That's how strange it is. It is also like when someone has been fishing for a few days, but no fish have snapped the bait because all the small fish have been devoured by a big fish. The big fish, having eaten its fill of little fish, doesn't want to eat anything else, so it's just there sleeping, but doesn't eat. It doesn't eat for several days. But when it finally starts getting hungry, the fisherman runs out of patience and leaves without having caught a single fish. Basically, fishing and catching mice are both acts of killing. We cultivators are also engaged in killing. Our touches are the six tips, our eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind. We've been keeping watch over these six tips for a few days, and so they haven't been able to have their way. But as soon as we become lax, the six tips act up and rebel. That's how fierce they are. That's why we must be devoted in thought after thought. We must not slack off for even 1 second, or else the demons come. The demon bothered cultivators even when the Buddha was in the world, so they also had to be very cautious and to constantly work hard at cultivation. What proof is there that demons were around when the Buddha was in the world? When the sutras were being compiled after the Buddha had entered Nirvana, Ananda took the seat of the Dharma host in the Dharma assembly. At that time, his appearance became inconceivably adorned and perfect. The arhats in the assembly wondered what was going on. What, has Ananda become a Buddha? Has a Buddha come from another world? Is this a demon? Now, if there were no demons during the Buddha's time, why did those great arhats entertain such doubts right after the Buddha had entered Nirvana? Demons must have frequently showed themselves even in the Buddha's day. All of you should reflect on this. When we apply ourselves to cultivation, we must not be careless even for an instant. At all times, we must plant our feet on solid ground and seriously cultivate. We are pursuing the truth, and if we slack off even the slightest bit, our karmic obstacles will appear. Sutra. Your body's initial cause was a thought on the part of your parents, but if you had not entertained any thought in your own mind, you would not have been born. Life is perpetuated by means of thought. Commentary. Shakyamuni Buddha says, Ananda, your body's initial cause was a thought on the part of your parents. How did you get your present body? Where did it come from? It was due to this kind of thought on the part of your parents. Although the text says thought here, it is actually an emotion. To put it more clearly, the thought is a kind of emotion. Why is it said to be an emotion? Because earth-born beings come from thought, and worm-born beings come from emotion. Ananda is worm-born, not earth-born. So in his case, the thought that caused his birth was emotion. Generally speaking, it's false thinking. At a deeper level, it's thought, and to go even deeper, it's emotion. The initial cause is the emotion of the parents. Because parents have the thought of emotional desire, they engage in sexual activity. As a result, a child is born. So isn't the child born from emotion? But if you had not entertained any thought in your own mind, you would not have been born. Because your parents had emotional thoughts, sexual activity took place. However, when you were in the body while in between skandhas, if you didn't have the emotion of either loving your father and hating your mother, or loving your mother and hating your father, then your body would not have come into existence. You too, in that period between skandhas, had thoughts of emotion. Because of that thought of emotion, your body, while in between skandhas, entered the womb. If you hadn't had that emotional thought, you wouldn't have entered the womb and you wouldn't have this body. That is a definite fact. There's no way you can disagree with it. The text very decisively states that if you didn't have that thought of emotion, your body would absolutely not have come into being. How did it come into being? Life is perpetuated by means of thought. The thought of emotion transmitted your life to you. The reason you have life is because of your emotional involvement with others. Life is perpetuated by means of thought means that Your thoughts cause your lives to continue. If you didn't have any thought, your births and deaths would be ended. When thinking scattered comes to an end, you leave distorted dream thinking far behind. All dream thinking will be gone. If your false thoughts are gone, your births and deaths will come to an end. Why do you undergo birth and deaths? Simply because you have too many false thoughts. When one thought ceases, the next one arises. When that thought ceases, another one arises. Like waves on water, thoughts arise in endless succession and cause life to continue. Sutra. As I have said before, when you call to mind the taste of vinegar, your mouth waters. When you think of walking along a precipice, the soles of your feet tingle. Since the precipice doesn't exist and there isn't any vinegar, how could your mouth water at the mere mention of vinegar if it were not the case that your body originated from falseness? Commentary. The philosophical doctrines discussed in the Shurangama Sutra are ultimate. This is the summit of philosophy, the ultimate truth. But of course, the ultimate truth is also just the ultimate false thought. The sutra is true in that it describes real situations. But where do these situations originate? In false thinking. The principle is ultimate, but exhaustion is in false thinking. If false thoughts arise, the principle comes into existence. Without false thinking, the principle doesn't exist either. Ananda, as I have said before, do you remember what I told you before about what happens when you call to mind the taste of vinegar? You think, oh, that vinegar is really sour. Those sour plums are really tart. One bite makes my teeth go weak. As soon as you think about this, your mouth waters. Your mouth secretes saliva, not because you're hungry, but because you're thinking of something sour. In Chinese, the expression drinking vinegar is used to describe jealousy. Don't be jealous of others. Jealousy leaves the sour taste in your mouth. When you think of walking along a precipice, the soles of your feet tingle and become weak. You might lose your footing and plummet over the edge into the gorge thousands of feet below. Pretty dangerous, huh? Since the precipice doesn't exist and there isn't any vinegar, how could your mouth water at the mere mention of vinegar? The precipice isn't really there. You are just thinking about it. But at the mere thought, your feet tingle. Literally go sour in Chinese. Above your mouth go sour at the thought of sour plums or vinegar, and here your legs and feet go sour at the thought of a precipice. How can your feet go sour? You tell me, someone says. Dharma Master, you don't have to explain it. I already understand. I'm already enlightened, in fact. How did I enlighten to? What did I enlighten to? Well, you were explaining earlier how each of the six sense faculties has the functions of all six. It must be that the feet go sour because they can eat. Is that really how it is? I don't believe in your enlightenment. How come I haven't been enlightened to this yet, and you have already done so? There is no such a principle. I cannot accept such a principle because it is nothing but false thinking. The feet cannot eat, hear, or see things. The six faculties that function interchangeably are the eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind. The feet are not included. That's why I absolutely refuse to acknowledge your so-called enlightenment. There really isn't any precipice and there isn't any vinegar. Your false thoughts all it takes to make your mouth water and your feet tingle and go weak. If it were not the case that your body originated from falseness, if your body did not come from illusory false thought, if it did not befriend false thinking, If it did not join false thinking, then why would your mouth water at the mention of vinegar? If your body did not come about because of false thought, emotional thought, why would saliva form in your mouth when I talk about vinegar? The vinegar is only being talked about, it is not really there, since it is hypothetical. Why is there a sour taste in your mouth? Can you still argue that the sourness in your mouth and the tingling in your feet do not come from false thinking? No, because they do come from false thinking. Sutra. Therefore, you should know that your present physical body is brought about by the first kind of false thinking, which is characterized by solidity. Commentary. Therefore, because of the principles explained above, you should know that your present physical body is brought about by the first kind of false thinking, which is characterized by solidity. You call it solid, but this is just a name. In fact, your body is created by the first kind of false thought, by the skandha of form. Sutra. As I described earlier, merely thinking about a high place can cause your body to tingle and ache. Commentary. Then, as was described earlier in the section above, merely thinking about a high place can cause your body to tingle and ache. Imagine yourself standing at the edge of a high precipice. Just talking and thinking about it makes your feet start to tingle and ache. You feel very uncomfortable, as if your legs won't support you and you are going to fall. If you actually do walk to the edge of a deep abyss and look down into that bottomless void, the soles of your feet will turn to jelly. Even though you are not in danger of falling, you feel as if you are about to fall. This feeling is brought about by your false thinking. For example, you can walk for miles on level ground without your feet even turning to jelly or tingling from false thinking. But if you have to walk across a single blank bridge above a gorge with a mighty river racing below, you start thinking things like, wow, if I fell from here, it'd be all over. I'd drown and lose my life for sure. Everything was fine until you had that false thought, but now all of a sudden your feet turn to jelly and you cannot take another step. As a result, you do fall. It all happened because you had such a thought. If you had not had that false thought, but say had just walked with your eyes closed without knowing when you were crossing a single blank bridge, nothing would have happened. So you decided you try to cross the bridge with your eyes closed next time, but then you fall just the same because you cannot see where you're going. If you cross the bridge with your eyes open, you have false thoughts about the churning water below and you get scared. If you cross the bridge with your eyes shut, you walk off the bridge and fall as well. Therefore, don't have false thoughts with your eyes open, and don't close your eyes and try to kill off your false thoughts that way. It won't work. This is the crux of the dilemma. If you have false thinking, your feet will turn to jelly. If you close your eyes, you will also fall into the gorge. Closing your eyes will not solve the problem. The greatest difficulty is right here. It would be best not to have any false thoughts, then nothing at all would happen. Sutra. Due to that cause, feelings arise and affect your body, so that at present you pursue pleasant feelings and are repelled by unpleasant feelings. These two kinds of feelings that compel you are brought about by the second kind of false thinking, which is characterized by illusory clarity. Commentary. Due to that cause, feelings arise and affect your body. When you were born, you received your physical body, which has a shape and form, so that at present you pursue pleasant feelings and are repelled by unpleasant feelings. You like what is favorable and beneficial to you, but you dislike what is harmful to you. These two kinds of feelings, these two false thoughts that compel you, are brought about by the second kind of false thinking, which is characterized by illusory clarity. Illusory means unreal, so this sutra, once your thoughts arise, they can control your body. Since your body is not the same as your thoughts, why is it that your body follows your thoughts and engages in every sort of grasping at objects? A thought arises and the body grasps at things in response to the thought. Commentary: once your thoughts arise, they can control your body. These false thoughts that you have drive your body, but your body is not your thoughts. Since your body is not the same as your thoughts, since the body and the mind are not the same sort of thing, why are they aware of each other? Why is it that your body follows your thoughts and engages in every sort of grasping at objects? Why is it that when you give rise to a thought, your body acts accordingly? A thought arises and the body grasps at things in response to the thought. Why is your body controlled by your thoughts? As soon as you have a thought, your body wants to grasp at the object you are thinking about. Why does your body function in unison with your thoughts? What is a thought? You can have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 thoughts, but here the text refers to just one thought. The Prana Sutra of the human king who protects his country says that there are 90 kshanas in a single thought. A kshana is an extremely short period of time, and yet within one kshana there are 900 births and deaths. That is 900 production and destructions. Thus it is said, when not a single thought arises, the entire substance manifests. When the 6 sense faculties suddenly move, one is covered by clouds. If you could keep from having a single thought, the entire substance would manifest. What entire substance? The great function of the entire substance, the treasury of the Tathagata. It is your inherent family treasure. It is the scenery of your homeland. It is your original face. Upon the slightest movement of the 6 sense faculties, you become obscured by a covering of clouds. If a cultivator reaches the point where he does not have a single thought, then the ghosts and spirits have no way to get at him. If not a single thought arises, then not a single thought passes away. If you cannot prevent thoughts from arising, then you cannot prevent them from passing away. This is an important point. If you can understand it, then when you do not have a single thought, the entire substance will manifest. But if your 6 faculties move again, you will be obscured by the dark clouds. Sutra: when you're awake, your mind thinks. When you're asleep, you dream. Thus your thinking is stirred to perceive false situations. This is a third kind of false thinking, which is characterized by interconnectedness. Commentary: when you're awake, your mind thinks. A few days ago, I talked about Lord Chuang, who was born as his mother was waking up. Because of this, his mother resented him and favored her second son, Kung Su Tuan. She wanted the second son to inherit his father's throne and become the king. Therefore, she repeatedly asked King Wu to pass the throne to his younger son rather than to his older son. But King Wu would not allow it, and so Lord Chuang still became the king. When Lord Chuang became king, his mother told Kung Su Tuan to instigate a rebellion, but that also failed. So that is the story of Lord Chuang. When you're awake, the thinking skanda is in control. When you're asleep, you dream. When you're asleep, you dream. Your thinking skanda produces dreams. Previously, we mentioned how the thinking skanda could make one perceive things incorrectly in one's sleep. For example, if you are asleep and people are beating on clothes or pounding rice nearby, you may hear it as bells and drums being played. Such a thinking is stirred to perceive the false situations. When you dream, your thinking skanda makes you perceive the false situation of bells and drums being played. This is a third kind of false thinking, which is characterized by interconnectedness. Interconnectedness means working together. The thinking skanda functions whether you are awake or asleep. So we call this interconnection, which means mutual cooperation. This is a third kind of false thinking, and it is associated with the thinking skanda. Sutra. The metabolic processes never stop. They progress through subtle changes. Your nails and hair grow, your energy wanes, and your skin becomes wrinkled. These processes continue day and night, and yet you never wake up to them. Commentary. The metabolic processes never stop. Day and night they continue. This is the formation skanda which flows on unceasingly like waves. As one thought ceases, the next one arises. As that thought passes by, the next one comes up. They arise and cease one after another. These metabolic and transformational processes never end. They just go on working, never stopping to rest. They progress through subtle changes which you cannot perceive because you are so minute. Without your realizing it, the house is moved out from under you, and everything looks different. What are these subtle changes? Your nails and hair grow. If you don't cut your nails for 2 days, they grow a little bit. After 3 days, they are a bit longer. After 4 days, they are longer still. Each day they are longer than the day before. But do you know how much they grow in each second and each minute? Do you know how they grow longer? If you don't trim your hair for a month, it may grow almost a half an inch. But how much does it grow each day? You don't know. You say, well, I've calculated. Sure, but will it be accurate? You can try using a computer to calculate it and see if the computer knows. Your energy wanes. Your energy decreases from day to day. People are full of energy and zest in their youth, and they also have a lot of vitality in their prime. However, as they get older and they start losing their energy, although it's not totally gone, your skin becomes wrinkled, your skin gets lined like a chicken skin, and your hair turns as white as crane feathers. Your features become terribly aged, and you can no longer pass yourself off as a young person. No amount of makeup can transform your 80-year-old face into that of a 20-year-old. These processes continue day and night. This work goes on day and night. Your nails grow, your hair gets longer, your energy wanes, and your skin gets wrinkled. It's more reliable than a clock. If you don't wind up your clock, it will stop, but you don't have to wind up your metabolism. It does its work just the same unless you die. When you're dead, it stops working, and yet you never wake up to them. They pursue you day and night through your youth, your prime, and your old age, right up to your death. After you die, you get reborn, and then you have to die again. You undergo endless rounds of birth and death without ever waking up. You go right on being confused through it all. You're muddled when you come and muddled when you go. That's what the false thing of formation skanda is all about. Sutra. If these things aren't part of you, Ananda, then why does your body keep changing? And if they are really part of you, then why aren't you aware of them? Commentary. If these things aren't a part of you, Ananda, then why does your body keep changing? Your body goes through all these transformations. The nails and hair grow longer, the energy wanes, and the skin gets wrinkled. You say your fingernails aren't yours, then why do they continually grow long? You say the hair isn't yours, then why does it keep growing on your head? You say the energy isn't yours, but why do you sometimes feel weak when your energy is insufficient? If your face isn't yours, how is it possible for it to become wrinkled? If you say the wrinkles don't have anything to do with you, why does your face get wrinkled? Why do those changes occur to your own body if this isn't you? Then why does your body keep changing? From your youth, you are transported into middle age. From middle age, you move on to old age. From old age, you go right on to death. You cannot say these things are not yours. If this isn't your body, then you are not real. And if you insist that they are really part of you, then why aren't you aware of them? Why can't you sense them at all? Your nails and your hair are growing, but you do not perceive it happening. Your energy is waning, but you do not feel it. Your face is getting wrinkled, but you cannot detect it, nor do you know when the change took place. This is a double refutation. If you say they belong to you, that's incorrect. But if you say they do not belong to you, that's also incorrect. Also, what is it you ask is false thinking. That's their source, their own creations of false thinking. Sutra, your formation skandha continues in thought after thought without cease. It is the fourth kind of false thinking, which is subtle and hidden. Commentary. Your formation skandha functions continuously, but its subtle movements are not at all easy to perceive. They are secret and obscure, and you are not aware of them at all. This is the fourth kind of false thinking, which is associated with the formation skandha. Sutra. Finally, if your pure, bright, clear, and unmoving state is permanent, then there should be no seeing, hearing, awareness, or knowing in your body. If it is genuinely pure and true, it should not contain habits or falseness. Commentary. Finally, if your pure, bright, clear, and unmoving state is permanent, then there should be no seeing, hearing, awareness, or knowing in your body. At this point, when you experience a pure brilliance and your state is clear and imperturbable, if you say this is a permanent state, then the functions of seeing, hearing, awareness, and knowing should not occur in your body. If it is genuinely pure and true, it should not contain habits or falseness. Habits and false thinking should not arise. Sutra. How does it happen then that having seen some unusual thing in the past, you eventually forget it over time, until neither memory nor forgetfulness of it remain, but then later, upon suddenly seeing that unusual thing again, you remember it clearly from before without forgetting a single detail? How can you keep track of the permission that goes on in thought after thought in this pure, clear, and unmoving consciousness? Commentary. How does it happen then that having seen more unusual thing in the past, you eventually forget it over time, until neither memory nor forgetfulness of it remain? What is the reason for this? You may have seen something very peculiar, but after many years you have no memory of it and you have no forgetfulness of it either. If you are able to say that you've forgotten something, that means you still have some recollection of its occurrence. However, now there is neither memory nor forgetfulness of it. But then later, upon suddenly seeing that unusual thing again, you remember it clearly from before without forgetting a single detail. If you suddenly see that strange thing again, you will recall how you remembered it, how you encountered it in the past, and how it appeared to you then. You will not forget a single detail. How can you keep track of the permission that goes on in thought after thought in this pure, clear, and unmoving consciousness? In that clear and unmoving state, a kind of permission is going on in thought after thought. How does one keep track of this? How does one recollect it? How do you explain the situation of having put something completely out? But once you encounter it, you automatically recall it. How can this be reckoned? Who could keep this book straight? Who keeps track of this? This proves that although you have temporarily forgotten about it, your eighth consciousness remembers. That's why when you see the thing, you remember. There isn't really anyone keeping track. It's naturally stored in the eighth consciousness. Sutra. Ananda. You should know that this state of clarity is not real. It is like rapidly flowing water that appears to be still on the surface. Due to its speed, you cannot perceive the flow, but that does not mean it is not flowing. If this were not the source of thinking, then how could one be subject to false habits? Commentary. Ananda, you should know that this state of clarity is not real, and still, that still and unmoving place described above is not really still after all. Why not? It is like rapidly flowing water that appears to be still on the surface. When you look at it, it seems to have no waves and no current. Due to its speed, you cannot perceive the flow, but that does not mean it is not flowing. Since there are no waves, you cannot see the water is flowing, but that doesn't mean that there's no flow. It's flowing, but you cannot see it because there are no waves. Earlier, we discussed the formation skandha. Now we are discussing the consciousness skandha. If this were not the source of thinking, then how could one be subject to false habits? If there were no false thoughts in the consciousness skandha, then it would not be influenced and permitted by false habits. Sutra. If you do not open and unite your six sense faculties so that they function interchangeably, this false thinking will never cease. Commentary. If you do not achieve the state where you can open and unite your six sense faculties so that they function interchangeably, if you have not reached that level of cultivation, this false thinking will never cease, unless you attain the state in which you can use your six sense faculties interchangeably. This false thinking will not go away. Sutra. That's why your seeing, hearing, awareness, and knowing are presently strung together by subtle habits, so that within the profound clarity, existence and non-existence are both unreal. This is a fifth kind of upside-down, minutely subtle thinking. Commentary. That's why your seeing, hearing, awareness, and knowing are presently strung together by subtle habits. The functions of your six sense faculties, seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, tactile awareness, and knowing are strung together by subtle habits, like beads on a string. These habits are extremely subtle and hard to detect, so that within the still, profound clarity of your nature, existence and non-existence are both unreal. You may maintain that they exist, but they do not really exist. You may claim they don't exist, yet they do exist. This kind of intangible situation is a state of the fifth kind of upside-down, minutely subtle thinking. This kind of false thinking is also very subtle and difficult to detect. Sutra. Ananda. These five skandhas of reception develop the five kinds of false thinking. Commentary. Ananda. These five kinds of skandhas of reception, form, feeling, thinking, formations, and consciousness, develop with the five kinds of false thinking. So these five kinds of false thinking are also produced. Sutra. You also wanted to know the depth and scope of each realm. Form and emptiness are the boundaries of form. Contact and separation are the boundaries of feeling. Remembering and forgetting are the boundaries of thinking. Destruction and production are the boundaries of formations. Deep purity, entering to unite with the deep purity, belongs to the boundaries of consciousness. Commentary. You also wanted to know the depth and scope of each realm. You wanted to know whether the realm of each skandha was shallow or deep. What are they like? Where are their boundaries? I will tell you now. Form and emptiness are the boundaries of form. Form and emptiness are relative to each other, and they are the boundaries of form. Contact with and separation from the objects of touch are the boundaries of feeling. Remembering and forgetting are the boundaries of thinking. Destruction and production are the boundaries of formations. Deep purity, entering to unite with the deep purity, belongs to the boundaries of consciousness. Purity unites with purity, and that forms the realm of the eighth consciousness. Sutra at their source, these five skandhas arise in layers. Their arising is due to consciousness, while their cessation begins with the elimination of form. Commentary. At their source, these five skandhas arise in layers. The five skandhas are produced in layers. There is a mutual cycle, and they aid one another. Their arising is due to consciousness, while their cessation begins with the elimination of form. How does cessation happen? Once the form is gone, then the skandhas will become empty. They arise from consciousness, and their cessation begins when form is eliminated. Sutra, you may have a sudden awakening to the principle, at which point they all simultaneously vanish. But in terms of the specifics, they are eliminated not all at once, but in sequence. Commentary. You may have sudden awakening to the principle, at which point they all simultaneously vanish. You understand the principle very clearly. Once you have awakened, the methods of cultivation you have used cease to exist, and the notion of awakening is also gone. If you understand the principle, then even the idea of awakening is gone. But in terms of the specifics, they are eliminated not all at once, but in sequence. On the nominal level, you have become enlightened. But at the level of phenomena, elimination takes place in sequence. It's like taking off clothing. You have to first take off the first layer, and then the second layer, third layer, the fourth layer, the fifth layer. In terms of specifics, you have to eliminate them in sequence. Having understood the principle, you still have to cultivate at a practical level. Only through actual cultivation can you break through all five skandhas. January 1983. Earlier, one of my disciples commented that 5 layers of clothing is not a very apt analogy for the 5 skandhas, because the Heart Sutra says, he illuminated the 5 skandhas and saw that they are all empty, and they crossed beyond all suffering and difficulty. If they were like 5 layers of clothing, then when all the layers were peeled away, the person would be naked. So his comment that this would cause people to have false thoughts is true enough. Before the 5 skandhas have been broken through, the person is still covered by the 5 layers of clothing, and people don't have so many false thoughts. Once the skandhas are broken through and the person is naked, oh no. So the analogy is slightly problematic. No wonder you said it caused you had to have false thoughts. What do you think should be done? Can you offer another explanation? The 5 layers of clothing are visible, while the 5 skandhas are invisible. The visible and the invisible are different. The 5 skandhas are merely a kind of yin energy, and it can also become yang energy. Yin demons can become yang demons. It all depends on whether or not you know how to use them. If you know, then you won't be turned by them, and the state isn't a bad one. If you are greedy for spiritual powers, advantages, or states, then you've been turned by them. The 5 skandhas, also known as the 5 yin, are 5 kinds of yin energy. It's because of the yin energy that you come under demonic possession. Yang energy makes a person a bodhisattva. However, the important thing is to get attached. When you have no attachments, then you wear clothes all day and yet you haven't put on a thread. You eat all day and yet you haven't consumed a grain of rice. You aren't attached to whether you are wearing clothes or not. People who truly cultivate have no attachment to such matters. It's not necessarily a matter of taking off 5 layers of clothing, because what will you do when you're not wearing anything? This is just a very simple analogy that I gave because I was worried that you might not understand. In reality, it's just a mass of energy acting up. This energy can be proper or deviant. Deviant energy means yin energy, and proper energy means yang energy. If you don't know how to use it, then it turns into a yin demon. If you do know how to use it, then it becomes a yang demon. At this point, you should neither think of good nor think of bad. Don't crave good states and don't be afraid of bad states. When you encounter a state, just act as if it didn't exist. Don't get attached to it. I know that my disciple doesn't want to take off his 5 layers of clothing because he'd feel embarrassed if he did. Sutra, I have already shown you the knots tied in the kapasa cloth. What is it that you do not understand that causes you to ask about it again? Commentary. I have already shown you the knots tied in the kapasa cloth. I tied 6 knots in the cloth. What is it that you do not understand that causes you to ask about it again? Why is it that you still don't understand? Why are you asking me about it all over again? You are belaboring the point. Sutra, you should gain a thorough understanding of the origin of this false thinking and then transmit your understanding to cultivators in the future Dharma Ending Age. Let them recognize this falseness and naturally give rise to deep disdain for it. Let them know of nirvana so that they will not linger in the triple realm. Commentary. Ananda, you should find and gain a thorough understanding of the origin of this false thinking and then transmit your understanding to cultivators in the future ending age. Enable all living beings to thoroughly understand this principle. Transmit this principle to those in the Dharma Ending Age. Let them recognize this falseness and naturally give rise to deep disdain for it. Cause all those cultivators to know that the falseness of false thinking comes from themselves. Let them clearly understand its source and pattern, so that they become disgusted with it. Let them know of nirvana. When living beings know that they are capable of realizing nirvana, they will not want to linger in the triple realm. They will not wish to remain in the burning house of the 3 realms, the desire realm, the form realm, and the formless realm. There's no peace in the 3 realms. They are like a house on fire. Great Master Lianzhi, Lotus Pond, was an eminent Dharma master in China. After he had left the home life, he was always thinking about going home to see his wife. He did, in fact, go back again and again to see her. His wife was a very intelligent person, however, and she thought over the situation. Her husband had left home, but he wasn't cultivating. He still held on emotional love and could not put it down. He kept coming home, and that really wasn't the way to do it. So she dug a big pit right in front of the door to her house and covered it with a mud. Inside the pit, he built a small fire. The next time Great Master Lianzhi came back home, he stepped into the trap and fell into the burning pit. "What are you doing? Building a pit of fire right here," he cried. His wife replied, "If you know it's a pit of fire, why do you keep coming back?" Hearing that one sentence, he became enlightened and never went home again. That illustrates the saying, There is no peace in the three realms. They are like a house on fire. The desire realm, the form realm, and the formless realm are not pleasant or safe places. Rather, they are like a burning house. Exhortation to Propagate the Sutra, Volume 8, Chapter 9. Sutra. Ananda, suppose someone were to fill up all the space in the 10 directions with the 7 precious things and then present them as an offering to Buddhas as numerous as motes of dust, with his mind set on serving and making offerings to them in thought after thought. Do you think this person would reap many blessings from making such an offering to the Buddhas? Commentary. Ananda, suppose someone were to fill up all the space in the walls of the 10 directions with the 7 precious things and then present them as an offering to Buddhas as numerous as motes of dust, with his mind set on serving and making offerings to them in thought after thought. Well, there would be gold, silver, Vaidurya, crystal, mother of pearl, red pearls, and carnelian everywhere. He would then very respectfully hold them up as an offering to limitless, boundless Buddhas. He would be bowing and making offerings in every thought, without letting a moment go by in vain. Do you think this person would reap many blessings from making such an offering to the Buddhas? What do you think? That person has given such a tremendous quantity of the 7 precious things as an offering to the Buddhas. Under these circumstances, will he obtain a great reward of blessings? What do you say? Sutra. Ananda answered, since space is limitless, the precious things would be boundless. In the past, someone gave the Buddha 7 coins and consequently was reborn as an wheel-turning king in his next life. As to this person who now fills up all the space and all the Buddha lands with an offering of precious things that could not be reckoned through endless ends, how could there be a limit to his blessings? Commentary. Ananda answered, since space is limitless, the precious things would be boundless. In the past, someone gave the Buddha 7 coins and consequently was reborn as a wheel-turning king in his next life. A wheel-turning sage king has 1,000 sons. It is not known how many wives he has. A wheel-turning sage king has awesome virtue. He has a vehicle that can take him around the 4 great continents in just a couple of hours. His vehicle is probably faster than any modern-day rocket. That is one of the treasures he owns. As to this person who now fills up all the space and all the Buddha lands with an offering of precious things that could not be reckoned through endless ends, now could there be a limit to his blessings? The person who offered 7 coins to the Buddha attained the position of a wheel-turning sage king. Now this person gives an offering not of a mere 7 coins, but of a quantity of the 7 precious things that fills empty space and the Dharma Realm, even if one spent a limitless and inconceivable number of ends. One could never finish calculating his blessings and virtue. How could you say that his blessings have a limit? They have no limit. Sutra. The Buddha told Ananda, all Buddhas, Tathagatas, speak words which are not false. There might be another person who had personally committed the 4 major offenses and the 10 parajikas, so that in an instant he would have to pass through the effigy house in this world and other worlds until he had passed through all the relentless hells in the 10 directions without exception. Commentary. The Buddha told Ananda, all Buddhas, Tathagatas, speak words which are not false. The Buddhas do not tell lies. There might be another person who had personally committed the 4 major offenses and the 10 parajikas. The 4 major offenses are killing, stealing, sexual misconduct, and lying. In the Shurangama Sutra, they are known as the 4 clear instructions on purity, which you heard about earlier. The 10 Parajikas are the 10 major Bodhisattva precepts. Parajika means cast out. For someone who commits these offenses is cast out of the sea of the Buddha Dharma. These 10 offenses cannot be repented of. If you want to understand them in detail, you can look up the first 10 Bodhisattva precepts, so that in an instant he would have to pass through the Avashi house in this world and other worlds until he had passed through all the relentless hells in all the worlds throughout the 10 directions. He would have undergone suffering for his offenses in every single hell without exception. Sutra. And yet, if he could explain this Dharma door for just the space of a thought to those in the Dharma Ending Age who have not yet studied it, his obstacles from offenses would be eradicated in response to that thought, and all the hells where he was to undergo suffering would become lands of peace and bliss. Commentary. And yet, if he could explain this Dharma door of the great Shurangama Samadhi for just a space of a thought to those in the Dharma Ending Age who have not yet studied it, his obstacles from offenses would be eradicated in response to that thought. If in the Dharma Ending Age, for as short a time as a space of a single thought, this person could teach the Dharma door of the Shurangama Sutra to people who have not yet studied the Buddha Dharma, his offenses would swiftly be eradicated, and all the hells where he was to undergo suffering would become lands of peace and bliss. All the suffering he was due to undergo in the various hells would become peace and happiness that he gets to enjoy. He would not experience any suffering at all. Sutra. The blessings he would obtain would surpass those of the person previously mentioned by hundreds of thousands of millions of billions of times, indeed by so many times that no calculations or analogies could express it. Commentary. The blessings he would obtain would surpass those of the person previously mentioned. The blessings obtained by the person who explains the Shurangama Sutra surpass those gained by the person who fills empty space and the Dharma Realm with the 7 precious things and offers them to as many Sathagatas as there are motes of dust, respectfully serving and making offerings to them. If you can explain the Shurangama Sutra for people who don't understand the Buddha Dharma, the blessings you obtain surpass those of the other person by hundreds of thousands of millions of billions of times, indeed by so many times that no calculations or analogies could express it. Your reward of blessings is so much greater that there is no way to figure out just how great it is. Sutra. Ananda. If living beings are able to recite this sutra and uphold this mantra, I could not describe in endless ends how great the benefits will be. Rely on the teaching I have spoken. Cultivate in accord with it, and you will directly realize Bodhi without encountering demonic karma. Commentary. Ananda. If living beings in the future are able to recite this sutra and uphold this mantra, I could not describe in endless ends how great the benefits will be. If I were to speak in detail about the benefits of reading and reciting the Shurangama Sutra and reciting the Shurangama mantra, I still wouldn't finish too, no matter how many great ends had passed. All of you should rely on the teaching I have spoken, cultivate in accord with it, and you will directly realize Bodhi without encountering any demonic dharma. Follow this method to cultivate, and you will straight away be able to accomplish the unsurpassed fruition of Bodhi without undergoing any further demonic karma. January 1983. The Shurangama Sutra is a sutra that acts like a demon spotting mirror in Buddhism. All the celestial demons, externalists, and the Li, Mei, and Wang Liang ghosts reveal their true appearance when they see the Shurangama Sutra. They have no way to hide and no place to which they can flee. And so in the past, when Great Master Chur heard of the existence of this sutra, he bowed in the direction of India for 18 years. For 18 years, he used this spirit of utmost sincerity to pray for the sutra to be brought to China. Of all the greatly virtuous and eminent monks of the past, all the wise and lofty Sanghans, there was not a single one who did not praise the Shurangama Sutra. Therefore, as long as the Shurangama Sutra exists, the Buddha Dharma exists. If the Shurangama Sutra is destroyed, then the Buddha Dharma will also be extinct. How will the decline of the Dharma come about? It will begin with the destruction of the Shurangama Sutra. Who will destroy it? The celestial demons and externalists will. They see the Shurangama Sutra as being like a nail in their eyes and a thorn in their flesh. They can't sit still and they can't stand steady. They are compelled to invent by Devin theory that says the Shurangama Sutra is false. A Buddhist disciple should recognize true principle. Every word of the doctrines in the Shurangama Sutra is the absolute truth. There isn't one word that does not express the truth. So now that we are studying the 50 skandha demons, we should realize even more just how important the Shurangama Sutra is. The Shurangama Sutra is what the Devin demons, ghosts, and goblins fear most. The Venerable Master Hsuan Hua lived to be 120 years old, and during his whole life, he didn't write a commentary for any sutra other than the Shurangama Sutra. He took special care to preserve the manuscript of his commentary on the Shurangama Sutra. He preserved it for several decades, but this was the elder Su's greatest regret in his life. He proposed that as left-home pupil, we should study the Shurangama Sutra to the point that you can recite it by memory from the beginning to the end and from the end to the beginning, forwards and backwards. That was his proposal. I know that throughout his whole life, the elder Su regarded the Shurangama Sutra as being especially important. When someone informed the elder Su that there were people who said the Shurangama Sutra was false, he explained that the decline of the Dharma occurs just because these people try to pass fish eyes off as pawns, confusing people so that they cannot distinguish right from wrong. They make people blind so that they can no longer recognize the Buddha Dharma. They take the true as false and the false as true. Look at these people. This one writes a book and people all read it. That one writes a book and they read it too. The real sutras spoken by the Buddha himself are put up on the shelf where no one ever reads them. From this we can see that living beings' karmic obstacles are very heavy. If they hear Devin knowledge and Devin views, they readily believe them. If you speak Dharma based on proper knowledge and proper views, they won't believe it. Speak it again and they still won't believe it. Why? Because they don't have sufficient good rules and foundations. That's why they have doubts about the proper Dharma. They are skeptical and unwilling to believe. Here at the City of 10,000 Buddhas, we will be setting up the Shurangama platform, so it will be ideal if some of you bring forth the resolve to read the Shurangama Sutra every day for 1 or 2 hours. You can study it daily just as if you were studying in school and memorize it so that you can recite it by heart. If you can recite the Shurangama Sutra, the Dharma Flower Sutra, and even the Avatamsaka Sutra from memory, that will be the very best. If someone is able to recite the Shurangama Sutra, the Dharma Flower Sutra, and the Avatamsaka Sutra from memory, it will mean that this is still a time when the proper Dharma exists in the world. Therefore, in such a wonderful place as the city of 10,000 Buddhas, everyone should bring forth a great body resolved to do these things. It's not that we are competing with others. We should be outstanding, rise above the crowd, and do these things. In the past, I had a wish. I wanted to be able to recite the Dharma Flower Sutra and the Shurangama Sutra from memory. In Hong Kong, I have a disciple who can recite the Shurangama Sutra from memory. I taught him to study the Dharma Flower Sutra, but in the end, he probably didn't finish memorizing it, which is very regrettable. In such a fine place as we have here, each of you should bring forth a great resolve to study the Buddhist sutras and precepts, the Shurangama Sutra, the Dharma Flower Sutra, the Vinaya in 4 divisions, and the Brahmanet Sutra, until you can recite them from memory. That would be the best, for then the proper Dharma would surely remain here for a long time. Sutra. When the Buddha finished speaking the sutra, the bhikshu, bhikshunis, upasakas, upasikas, and all the gods, humans, and asuras in this world, as well as all the bodhisattvas, those of the 2 vehicles, sages, immortals, and pure youths in other directions, and the mighty ghosts and spirits of initial resolve, all felt elated, made obeisance, and withdrew. Commentary. When the Buddha finished speaking the sutra, all the great bhikshus, all the bhikshunis, upasakas, a Sanskrit word that means men who serve closely, that is, laymen who draw near to and serve the Buddha, upasikas, women who serve closely, and all the gods, humans, and asuras in this world. By now, you all know what asuras are. They have the biggest tempers and they love to fight. One of my disciples says his dog is an asura. Well, maybe he himself is an asura as well. But I believe that after you all have heard the Shurangama Sutra, you will become bodhisattvas and no longer have the temper of asuras, as well as all the bodhisattvas of other lands, those of the 2 vehicles and south hearers, and those enlightened by connections, sages, immortals, and pure youths, who enter the path of cultivation in their youthful innocence in other directions, and the mighty ghosts and spirits of initial resolve all felt elated, made obeisance, and withdrew. Now that we have finished hearing the sutra, no matter what kind of beings we are, whether we are gods, humans, asuras, hell beings, hungry ghosts, or animals, we must bring forth the Bodhi resolve. We must all practice the Bodhisattva path. We must all be Bodhisattvas. Do not continue to create the causes for becoming other kinds of beings. We must create the causes for becoming Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, and we must realize the fruitions of Bodhisattvahood and Buddhahood. Shakyamuni Buddha made predictions for us and for all living beings long ago. It is said, people who recite Namo Buddha just once will all accomplish Buddhahood, not to mention reciting it many times. If we simply say Namo Buddha once, in the future we will definitely become Buddhas, although we do not know when. By listening to the Shurangama Sutra, we have come to understand a lot of Buddha Dharma. There is inconceivable merit and virtue in this. That's why it was said that the merit and virtue of filling the space of the 10 directions with the 7 precious things and making offering of them to the Buddhas is not as great as that of explaining the Shurangama Sutra. Now that we have finished explaining the Shurangama Sutra, your suffering has come to an end, and my toil has also ended. Why? Because we don't have to work so hard. In the future, when you practice the Bodhisattva path, there may be more suffering, but you will endure it willingly. It will not be forced upon you by others. You yourself are willing to accept those troubles. Therefore, we should make the Bodhisattva resolve and practice the Bodhisattva path. I hope that everyone who has heard the Shurangama Sutra lectured will make a Bodhisattva resolve. I say it again, no matter whether You are a god, a human being, an asura, a hell being, a hungry ghost, or an animal. You must all resolve first to become enlightened. Don't be confused anymore. One who is enlightened is a Buddha, and one who is confused is a living being. Now we all hope to become enlightened a little sooner.